Chapter 256. The robot eagle's so-called subordinates were referring to the ones that had escaped from the sand dunes, and not the ones that Scylla had been fighting against earlier. In comparison, Scylla could sense that the former's defense was stronger than the latter's. Putting aside their attack power for now, just the camouflage of these robots in the sand dunes was enough to tell who was superior. Actually, there was another way. This was what Wuxia told him. The higher the level of a robot, the more complete and clear its machine language would be, and the less unorganized it would be. Of course, not everyone could use this method. Those who didn't understand machine language would never be able to see through it. The first robot lizard charged towards Pastura at the very front. It was so fast that the only thing left in its wake was a trail of sand. The robot lizard was already in front of Pastura when he jumped down from the airship, but Pastura didn't fire a shot. Pastura didn't fire his gun, however. He grabbed the mechanical lizard by its neck and crushed it into pieces by the time he landed on the ground. Pastura tossed the headless robot lizard onto the sand and looked at the robot eagle standing on top of a large robot. Then he looked at the two people locked inside the transparent pods and walked toward them step by step. Fu Qingqing and Goryo walked behind Pastura in a triangular formation. Pastura's action was subconsciously the best answer to the robot eagle's question. Scylla smiled. It looks like the outcome is clear. The robot eagle's eyes focused and let out a high-pitched cry. The robots that had separated from the sand dunes and the mechanical animals that had rushed out of the sand after hearing the eagle's cry surrounded Scylla's group of 4. The robots guarding the 2 transparent pods were the only ones that didn't move. The robot eagle flapped its wings like a battle horn, signaling the start of the battle. These robots were much harder and more agile than the previous ones. They could even transform into other animals when they dodged in the air to better defend themselves. Scylla ignored the people inside the 2 transparent pods and swung his sword to attack the robots with Pastura and the others. These robots and mechanical beasts had a chance to start over as long as their heads weren't completely destroyed, so they had to make sure that their heads were completely destroyed with every blow. Moreover, there were too many of them, and it would be a huge burden if they couldn't finish them all off in one go. Humans couldn't compete with robots in endurance after all. Scylla swung his sword non-stop, but he didn't use his gun. He was able to find the perfect angle and strength for every swing of his sword in the shortest amount of time possible. It was a great way to conserve stamina, but it was just enough to shatter a robot's head. Scylla clearly sensed the robot's ability to learn while they were fighting. They weren't just fast, they were also very skillful. They were able to learn from Scylla and the others' fighting skills. Other than that, there was also their calculation ability. Goryo and the others had been using guns since a long time ago. At first, their hit rate was 100%, but as time went on, their hit rate started to drop. Some of the robots were already able to dodge bullets or use their shields to block part of the bullet's impact. As a result, the battle grew more and more intense as time went on. Guanfeng couldn't allow their hit rate to be lower than 99% during training, but Goryo, Fu Qingqing, and Pastura's hit rate had fallen below this value. These robots were able to analyze the bullet's trajectory based on the previous shots and figure out the best way to dodge or block a bullet when it was aimed at them. Therefore, the robots were able to calculate where the bullet would land when Goryo and the others opened fire. Pastura and the others were aware of this drawback, but there was nothing they could do about it. The fastest bullet in the Purgatory Thunder Snake type E-Round didn't have an explosive ability, but the robots could take advantage of the difference in speed to dodge the bullets. Just as Goryo was getting more and more exhausted, 3 mechanical lizards and 2 mechanical snakes charged at him. When Goryo fired at them, the 2 mechanical snakes and 2 mechanical lizards dodged. Only one of the mechanical lizards was shot in the head and lost its ability to fight. Goryo kept firing while dodging. Although the remaining 2 robot lizards and snakes were killed one after another, more robots joined the fray during this time. Goryo's experience was limited, and he wasn't as experienced as Pastura and Fu Qingqing. At the very least, he wasn't as mentally prepared in a situation like this. After narrowly dodging the robot snake's venom and the robot lizard's laser bullets, a robot sand scorpion swung its hooked tail at Goryo. Bang! The robot sand scorpion's head exploded and its hooked tail slowed down. Goryo dodged the attack. Bang, bang, bang. After the robot sand scorpion, the robot animals surrounding Goryo were shot in the head one after another. Thanks. Goryo took the opportunity to thank Xilan. Xilan's gun didn't stop firing, and the explosions didn't stop at all. With Xilan as a factor, Pastura's trio's bullets arrived, while the other robots and robot animals were focused on Xilan. A robot could dodge a bullet from one of Pastura's trio, but couldn't dodge all three of them. At the very least, it wasn't possible right now. The 100 or so robots and robot animals had dwindled to a little over 20, and their numbers were decreasing with every passing second. The robot eagle looked into the distance and saw an army heading their way. They couldn't drag this out any longer, and judging from the current situation, these people weren't going to trade the formula. The robot eagle shook its wings and grabbed the transparent pods in its hands. Since you're not sincere, then, actually, the mechanical eagle wanted to see the expressions on the faces of Celine and the others when they personally witnessed the miserable state of the two old fellows locked inside the transparent pods being crushed into minced meat. But before it could finish speaking, it heard two cracking sounds. When it looked over, the two big robots' hands that were originally holding onto the transparent pods were already gone, leaving behind only the crackling sounds of electricity at the front ends of their broken wrists. The gray shadow flashed past and charged towards Xilan, knocking away a few mechanical animals that were blocking its way along the way. Then, it landed on Xilan's shoulder and calmly licked its claws. Pastura and the others didn't see what happened just now. Pastura had received a secret order to keep the formula a secret, even if it meant sacrificing the two old academicians. Moreover, the culprit was to be captured and executed, so he was prepared to see a bloody scene. He didn't expect to see the two giant robots' arms missing their wrists when he turned around to look at them. Goryo and Fu Qingqing were a little stunned as well. There were only 7 or 8 mechanical beasts left now, and Xilan took out all of them during this gap. The robot eagle stared intently at Hui Mao, who was licking its paws and wiping its face on Xilan's shoulder. It couldn't understand why the cat would suddenly appear without a sound. Logically speaking, no living creature should be able to escape its detection, but this cat had subverted everything it knew. Moreover, the two robot arms and the transparent pods had suddenly disappeared. The robot eagle couldn't figure out what was going on no matter how hard it thought about it. Is it also a mechanical type? No. The results of a spectral analysis are different from these evolved machines. But why do I feel like something's wrong? Bang! The protective light shield in front of the mechanical eagle blocked Xilan's incoming bullets and pulled the mechanical eagle's attention back to the front. The eagle had to admit that Xilan's gun was very threatening. It would have been a pile of scrap metal by now if it wasn't for the beam shield. The feathers under its wings turned into propellers, and the eagle took to the sky. The two robots slowly transformed into fighter jets and took to the sky. Boom! Boom! The two beams of light hit the two big robots, and the two big robots that were shot fell to the ground, causing a small storm to rise. The other beam that was shot at the eagle was dodged by the eagle, but the eagle was hit by 5 consecutive bullets from Xilan, who was flying over on a hoverboard. The bullets didn't hit the eagle directly, but hit the protective light shield around the eagle instead. However, the vibrations caused by the shield lowered the eagle's agility, and Pastura fired a lightning net at it. The electric net wrapped the whole eagle inside, and the protective light shield gradually faded under the use of the electric net. The eagle let out a loud cry, and Xilan and Pastura swiftly retreated. As expected, the robot eagle exploded the next moment, and the shockwave from the explosion pushed Xilan far away. Fortunately, Xilan's body was strong, or he would have broken his bones and tendons. Xilan turned around to look at Pastura. Fine, the guy has protective gear. There's no need to worry at all. Xilan landed on the ground, swaying unsteadily. Use this thing less in the future. It's not good, Pastura said. To Pastura, hoverboards were something for kids to play with. They could only be used to look cool, and their extremely low stability made them useless on the battlefield. That was why he didn't recommend Sillin to use them all the time. Sillin nodded in agreement, but he had a different thought in his mind. He was used to hoverboards, and the one he was riding on was something he'd modified himself. Although it looked like a normal flying toy to others, Sillin still liked it a lot. It was convenient and had a lot of freedom. Hui Mao spat out the thing in his mouth. Hui Mao's mouth suddenly grew very big when he spat it out, but it only lasted for a very short time. The thing quickly returned to its original size after he spat out. Pastura and the others only saw a gray blur before the two hands holding the translucent pods popped out. There were even a few pieces of undigested sea beast meat stuck to them. Goryo and Fu Qingqing's faces contorted when they saw it. Pastura still had a stern expression on his face, but the corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch a little when he saw it. Disgusting. The two old academicians were still unconscious inside the pods. Pastura opened the pods and checked their condition. They're not in any danger. They'll be fine after an injection. Pastura started inspecting the surroundings after he said that. The machines that kept emitting static noises were strewn all over the ground. Right now, all Pastura wanted to do was ask Guanfeng for permission to use the Purgatory Thunder Snake K again. Every time he saw the Purgatory Thunder Snake K, he felt that the Purgatory Thunder Snake E was pretty slow. After the battle against the robots, he realized that the Purgatory Thunder Snake E couldn't keep up. Moreover, Guanfeng was starting to develop the Purgatory Thunder Snake S. They weren't going to use the Purgatory Thunder Snake E when the time came. It didn't take long for Xianxia to arrive with his men. He was the one who ordered the particle beams to shoot down the two giant robots. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Sillin was unharmed. He didn't really care about the two old academicians' safety. Pastura's communicator suddenly rang while he was observing the situation on the ground. The fact that his communicator was ringing meant that the network had more or less recovered. Captain, something's happened here. Fu Qingqing and Goryo also received messages while Pastura was answering the call. Both of them reported the same thing. Something had happened at Stappen's place. There is no doubt that Sillin was the focal point of this incident, but a lot of people had forgotten about Stappen. Even if Stappen was in the same building as the people from the RAS, something had still gone wrong when both the Imperial United Guard and the Royal Guard were watching over him. To think that the people under their protection would still be threatened by an outsider. One had to admire the robots' capabilities. When they were discovered inside the building, the academicians and scholars of the RAS and Stappen in the next room had passed out and were in a deep coma. Tests revealed that they had been hypnotized and a lot of information had been leaked. Although it couldn't be said to be extremely important, the information they possessed couldn't be underestimated. As for Stappen, Sillin could understand why the robots were looking for him. It was true that Sillin was the only one present who knew about the latest C blue gold formula, but Stappen was the one who had discovered the formula in the first place. Since they couldn't get the formula from Sillin, they might as well start with Stappen. With Black Viper's intelligence, it was only natural that they would be able to analyze a couple of new C blue gold formulas based on Stappen's research methods. As for the best formula, the one that came from the Sea King egg, he didn't know if it would work. Of course, one thing was for sure. The people of the RES would be very busy after today. They would use every second they had to research C blue gold and prevent themselves from falling behind Black Viper. It would be a huge embarrassment if the RAS's research on C blue gold fell behind Black Vipers when the time came. At the same time, in space outside the planet, a robot that looked similar to a mechanical eagle revealed itself from stealth at a certain distance away from the military starship stationed outside the planet. A spaceplane revealed itself in front of it, and before the military starships could react, the mechanical eagle flew into the spaceplane. Then, the spaceplane entered stealth mode again and left the area at top speed. Sillin didn't need to worry about the spaceplane outside the planet. That was something the military and the higher-ups of both sides would discuss in depth. After being asked a few standard questions, Sillin was arranged to enter a building. Of course, it wasn't the original building. The original building had been reduced to rubble during the battle between the military and the robots. His return date had been pushed back by 2 days. Sillin lay on his bed and closed his eyes to rest. Fighting against the robots was too mentally exhausting, and he had to calculate and counter-calculate every second of the day. Now that he had finally relaxed, he unsurprisingly felt a lot of fatigue. After Huimao walked around the room, he opened his mouth and spat out an egg. This was the sea monster egg that he used as a toy to relieve his boredom. At that time, in order to cooperate with Sillin's actions, he couldn't bear to put the egg down, so he swallowed it directly. Huimao originally thought that it would be fine if the egg was digested, but he didn't expect that the egg would still be in good condition. The outer layer of attachment had been digested, and the eggshell had become a lot smoother, but it was still intact. It's really hard to digest. Huimao pushed the egg with his claws. Without the attachment, the egg rolled on the ground. After playing with the egg for a while, Huimao jumped onto Sillin's shoulder and closed his eyes as if he was taking a nap. But in fact, Huimao and Sillin were communicating. The people monitoring them couldn't detect the silent interaction between the man and the cat at all. The moment these robots appeared, Sillin felt a sense of familiarity. Many of these robots had independent thoughts, especially the one leading them. Aside from their metal bodies, their thoughts were closer to that of humans. They had their own expressions and emotions, and they knew anger. Their rich emotions made Sillin think that he was reminded of Sigma, who lived in a distant galaxy. Huimao's guess was proven right. Every type of machine could be deduced based on their mechanical language. If he were to use the human evolutionary tree as a comparison, then even if the robots and mechanical beasts didn't belong to the same branch, they all originated from the same starting point. It was the same starting point as Sigma. In other words, Sigma's master was indeed in this star system. Many years had passed, and Sigma's master was long gone. However, there was still his legacy. But was the descendant of Sigma's master really in Black Viper? Back in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, Sillin hadn't discovered anything about Sigma's master. Sillin even went through some historical records, but he couldn't find anything. At one point, Sillin even suspected that this galaxy was the one Sigma spoke of. Now, it seemed that he was right. The Mechanical Eagle's final cry was to confirm whether the operation against Stappen on the other side was going smoothly or not. After receiving confirmation that everything was going well, the Mechanical Eagle decisively self-destructed. Are we really going to stand against Sigma's master, Sillin? Huimao asked. He didn't like the robots and mechanical beasts in the slightest. It was the complete opposite of how he felt when he first saw Sigma. Sigma would make him want to get close to them, but these robots made him seriously sick to his stomach. I don't know yet, but I'm sure we'll find out in the future, Sillin said. Huimao let out a long sigh. What if he couldn't stop himself from killing the descendant of Sigma's master if we really did end up as enemies? Sillin patted Huimao's shoulder and said, All right, don't think too much. We don't know anything yet, so don't worry yourself. The next 2 days were relatively quiet, so Sillin didn't have to worry too much. Right now, the busiest people in the RAS were the ones with the most work. The incident this time had given the RAS a wake-up call, and the research of both information technology and new materials was of the utmost urgency. If they couldn't produce results soon, the robots would slip away right under their noses again. The top brass of the RAS had called for an emergency meeting after this incident, but Sillin didn't know the specifics of the meeting. He didn't care to know either. Right now, Sillin was going back with 3 armies. Why 3 armies? Because other than the Imperial Guards and Imperial Guards, Xianxia and the Jin family were also going with him. A lot of people were starting to think about why the Jin family wouldn't leave their side. Guanfeng hadn't contacted Sillin during this time. It was very strange. In the past, Guanfeng would have contacted Sillin at least once. This time, however, Sillin couldn't reach him even if he wanted to. Sillin finally learned the reason why he couldn't contact Guanfeng all this time after he arrived at AF1. Xianxia and his men were restricted to a certain extent in AF1, so he only brought a few people with him. The rest of them waited at the designated location. The first thing Sillin did after he returned to AF1 was to find Guanfeng. Sillin felt an oppressive chill before he even entered the house. He shot a glance at Xianxia, who was pretending to know nothing, and finally opened the door to the courtyard. The moment he stepped inside, the ring on Silen's finger started vibrating. It was numb and painful, as if it had been electrocuted, but it didn't feel like it was in danger. In fact, it felt like it couldn't wait any longer. This was the first time the ring with the curly leaf pattern had reacted like this since he got it for so many years. The door to Guanfeng's residence was kicked open from the inside with a bang. The entire electronic door was sent flying. Xianxia and a couple of Jin family members who were standing behind Silen shuddered and backed away when they heard the door being kicked open. "Jin Liao, this is my territory. How dare you kick open my door in my territory?" Guanfeng's roar came from inside the residence. Guanfeng had always been a gentleman in front of outsiders. He always wore a smile on his face, but the roar had shattered his gentlemanly image to smithereens. After the door was kicked open, a white-haired figure appeared. His figure was tall and straight, and he didn't look crooked or decrepit at all. When Silen saw the person standing at the door, he felt like he was seeing Xianxia again. However, this person's aura was too strong. The sharpness of his aura, which had been accumulated over the years, was so strong that no one dared to look him in the eye. Xianxia's aura was as gentle as a warm breeze on a sunny day. Their faces were similar, but their styles were completely different. Jin Liao was sitting on the sofa in Guanfeng's living room, sipping tea and exchanging insults with Guanfeng. Suddenly, his finger trembled. How many years had it been since he felt something like this? When they were young, their father had given them 3 rings and put them on. When they put on the rings, and the rings turned into a circle of curly leaf patterns on their fingers, he had felt something like this. There was a time when Jin Liao thought that he would never feel something like this again. After their sister passed away for some reason, Jin Liao would often stare blankly at the curly leaf patterns on his fingers. At the time, Jin Liao had already abdicated his position, and had experienced a sorrow he had never experienced before. Every time the gears of time moved, it was like the teeth of the gears were pressing into his heart. Every time he thought about it, he could always see the clear imprint of the gears. It was an unforgettable memory of the passage of time. Therefore, when this feeling appeared on his finger again, Jin Liao had the urge to cry. However, the person standing not far away from him didn't look like the person he remembered. Although Jin Liao had investigated Silen and analyzed Silen's genotype, this contradictory feeling was still very uncomfortable. Is he gone? It's been so many years, and the ring has changed owners. Jin Liao strode towards Silen while suppressing his uneven breathing. After glancing at the curly leaf pattern on Silen's finger, he grabbed Silen by the shoulder and dragged him into the house. Xianxia and the others were about to follow him in, but Jin Liao's shout jolted them back to their senses. Guanfeng watched as Jin Liao dragged his student into a room and slammed the door shut with a bang. He opened his mouth, cursed under his breath, and turned his attention to Xianxia and the others who were standing in the yard. They started talking about the compensation for his house and the mental damage he had suffered. Silen didn't fight back, even though he was dragged into the room by the collar. He thought that the man in front of him was way too different from Xianxia, and that Xianxia wouldn't have grabbed someone like this back in the day. It was only after Jin Liao dragged Silen into the room that he realized that the room was Guanfeng's spare kitchen. Jin Liao found the pots and pans in the room an eyesore, so he grabbed them all, squeezed them into a ball, opened the window, and tossed them out. After he was done, Jin Liao opened a barrier and turned the room into a small cubicle that couldn't be seen or heard from the outside. "You!" Jin Liao was so excited that he couldn't utter a "you" for a very long time. In the end, he grabbed Silen's collar and he shook it a little. "Speak, Silen. Come on. What do you want me to say? I don't know anything about the Jin family." After a moment of thought, Silen said, "Ahem, my master left this ring to me after he passed away." "Your master is Xianxia?" Jin Liao's voice was trembling and a little hoarse. He looked like he was trying to suppress something. Silen nodded. Although he was mentally prepared, Jin Liao still couldn't stop the tears from welling up in his eyes when he heard that Xianxia had passed away. He took a few deep breaths to hold back his tears and asked, "Did he leave anything behind?" "Yes, my master hoped that he could return to his roots." Sillin took out the wooden coffin with a wave of his hand. The coffin was still tightly sealed, but Jin Liao could sense that the person inside was Xianxia. He could sense that the person inside the coffin, made of Fuji tree, shared the same bloodline as him. Jin Liao's expression changed abruptly when he put his finger on the coffin. He swiftly put away the coffin, grabbed a sad Sillin, and kicked the door open. Guanfeng and Jin Xianxia were in the middle of discussing compensation when they saw Jin Liao run like the wind and drive away in the flying cart Jin Xianxia had come in. He didn't even leave Jin Xianxia behind. The people in the courtyard were left standing there in a daze. Chapter 257. Sillin knew that Jin Liao was very agitated. He didn't loosen his grip on Sillin's collar, even after he had jumped onto the flying car. Moreover, his legs had been trembling ever since he sat down. It was obvious that he was in a hurry and didn't want to deal with the people chasing after him. In the affiliated schools, no matter whose flying car it was, except for the flying cars driven by the campus patrol team, which were allowed to exceed the speed limit under certain special circumstances, other people were not allowed to do so. However, not only did Jin Liao increase his flying car's speed to its maximum, he even took a few shortcuts to minimize the distance between 2 points. Jin Liao turned a deaf ear to the campus patrol team and a bunch of Euroists that were following behind him. Perhaps it was because the school patrol team and the enforcement robots were too annoying, but Jin Liao directly contacted the higher-ups of the affiliated schools. He didn't care what the other side of the call would say. He cut off the call right away and ignored the angry faces of the people on the other end of the line. Half a minute later, the campus patrol team and the law enforcement robot were retrieved. Therefore, when the group of people from the affiliated school saw the flying car flying past them without any regard for order, they all had the same thought: why aren't there any pursuers? Many people in the affiliated schools had raced before and were often hauled away by the school patrol team and the enforcement robots for punishment. But this flying car was too fucking arrogant. Some of the students even sent a video of the incident to the affiliated school's main surveillance center to report it, but all of them shut up when they saw the flying car. When Jin Liao drove the flying car to the port, a large space plane with the Jin family's insignia was already waiting for him. The door opened, and Jin Liao drove the flying car inside. The space plane quickly took off. Jin Liao didn't loosen his grip on Sillin's collar, even after he got off the flying car and walked into his private lounge. It was as if Sillin would run away the moment he let go. He didn't say anything or explain himself. His violent aura made it clear to everyone who saw Jin Liao that the former King Fuji was in an irritable and impatient mood. No one was stupid enough to walk up to him and get scolded. The space plane flew directly to the territory of the Jin family in the imperial capital. There was a planet there where King Fuji's manor was located. The people living on that planet were all important figures of the Jin family, such as Jin Liao, Jin Xianxia, and Jin Xingming. The planet where King Fuji's residence was located was called Planet Fuji. From space, the entire planet appeared green, like a forest, and also like a lake. It looked full of life. The space plane landed in a corner of the palace. Jin Liao couldn't wait to drag Sillin back to a courtyard inside the palace. The courtyard was Jin Liao's residence after he retired. It wasn't far from the current King Fuji's residence, and it was the most heavily guarded place. Although the guards were curious about Sillin's identity, they kept their expressions serious and focused when they saw Jin Liao dragging Sillin into the courtyard. Although the guards were curious about Sillin's identity, they didn't bother to look to the side. There was a thick tree inside Jin Liao's courtyard. It was a tree that Sillin was very familiar with. He had come into contact with it since he was a child. It was called Fuji, the upper tree. It was similar to the one in Jinya's courtyard, but this one was much thicker and more lush. It was a far cry from the one Jin Liao had seen before. Jin Liao dismissed all the servants and left the courtyard to his trusted aides. He finally let go of Sillin, and Sillin rubbed his neck. He didn't even need to look to know that there was a mark on his neck. The old man might be old, but he was strong enough to wring a person like a chick. Jin Liao pressed a switch on the wall, and a green pool appeared on the ground. Jin Liao took out the coffin and carefully placed it into the pool. As soon as the coffin came into contact with the water in the pool, a large amount of air bubbles appeared around the originally tightly sealed coffin. The lid of the coffin loosened at the same time. Sillin stared at the pond without blinking. She seemed to have sensed what was going to happen next, and her emotions rippled in a rare way. The gray cat carefully poked its head out from Sillin's shoulder. The old man's series of excited actions earlier had left the gray cat unsure of how to react, so it could only grab Sillin tightly and allow itself to be brought to this place. Since the old man didn't say anything and didn't toss it out, and the guards outside didn't react, the gray cat naturally followed them to this place. Of course, Hui Mao was aware of the changes in Sillin's heart rate, so was curious as to what the old man was going to do. Hui Mao already knew that there was a person lying inside the coffin. Was the old man going to perform an autopsy? Plop! The lid of the coffin finally broke free from the bottom and floated up. The boiling water pushed the lid to the side, revealing the person lying inside. The person soaking in the pool looked exactly the same as he remembered. He looked very peaceful, just like when Sillin had placed him in the coffin. The only difference was that Sillin could sense Jinya's life force. No wonder Jinya had asked Sillin to bury him like this. No wonder Jin Liao jumped into the pool with trembling hands, took out a tube, and injected it into Jinya's body. Jinya's life force quickly returned to normal after the injection, and his heartbeat grew stronger and stronger. Jinya hadn't died yet. It was just that Jinya had caused his metabolism to almost completely stop in the past, putting him in a state of suspended animation. However, under the stimulation of this plant hormone extracted from the Fuji tree, his stagnant metabolism would restart. As long as he was taken care of properly, his bodily functions would gradually recover. Jin Liao tossed the empty tube to the side and made a sound that sounded like he was crying and laughing at the same time. Jin Liao's back was facing Sillin, so Sillin couldn't see his expression. However, he could sense his emotions from the rhythm of his breathing. Both of them were in the same mood. Jinya floated up from the pool, and Jin Liao carefully placed him into a recovery pod. The pod would automatically provide the optimal ratio of air and nutrients according to the patient's physical condition and physiological needs. Sillin and Jin Liao watched quietly from the side. Neither of them made a sound, and the only sound in the room was the sound of the healing pods and the sound of Wheeze scratching itself with its head tilted to one side. An hour later, the indicator light of the recovery pod turned from red to green. It was also at this time that Jinya opened his eyes. The lid of the recovery pod opened, and Jinya's eyes darted around to see the two people in front of him. At first, he was a little dazed, as if he couldn't see them clearly. However, his eyes gradually adapted to the light and regained their ability to see. Sillin. His voice carried the hoarseness of someone who had just recovered from a long illness, but it was as amiable as before. Time seemed to have returned to the courtyard filled with memories. He was lying on the wooden rocking chair under the Fuji tree, making the chair creak as it swayed. In the fine light that sprinkled through the gaps between the leaves, he slowly muttered, "Sillin, help Master get a bottle of alcohol, something strong. Sillin, help Master massage his back. He's getting old, and it's easy for his back to hurt after lying down for too long. Sillin, help Master." Sillin was so touched that he wanted to cry when he heard that voice again after so long. He covered his burning eyes with his hands, but he couldn't help but look through the gaps between his fingers at the person lying in the recovery pod. It's so good to be alive. Hui Mao blinked and looked at the person lying in the pod. Then, he looked at the old man with a dark expression and bulging veins on his forehead. He wagged his tail and chuckled inwardly. The old man had been ignored. Jin Liao was furious. Hadn't he rushed back to the Jin family from the affiliated school in order to revive Jinya as soon as possible? The bastard was still as heartless as he was when he was young. Jin Liao wanted to bang his head against the wall the moment he opened his mouth. He was expecting Jinya to call him brother in excitement, but he didn't expect Jinya to call him Sillin instead. In that moment, Jin Liao felt like he had been reduced to the background of a black and white sketch. Jinya's gaze finally landed on Jin Liao, whose face was contorted in anger. He was silent for half a minute before he finally called out, "Big brother," in a questioning tone. Jinya was still young when he left, and Jin Liao was still in the prime of his youth. Who would have thought that the next time they met, they would both be old men? But blood was a strange thing. Even though they were both old and far from their youthful selves, it was still easy to feel the bond of blood at first glance. Jinya smiled before Jin Liao could answer. He was now sure that the person standing in front of him was his own older brother, Jin Liao, who had been raised as the heir. So many years had passed, and Jin Liao hadn't succeeded to the throne yet. Now that they met again, Jin Liao had already stepped down. Although Silin really wanted to chat with Jinya, judging from the current situation, it was better for him to back out. Some secrets were brought up again, and it wasn't convenient for Silin to listen to them. "Silin, I'll come find you later," Jinya said to Silin. "All right." Silin carried Hui Mao out the door. The guard at the door glanced at Silin and was about to question him when Jin Liao's voice came from inside the house. "Take him to rest." An old servant walked over with a wide smile on his face. He led Silin to another room in the courtyard to rest. "Silin, I didn't expect your master to be a member of the Jin family. He's royalty and the younger brother of the old King Fuji. We won't have to worry about money in the future." Silin was treated very well in this place. The old servant who served Jin Liao treated Silin like he was his own grandson. Although he was an old servant, he had served Jin Liao for a very long time, and his status in the Jin family was very special. Sometimes the side branches of the Jin family had to use honorifics when they saw the old servant. Even Jin Xingming didn't dare to order the old servant around. It was obvious how rare it was for the old servant to treat Silin like this. It was already the next day when Silin saw Jinya again. Jinya talked about the ownership of the ring. Although the ring could only be owned by someone of noble status and the Jin family's bloodline, it was still a matter for the older generation. Jin Liao didn't object to Jinya's decision to leave the ring to Silin. Without Silin, today's reunion wouldn't have happened, so Jin Liao was very grateful to Silin. After Jinya left, he wandered the world for a very long time. He never married, and he didn't have any descendants even now. Although technology could be used to create a descendant, it wasn't something that could be produced in a short period of time. The fact that Jinya left the ring that symbolizes extraordinary status in the Jin family to Silin instead of his own descendant meant that Silin's special status was officially recognized. This meant that Silin had a status that was even more special than the old servant in the Jin family. Apart from the fact that he didn't have the right to inherit the throne, he was treated the same as Jin Xingming and the other princes, if not better. After all, Silin had two elders who were even older than him standing behind him. Jinya used to own a large manor, but he didn't live there for long before an accident happened. Now that he was standing in this manor again, he felt a deep sense of nostalgia. From this day onwards, Jinya and Silin would live in this manor. If Jinya passed away in the future, everything here would be inherited by Silin. Jinya left more than half of his subordinates and belongings to Silin. The rest of the things that were too close to the Jin family were given to Jin Liao. After being away for so long, Jinya was no longer competitive. He had spent the best years of his life wandering the world, and he was content to return to the place where he started before he truly passed away. There was a 1,000-year-old Fuji tree in the manor that covered half of the yard. It was like an enlarged version of the courtyard in his memory. Jinya once said that Fuji trees were sentient. They were more like a species that existed between an animal and a plant. Although Fuji trees didn't move around as often as the plants that Silin had seen before, they basically wouldn't move away after taking root in one place. They stood there for hundreds of thousands of years. In the entire empire, Fuji trees would only grow luxuriantly where the Jin family lived. Even if they were transplanted to other places, even if they were provided with superior conditions, they would never grow as well as the Jin family's Fuji trees. There were many 1,000-year-old Fuji trees similar to the one in the courtyard on the planet where Prince Fuji's manor was located. They were luxuriant with leaves, and it was hard to tell that they had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. However, they had indeed lived through the vicissitudes of life. They had witnessed the Jin family's development over the past 1,000 years, the passing of generations, the retirement of the older generation, and the rise of the new. Silin supported Xianxia and walked in front of the Fuji tree. Its thick trunk and sturdy roots showed just how long it had been alive. Xianxia stared at the courtyard and the ancient tree in his memory for a long time. They had caused hundreds of years of time and space to condense here. Outside the courtyard, there were interwoven roads and pavilions that rose continuously. There were also flying cars and aircrafts in the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Xianxia had only just recovered from a long illness, so he returned to his room to rest after a short walk in the courtyard, leaving Silin to walk the cat in the courtyard. Huimao was very excited. He jumped from branch to branch like a pine tree, sometimes swaying on a branch and rushing to the top of the tree to enjoy himself. Silin, Silin. Huimao ran over excitedly and jumped on his Silin's shoulder. Does that mean we're rich now? Of course. Huimao knew that Xianxia had left a lot of his assets to Silin. Huimao used the word we, which was a very subtle word. It seemed like this guy had always tied himself to Silin. If Silin was rich, it was rich too, because whatever it wanted, Silin would buy. Huimao started thinking about what it wanted to buy. Fish biscuits and all-fish combo weren't what Huimao wanted the most right now. What Huimao wanted the most was a fish pond. Huimao's wish came true the next day. It mentioned it to Yunyi during dinner that night. So, the next day, when it jumped out of the window and was about to stretch, it found a fish pond. It was a 200-square-meter fish pond that Xianxia had ordered to be built overnight. With the help of the digging robots, the pond was completed in one night. Currently, there were some fish swimming leisurely in the pond. Huimao circled around the pond, patrolling his territory. After some thought, Huimao rolled the egg that he hadn't eaten all this time over, grabbed it, and pushed it directly into the pond. This egg needs to hatch, doesn't it? Will the egg hatch if we just push in like that? Yuan Xingming asked from not far away. After learning that Silin had become a member of the Zhen family, Zhen Xingming decisively skipped class and went home under the pretense of visiting his elders. Really? Huimao flicked his ears when he heard Zhen Xingming's words. Then, he jumped back into the pond unwillingly and tossed the egg back up. Zhen Xingming was very worried that the egg would break when he saw Huimao tossing it around like a ball. All right, I heard that your teacher is pretty angry, Silin. Zhen Xingming turned to Silin. Many people knew that Guanfeng had a bad temper. He might look friendly normally, but it was very difficult to calm down once he was angry. Many people were guessing how Guanfeng would deal with Silin after what had happened to Silin. After all, it was a publicly known secret that Guanfeng and the Zhen family didn't get along. This was why none of Guanfeng's students were related to the Zhen family. However, Silin was an exception this time. Right now, Guanfeng's students were spread all over the major forces. The Zhen family was the only exception in the past, but that exception was gone now. Countless people were waiting to see Silin make a fool out of himself. Silin wasn't worried about this. Guanfeng wasn't stupid, and there were many things he knew about Silin and the Zhen family a long time ago. However, the fact that Guanfeng hadn't expressed his opinion or told Silin to cut ties with the Zhen family meant that Guanfeng didn't mind it at all. He wasn't like everyone else. The fact that Jin Liao was allowed into his house meant that Guanfeng wasn't completely cut off from the Zhen family. Jinya walked over slowly and smiled when he heard Zhen Xingming and Silin's conversation. Guanfeng, that guy's still as awkward as ever. It's been so many years, but he still can't let it go. Chapter 258. Guanfeng was from the same generation as Jinya and Zhen Liao. He was a famous person when he was young, and his fame was on par with Zhen Liao and the other royal descendants. The main reason Guanfeng disliked the Zhen family was because of Zhen Liao. The two of them hated each other since they were young. Guanfeng thought Zhen Liao was a boorish man who wore a noble's hat, but acted like a boorish man. Zhen Liao thought Guanfeng was a hypocrite. The two of them would fight each other every 2 or 3 days at the affiliated school. Guanfeng didn't care about Jin Liao's identity at all. Everyone's identities were much less important in the affiliated school, and strength was the only thing that mattered. Jin Liao was a lot stronger than Guanfeng in terms of physical fitness, but Guanfeng had become famous since a long time ago. Be it academics or shooting skills, he was the one who proposed the Purgatory Thunder Snake project when a lot of nobles were busy racing their girlfriends. The project was recognized as one of the projects with potential by the RAS, and it caused quite a stir. Both the military and the RAS invited him ahead of time. It could be said that the only person who dared to beat up Guanfeng was the brute Jin Liao, and Guanfeng did suffer a lot at Jin Liao's hands. But after Guanfeng developed the Purgatory Thunder Snake, he turned the tables around. Ever since then, the two of them had been competing against each other and slandering each other. At first, they had Xianxia to mediate between them. After all, Xianxia was a nice guy back in the day. But after Xianxia's accident, their relationship soured even further, and it looked like they would never see each other again. Back then, a lot of nobles and Jin Liao bullied non-noble people like Guanfeng, but they couldn't stop Guanfeng's monstrous talent. Gradually, some of them gave up. After Guanfeng became a prince's shooting instructor, those who spoke ill of him behind his back shut their mouths. Then, the prince who was taught shooting by Guanfeng took over the throne. Those people buried their resentment towards Guanfeng even deeper. There were a lot of nobles who disliked Guanfeng, and some of them had even been scolded by Guanfeng with a gun to their heads. Otherwise, why would there be so many people fanning the flames every time something happened to Guanfeng? But none of them were able to shake his position and influence in the empire. As a shooting instructor who had taught many princes and a famous academician of the RAS, Jin Liao was the only one who dared to criticize Guanfeng openly. As a result, the entire Mist Bodhisattva Empire learned of the grudge between the two. However, from the looks of it, the relationship between the two of them wasn't as bad as it seemed on the surface. Sillin could feel the familiarity in Xianxia's words. Actually, the other reason is because of Guanfeng's face, Xianxia said with a smile. Back in the day, Guanfeng was very popular. Many noble girls fell in love with him at first sight, which is why most of the people who dislike him are males. Also, Guanfeng still looked so young, but were clearly old. Jin Xingming was massaging Xianxia's shoulders in a fawning manner while listening to his grandfather's embarrassing past. Jin Xingming nodded in agreement when he heard Xianxia's words. Guanfeng did have a pretty good face, but the owner of this face was clearly his grandfather's generation, and yet he still looked the same as the younger generations. It would be strange if he didn't attract jealousy. Xianxia sat on a wooden chair next to a tree and smiled benevolently as he recounted the events of the past. These were very precious memories for Xianxia, and he was more than happy to share them with his juniors. The current rocking chair was made by Jin Liao using 1,000-year-old Fuji wood. In terms of wood quality, it was much better than the wooden rocking chair in the small courtyard on planet Brown Earth. In Jin Liao's words, it could prolong one's life, and it was very suitable for Xianxia's current physical condition. It was a similar scene, but it was in two different places. Jin Xingming massaged Xianxia's shoulders while Sillin massaged his legs. After all, he had been in hibernation for many years, and he was getting on in years, so it would take him a while to return to his normal state. Hui Mao rolled the egg to the wooden rocking chair next to Xianxia's. Then, he lay on the egg and wagged his tail lazily. His ears twitched from time to time as he listened to Xianxia's stories and the movements in the fish pond. Sillin stayed in this courtyard for the next few days. Guanfeng stopped by once to meet an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. Then, he left after staying for half a day without telling Sillin to return to school. He tossed a couple of reference books and tutorials at Sillin and told him to finish reading them. A couple of basic exams will be taking place very soon, and Guanfeng's student couldn't afford to fail any of them. Right now, Guanfeng was busy with the development of Purgatory Thunder Snake S. Unlike other researchers, Guanfeng liked to think alone when he was researching something. Therefore, he didn't have time to worry about Sillin until the Purgatory Thunder Snake S was released. Sillin had to rely on himself for everything. Don't ask me to plead on behalf of your teacher if you don't do well. I can't bring myself to do that. If you really do fail, you'll have to end your own life. Guanfeng's smile was unusually friendly when he said this. Jin Xingming hid behind Jinya's back and was glad that he was from AF3, unlike Silin. No one from the Jin family who wasn't close to the family had come to visit them for the past few days. At first, a lot of people wanted to curry favor with Jinya after learning of his existence. After all, Jinya was able to sway Jin Liao's decision with a single word, and his influence was undoubtedly much greater than Jin Xingqian's, even though he was still a prince. Who wouldn't want to suck up to such a thick thigh? Although they did want to curry favor with Jinya, they still had to put on a nice front. For example, they could use filial piety as an excuse. However, Jin Liao waved his hand and said, "Cut the bullshit." And so, everyone quieted down. The Jin family's social network had been broken by Jinya. Many of his old acquaintances were no longer around, and the younger generation had their own interactions. Jinya didn't want to get involved. Jinya was currently recuperating, and he preferred peace and quiet. It was best if he didn't meet any random people in front of him. Jinya didn't want Silin to stay by his side all the time. He was a young man, and a young man should act like a young man. In Jinya's eyes, Silin was too quiet and rational since he was young. Jinya hoped that Silin could cause as much trouble as Jin Xingming did. In the past, Jinya was alone, and he might not have been able to protect Silin if something happened to him. But now that he was back at home, he had the power to do so. He actually hoped that Silin could cause a little trouble like Jin Xingming did. One day, Jin Xingming ran into some kind of trouble and sought refuge at Jinya's place. It didn't take long for Bell and Oligenuo to find him and discuss leaving the imperial capital to have some fun. After all, the semester exams were over. Although he had passed the passing line by flying at a low altitude, he had still passed the exam. It didn't matter how many points he got. Therefore, the three of them decided to go out and celebrate. Jin Xingming could also avoid his father's punishment. After all, he couldn't hide in Jinya's place forever. Even if his father didn't say anything, his grandfather would fly into a rage and punish him even more severely. Jinya told Silin to tag along when he learned about this. Silin had read most of the tutorials Guanfeng had given him, and it was nothing for someone with a good memory. To show his support, Jinya gave Silin a huge sum of money and told him to buy whatever Silin thought and play whatever he wanted. There is no need for him to be stingy or afraid of trouble. At the same time, he gave Jin Xingming some pocket money. Bell and Oligenuo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Wouldn't they be over the moon if they had a relative like this? Grandpa, too. You really are my real grandpa. Jin Xingming put away the money and smiled so widely that his eyes turned into slits. Jinya knocked Jin Xingming's head with a smile. Your grandpa will spank your ass until it bleeds if he finds out. Jin Xingming winked at him. Then don't let him find out. While they were discussing where to go to celebrate, Bell's younger sister, the girl known as King Kong Xianxia, came over as well. Xianxia behaved quite appropriately and even brought a few small gifts. They were all tonics. Moreover, there were some fish that were specially prepared for Huimao. However, most of them were ornamental fish. After learning that there was a fish pond here, Xianxia spent a lot of effort to get her hands on a few rare species. They looked extremely beautiful, and many high nobles liked to decorate their homes with them. However, in Huimao's opinion, what was the point of having beautiful fish? It was fine as long as they tasted good. Therefore, when Xianxia brought out the fish, Huimao swallowed one and smacked his lips with a look of disdain. Xianxia's eyes twitched uncontrollably at the sight. Xianxia immediately contacted someone and told them a few species of fish for them to be sent over as soon as possible. Xianxia had nothing better to do at school right now, and the lectures of the academicians were like heavenly books to her. When she learned that Bell and Oligenuo had come looking for Jin Xingming, she immediately understood that the three of them were planning to escape again. That was why she rushed over and forcefully joined them. No matter what Bell said, she wouldn't go back to AF3 no matter what. She was bored to death at AF3, and she couldn't go to AF1 to play with King Kong and the others all the time. She might as well go out and relax. If the two up there find out, they're going to scold me again. Bell was very reluctant. His mother always blamed him for Xianxia's crooked appearance. It was such an injustice. No, they won't. I'll report it to them when the time comes, Xianxia said indifferently. Bell curled his lips. What's the point of reporting it? I'll still be the one taking the blame in the end. All right. Xianxia suddenly remembered something and clapped her hands excitedly. Let's go to Nami's place. I want to order a flying car. I heard that they're developing a new model, so I'm going to get one myself. Did Nami run away too? Jen Xingming asked. He ran away a long time ago. He ran away right after the semester exams were over and before the results were out. I suspect that he's hiding something from us. Xianxia said. Oliganuo nodded in agreement. Yes, he deserves to be punished. How unkind of him to run away when there's something good to do. Jen Xingming knew that Sillin didn't know Nami, so he gave him a simple introduction. Nami was a direct descendant of the Sizer family. He was about the same age as Jen Xingming and the others, and he was also studying at AF3. However, just like Jen Xingming and the others, he spent a lot more time skipping classes than attending classes. The Sizer family, huh? Jinya thought for a moment. That family that's famous for making flying cars, isn't it? They're a good family. Grandpa, too. I'll pass on your compliment to them. I'm sure they'll be overjoyed to hear it, Jen Xingming said. Bootlicker, Xianxia muttered. It's better than a useless bootlicker. Jen Xingming was referring to the fish Hui Mao looked down upon by Xianxia. Jinya waved his hands when he saw that the two were about to start arguing again. All right. I'll give you two a mission this time. Jinya then turned to Sillin and said, Go with them to the Sizer family and order a flying car. We'll need it when we bring it back here. The Sizer family's custom-made flying cars are pretty good, and it's only natural for young people to need a flying car. Although it sounded like he was asking Bell, Xianxia, and the others to help Sillin look for a custom-made flying car, he was actually asking Bell and the others to hold the fort for Sillin. After all, Sillin wasn't a noble, and the Sizer family was a pretty influential noble family. Nobles were used to putting on airs and looking down on others in front of non-nobles. Jinya was afraid that Sillin would be at a disadvantage if he went to the Sizer family. Although they were good for nobles, they weren't stupid. Naturally, they understood the meaning behind Jinya's words. Don't worry, Grandpa too. Sillin is my brother. I'll never forgive anyone who dares to bully my brother. Jen Xingming promised again and again. Yeah, don't worry. No one will dare to bully us while we're here. Oliganuo also said. Bell had an odd look on his face. Actually, you shouldn't underestimate Sillin too much. We might even need Sillin's face when the time comes. What do you mean? Jinya asked curiously. Bell told him about the incident when he went to the 23rd star region to experience life. Jinya didn't know Fleeka. Fleeka didn't exist at the time of the incident, but after listening to Bell's explanation, he understood that Fleeka was a very important member of the Sizer family's flying car designers. He was also the backbone of the Sizer family and had a lot of say in important decisions. Jinya felt a lot more at ease now that he knew Fleeka. He was also glad that Sillin was able to get to know these important people. A person's influence wasn't limited to their personal strength. It was also related to the connections they held. At first, Jinya thought that Sillin was a taciturn person who didn't speak much or care much about anything, and that he would suffer a loss when it came to connections. He didn't think that Sillin was far more capable than he thought. Jinya was very pleased. He felt like his own child had grown up, and he was very proud of the fact that the little boy who was abandoned in the forest had slowly grown into a person who couldn't be underestimated. Okay. Jinya sighed emotionally for a moment before saying, Sillin, the thing on your finger represents me. You don't have to hide it when you need it. As a symbol of the Jin family, the leaf pattern on Sillin's finger was no less important than the one on Jen Xingming's wrist. Therefore, Jinya wanted to let Sillin know that he had the Jin family and the Fuji royal family behind him, and that he wasn't inferior to the nobles. After deciding to visit the Sizer family, the group prepared to depart immediately. However, Sillin was a little worried about Hui Mao. The person Xianxia contacted earlier had delivered a batch of fish to them. Unlike the ornamental fish they had received earlier, these fish were strong and practical. Many of these fish had sharp teeth, and some of them were poisonous. However, they tasted delicious if they were properly processed. They were fat, tender, and tasty. Hui Mao's eyes widened and his drool dripped as he stared at the fish jumping happily in the pond. This is what it means to store food. This is what it means to live. Hui Mao wanted nothing more than to jump into the pond and have intimate contact with these fish, but Sillin twisted the back of his neck to talk to him. At first, Hui Mao was planning to go for a stroll with Sillin, but Hui Mao changed his mind after seeing these fish. He decided to guard this fish pond and let Xianxia continue to fill it up. Then he would invite some of his friends from AF1 over for a gathering. Sillin was a little worried about Hui Mao's change of mind. The frequency at which Hui Mao's tail was wagging was enough to tell that he was up to something again. "That's enough, Sillin. Let we stay here and keep this old man company," Xianxia said. Sillin no longer objected since Xianxia had spoken. However, he still twisted Hui Mao's ear and gave him a bunch of instructions. Sillin knew Hui Mao's capabilities all too well. He wouldn't lose to Jin, Xingming, and the others in a fight. I know. Do you think I'm that kind of stupid cat?" Hui Mao promised. "You're that kind of stupid cat." However, Sillin didn't say this out loud. He only replied in his mind. After everything was settled, Sillin, Jin Xingming, and the others left the Imperial Star region for the Sizer family's headquarters. Inside Jinya's courtyard, Hui Mao walked around the fish pond. After thinking for a while, he finally ran up to Jinya, who was resting on a rocking chair with his eyes closed. He jumped onto Jinya's lap, found a comfortable position, and squatted down. Then he called out sweetly, "Master Grandpa, too." If Sillin was here, he would definitely have goosebumps all over his body. Jinya opened his eyes and looked at Hui Mao, who was looking at him expectantly. He smiled and scratched Hui Mao's chin. "What is it? Master Grandpa, too? Let's eat fish every day." "Sure. I want to eat the whole fish set meal, grilled fish burger," and Hui Mao used his claws to list out the menu he had been saving for the past few years. His eyes grew brighter and brighter as he spoke, and Jinya couldn't help but laugh. All right. I'll tell them to make it." These fish are all gone after we finish them. Master Grandpa, too. We need to keep replenishing them. Look at how smoothly this cat uses the word we. All right, I'll tell them. I'll have them deliver any fish you like. Hui Mao's grin almost reached his ears as he rubbed his head against Jinya's hand. "You really are my real grandpa, Jinya." Jinya was about to say something when he suddenly saw something out of the corner of his eye. He wasn't sure at first, but after a while, he was sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. That egg moved. Hui Mao was still immersed in his beautiful fantasy and didn't react immediately when he heard Jinya's words. That egg. Jinya pointed at the sea beast egg that Hui Mao had ignored for a long time. It moved on its own just now. Chapter 259. The Sizer family's headquarters were located in Star Region 9 of the Empire. Although the Sizer family was very influential in the Empire, and there were several families more famous than the Sizer family, the Sizer family was the most influential family in Star Region 9. After Sillin and the others entered Star Region 9, more than 90% of the media reports they came across were about the Sizer family, and 80% of them were about the same thing. The Winds of Freedom flying car race was sponsored by the Sizer family. It was a famous race in Star Region 9, and even the entire Mist Bodhisattva Empire. Rumor had it that the ancestors of the Sizer family had been besieged by a disaster before flying was as convenient as it was now. In the end, they sent out a small group of people to search for supplies in flying cars. The first time they tried, only half of the group made it back. The second time, they sent out another group of people to search for supplies, and then a third, a fourth. Finally, after risking their lives again and again to search for supplies, the Sizer family was able to survive. It was also because of this that flying cars became an indispensable tool for the Sizer family. The veracity of the story had yet to be verified, but it had to be said that the Sizer family had an extraordinary passion for flying cars. If a member of the Sizer family couldn't drive a flying car, then they had no right to stay in the family. For some reason, Those who couldn't drive a flying car would be ridiculed and ostracized by the entire family. Today, the Sizer family's Whirlwind flying car had become the most famous brand in the entire empire. It had also become a symbol of status for many people. If a nobleman who loved racing didn't own a Whirlwind, they would definitely be laughed at by many people. Those who couldn't afford a Whirlwind would always fantasize about when they could own one of their own. An ancestor of the Sizer family once said that he hoped that the first thing everyone thought of when they talked about flying cars would be Whirlwind. Today, this ancestor's wish was basically fulfilled. It had to be said that the Sizer family's Winds of Freedom flying car race had greatly increased Whirlwind's influence. The race was to prove that Whirlwind wasn't just for show. Whirlwind represented a philosophy, a pursuit, and more importantly, a skill. The Winds of Freedom didn't have a qualifier. Most of the participants were famous racers from other flying car races, including individuals and racing teams. The Sizer family would share a portion of the cost of modifying their cars, and they would also provide some parts for free. All participating cars and racers would wear the Whirlwind logo on their racers' uniforms. It was a golden brand. Whirlwind's influence was truly great. The prize money was generous, the reputation was guaranteed, and if a racer's design caught the eye of the Sizer family's eye, the Sizer family would buy it. There was no way Jin, Xingming, and the others would miss out on the Winds of Freedom. They had watched the entire process of the last Winds of Freedom race. Even now, they could still remember the excitement they felt when they watched the race. Sillin had only watched Yudo's race when it came to large-scale flying car races. As for the Winds of Freedom that Jin, Xingming, and the others mentioned, it was obvious that the scale and investment of this race was much larger than Yudo's Acerella race. Don't tell me that Kid Naimi left so early because of this? Oleganuo asked. Kenichi nodded. It's possible. It's a large-scale race his family is hosting. He has to go back to help, right? But isn't there still some time before the Winds of Freedom? It's too early for Naimi to go back, right after the semester exams. There's still a long time before the Winds of Freedom. Jin, Xingming, and Bell disagreed with Oleganuo's words. Based on their understanding of Naimi, the kid wouldn't be too enthusiastic if it was purely to help. In fact, he would delay it until the start of the race, just in time to watch the race. If that's the case, then why did Naimi run away in advance? Who knows? We'll meet that kid soon enough. We'll know when we ask him. Jin, Xingming, and the others flew straight to the Sizer family's headquarters on the space plane. The Sizer family's chief steward was very friendly when he saw Jin, Xingming, and the others. After all, they were all members of the royal family, and they were all familiar faces. The head steward was very curious about Sillin, but it wasn't his place to ask. A person who could come together with Jin, Xingming, and the others and act so casually must have a powerful background. The head steward sent someone to contact Naimi while he was receiving Jin, Xingming, and the others. Not long after, the Naimi that Jin, Xingming, and the others were talking about appeared before Sillin even finished his cup of tea. He looked like he had just woken up. His hair was a mess, and his clothes had been smoothed out by the servants at the last minute, but wrinkles were still visible. Naimi looked very lethargic. Naimi ran out while yelling, but his expression showed that he was surprised by Jin, Xingming, and the others' arrival. He looked like he had been constipated for a few days. Naimi greeted Jin, Xingming, and the others after he saw them. Then, he turned around on Sillin and pulled himself back into the chair like a spineless coward. Sillin learned how these people interacted with each other from Naimi's casual greeting. Jin, Xingming, and the others didn't reveal their royal status in front of Naimi either. What's wrong, Naimi? Bell asked. I heard that you came back as soon as the semester exams were over. Why are you in such a hurry? There's still time before the flying car race. Don't mention it. Naimi waved a hand and said weakly, For years ago, they said that I was too young to drive a flying car, so I wasn't allowed to participate in the race. That's why I tried my best to participate in the flying car race this time. I even participated in a few small races on a few planets before this, so I definitely qualified. But I was unconditionally rejected again. Jin Xingming was very calm. It's basically impossible for people of our status to participate in a race of that scale. My father would probably send someone to drag us back before we could even climb into the car. It's already kind enough that he let us out, so don't even think about participating in a race. There's no way King Fuji would trust someone without skills. Kenichi mocked without holding back. Jin Xingming glanced sideways at her. Yeah, I don't have skills, but do you? If you can turn a flying car into a bumper car, don't make a fuss here. Bullshit. That was an accident. Hey, Kenichi, you're a royal princess at the end of the day. Don't curse every time you open your mouth. Nami said, It's none of your business. Celine smiled as she watched these people bicker. At the same time, she also observed the layout of the surroundings. It had to be said that every place in the Sizer family was decorated in a flying car style. The wall lamps looked like the front of a car, and the murals were filled with all kinds of flying cars. Some of the decorations had a mysterious style to them as well. Hey, Naimi, is your uncle here? We have something we need to talk to him about. Jin Xingming finally stopped arguing with Kenichi and changed the subject. My uncle? Which uncle? Nami couldn't figure out who Jin Xingming was talking about. The Sizer family was so big, and there were so many uncles and aunts. Who knew which one he was talking about? That fatty Flika. Nami looked at Jin Xingming warily the moment he heard the name. Why are you looking for him? Let me tell you something first. I've already booked him. If you want him to design a flying car for you, you'll have to queue behind me. By the way, this is the number of people who have asked my fat uncle to design a flying car. Oligachi looked at Naimi's 2 fingers and said, 20. 200. Naimi swayed his feet. His fat uncle was very popular, and everyone hoped that he would design a car for them. After all, they were all members of the Sizer family, and Naimi would feel proud and honored if his uncle was famous. TSK, look at you. It's not like you're the one designing it, so stop being so cocky. Jin Xingming threw a nut at Oligachi. Naimi caught it and put it in his mouth. He continued to chew on it and continue to show off. But to be honest, my fat uncle doesn't have the time to design a flying car right now. The Winds of Freedom is about to start, and I'm very busy. My father told me to stop the people who want to ask him to design a flying car, but I can't stop you. If you really want my fat uncle to design a flying car, you can talk to him yourself. I'm not going to be a sinner. Naimi couldn't afford to offend a royal family, and he didn't want to be punished by his father. Naimi, is your fat uncle very busy? So busy that he can't even come and meet us? Belle asked. Of course he'll come if you ask him as a prince, Naimi answered seriously. Then forget it. We're probably not going to get our dream flying car if we keep putting on airs here. Oligachi knew Flika's personality very well. What do you think, Silin? Jin Xingming turned to Silin and asked. Naimi looked at Jin Xingming and the others' expressions before re-evaluating Silin. He couldn't understand why these royal descendants were treating Silin like this. It wasn't easy to gain the approval of Jin Xingming and the others, and they hadn't been this polite to anyone other than the royals before. It was obvious that Silin wasn't a member of the royal family either. Silin thinks about Jin Xingming's words for a moment before saying, since he doesn't have the time, let's go find him. Sure, it's not like we have anything better to do anyway. Why don't we check out the pre-race preparations for the Winds of Freedom? Bell was very much in agreement. His eyes were sparkling with excitement, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Jin Xingming and the others didn't object either, so they clapped their hands and headed straight for Flika's place. Coincidentally, Flika was at home today. He had been investigating the Winds of Freedom for a very long time, and he was very tired as of late. He was planning to go home and rest for a while, and he had ordered his men to stand guard outside his house and ignore anyone who tried to enter. Flika was annoyed to death by those nobles who pretended to be smart and cool, so he had a backer and an excuse to stop them from entering his family's territory. His family had even sent a guard squad to help him keep them away. It didn't matter if they were nobles or relatives. They didn't care no matter how much money they had to pay to stop them from leaving. Money? The Sizer family really didn't care. There were a lot of people watching from the entrance of Flika's manor. Most of them were sent here to scout for information, and they would report to their master the moment Flika showed up. The guards of the Sizer family, standing outside the mansion, looked like they wanted nothing more than to shoot these shifty-eyed people at them. That was why the guards' expressions were dark and solemn. It looked like they were ready to kill anyone who dared to come near them. However, when a flying car flew over and stopped right in front of the entrance, the guards felt bitter inside. They were all too familiar with this car. This little ancestor had caused a lot of trouble in the past few days. Although they knew that it was Naimi, the guards didn't open the door at first. They just stood there and looked straight ahead. However, their backs were sweating, and they were ready to argue with this little ancestor. However, when Naimi rolled down the car window, the guards felt even more bitter inside when they saw who was sitting inside. This lineup is seriously unstoppable. If Naimi was alone, the guard could stop him. But the people inside the car were all descendants of the royal family, and all three of them at once. If they stopped him, there was no telling what kind of bad news or rumors would spread one day. Naimi saw the guards' pale faces and knew that they were in a difficult situation. So he said, "I'll take responsibility for everything. I was waiting for you to say that." The guards quickly let them through after hearing Naimi's words. Some of the passers-by outside craned their necks to see what was going on, but the windows of the flying car were all closed, and they couldn't see who was inside. Flika had just fallen asleep when he heard his beloved nephew shouting at the top of his lungs. "Uncle Fatty, Uncle Fatty, my dear Uncle Flika, your smart, cute, handsome, and charming nephew is here to see you." Right now, Flika really wanted to throw his smart, cute, handsome, and charming nephew into the toilet. He's calling his soul. Flika covered his ears and rolled on the bed. Unfortunately for him, Naimi was too familiar with this place, and the servants didn't stop him at all. Therefore, Flika's desire to get some rest couldn't be fulfilled. Flika sat up in his pajamas and swayed to the door in a daze. When he opened the door, he saw the people standing outside. He blinked and blinked again. Flika yelled and jumped to his feet, the fat on his face jiggling like waves. "It really is you, kid. Hello, we meet again," Sillin said. Flika pushed aside Naimi, who was the closest to the door, and strode towards Sillin. He completely ignored the four royal descendants who were standing at the side. Then Flika patted Sillin's body hard and squeezed Sillin's arm. He grinned and said, "I knew I wasn't dreaming." Naimi's face twitched. "My dear uncle, I'm your nephew, your blood. How dare you ignore the smart, cute, handsome, and charming nephew standing in front of you?" That being said, Naimi was even more curious about Sillin now. Although this uncle of his was kind, he wouldn't show his true feelings on his face. However, even an idiot could tell that this uncle was genuinely happy about Sillin's arrival. Didn't he push his own nephew to the side? "Uncle Fatty, do you know each other?" Naimi looked at Flika and Sillin before sweeping his gaze across Jin, Xingming, and the others. "Yes, we're old friends. It's been a long time since we last met, so we should have a good chat." "What a coincidence. I have some business to take care of together, so I don't have to worry so much with you around." "What a timely reign." Flika dragged Sillin and ran towards the workshop. Naimi was incredibly shocked by Flika's words. He didn't even have time to digest Flika's words before he saw Flika running towards the workshop in his pajamas. It was common knowledge that Flika would change into his work clothes every time he went to the workshop because it was dirty and radioactive. "Hey, Uncle Fatty, you're still wearing your pajamas." Naimi ran towards Flika and stopped him. In the end, Flika didn't change into his work clothes, but he didn't enter the workshop either. After all, there were other guests here, and they were all royal guests no less. It was only right and proper for him to leave them behind. He invited Jin, Xingming, and the others to rest in the workshop and listen to their reason for coming here. "A flying car, huh?" Flika paused for a moment before continuing. "Of course I can make a flying car for you, but I absolutely don't have the time right now. You should have heard about this from Naimi." Jin, Xingming, and the others nodded in understanding. "If I want to build a flying car, I'll have to wait until after the Winds of Freedom race. Moreover, I'll have to postpone it for some time after the race. That's because after every race, I'll have to conduct a statistical analysis on the performance of several models and their performances in the race. Then I'll absorb the models that are worth developing and modify the existing models." Jin, Xingming, and the others couldn't wait any longer, but they couldn't say anything. Flika was already giving them enough face by telling them all this. If it were anyone else, Fleeka would have pushed it back again and again, even if he put on a smiling face. That was why they had to endure Fleeka's promise, even if the deadline had to be pushed back. But Sillin, you don't need me to design a flying car, do you? You should be able to do a great job with your abilities. Hey, why don't we design one together? Chapter 260. Sillin was a little tempted by Fleeka's suggestion, but he also understood that he was far inferior to Fleeka when it came to designing a flying car. The best he could do was to modify some of the assembly processes and make them more complete. Sillin was well aware of his own limitations when it came to designing a flying car as a whole. In order to design a good racing car, one must not only have a good understanding of flying cars, but also experience. Sillin had never designed a real racing car before. He had only tinkered with a few small parts in Moheng's workshop, and that could only be considered partial engineering. He had absolutely no experience in designing a complete racing car. Sillin didn't know much about racing. Even though he had heard a lot about it and read a lot of information about it, he could only design a better flying car after experiencing it for himself. Different weather conditions, different geographical environments, and different habits of racers all had different standards. After Fleeka showed some documents to Sillin, Sillin knew that he wasn't suited to design a flying car right now. In the Winds of Freedom race, during the course of the race, the flying cars would pass through rainforests, erupting muddy swamps, howling glaciers and snowy lands, vast deserts, winding mountain roads, and other different weather conditions. Moreover, the complicated weather and geographical environments were not the only thing that was different from the flying car races Sillin had experienced in the past. Basically, there were two people on each flying car. Every racing car would have a driver and a navigator, each of them performing their own duties. The racer only had to drive, and he needed to fully display his superb driving skills. The so-called navigator, on the other hand, not only had to arrange some trivial matters during the race, but he also had to point out the correct direction and route for the racer during each stage and provide timely and accurate information about the road conditions ahead during the stage. This kind of cooperation undoubtedly lightened the driver's burden in this long-distance race. Almost all the participating racers were paired up with each other. After all, this race was too much of a test for a driver's ability, and there were a lot of unexpected situations that could occur during the race. If the driver was alone, not only would he have to fly the car safely under those dangerous conditions, he would also have to pay attention to any external factors that might change at any moment. Not everyone's brain capacity was as great as a robot's. Therefore, the two of them were the best and safest combination. It wasn't easy for a team to nurture an outstanding racer, and it wasn't easy to modify a racing car either. While they were fighting for the championship, they certainly weren't willing to take on such a huge risk. If a two-passenger flying car wanted to gain an advantage in a race, then the design had to be different from a single-passenger flying car. Fleeka had been trying to convince Sillin to join him and design a modified flying car with him all this time. It wasn't every day that they ran into each other, and Fleeka wasn't going to let the opportunity slip away so easily. For a very long time after he was forcibly captured by his son, Flex's mind would always picture Sillin assembling the parts whenever he was assembling a flying car. Then, he would look at the people around him assembling the car, and he could only sigh and sigh again and again. After all, after seeing better techniques, a person's bottom line would naturally rise. That was why Fleeka's emotions were very unstable during that time. Other than his sighs, the dissatisfaction and regret in his eyes when he looked at the self-proclaimed excellent assemblers was enough to give anyone goosebumps. Everyone except Bell looked surprised by Fleeka's persistence, especially Naimi. After he saw his fat uncle's reaction, he even winked at Jin, Xingming, and the others as if to say, "I didn't think you'd invite an expert over." Jin Xingming looked very innocent. Bell had told him a bit about Sillin, but he didn't think that Sillin would be able to convince the famous Fleeka to coax and pester him. Sillin looked at the information about the race and some of the past champion flying cars in his hands. Most of these flying cars couldn't even be called flying cars anymore. They had different shapes, and they were completely different from normal flying cars. Crescent moon-shaped, and knife-shaped ones were the more normal ones. Seeing that Sillin was silent, Fleeka stopped talking and moistened his throat with a cup. Judging from Sillin's expression, he was probably thinking about it carefully. I'm sure he'll change his mind if I push him a little harder. Just when Fleeka put down his cup and was about to continue, Sillin suddenly asked, "How do I qualify for the race?" "You want to participate in a race?" Fleeka completely forgot what he was about to say. He only knew that Sillin was a great assembler, but he had never seen Sillin race before. Judging from Sillin's background, Sillin shouldn't be able to race, should he? It wasn't that Fleeka looked down on Sillin. It was because Sillin's living conditions were too poor. Racing a car cost a lot of money, and Fleeka had always thought that Sillin's age didn't have the time to practice his assembly skills. Moreover, Sillin's first impression didn't make him look like any of the other racers Fleeka had seen at his age. Fleeka wasn't the only one who was surprised. Jin, Xingming, Bell, and the others were just as surprised. Before Sillin got involved with the Jin family, he shouldn't have been able to participate in a big race like the Winds of Freedom, right? Moreover, Jin, Xingming, and the others had never heard of Sillin in some of the smaller races. Could it be that Sillin was one of those unknown races? Sillin, you need to think this through carefully. This race is very dangerous. Jin Xingming said seriously. If the race wasn't as dangerous as it was, Jin Xingming and the others would have willingly participated despite their family's objections. However, it was exactly because they knew the risks that they couldn't afford to risk their lives when their families had increased their opposition. This was an exciting and high-risk race, and it was enough for them to experience the excitement of it from the outside. A lot of people's legs would turn to jelly if they were to actually participate in it. Moreover, if something really happened to Sillin, how was he going to explain it to his second grandfather? "Do you really want to participate? Are you serious?" Fleeka asked seriously. Sillin nodded. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Jin Xingming's face was bitter. Of course he was worried. In order to make things easier for Jin Xingming, Sillin contacted Jinya. To Jin Xingming's surprise, Jinya only asked Sillin if he really wanted to participate. After he confirmed that Sillin really wanted to participate, he even said, "Be careful and have fun." Jin Xingming felt that his second grandfather was too lenient with Sillin. What he didn't know was that Jinya had agreed to the race directly because he understood Sillin's personality very well. Moreover, Jinya felt that Sillin needed something to vent his pent-up frustrations. After all, there were too many stories about Sillin. He had suddenly arrived in this unfamiliar galaxy, and he didn't even know if he could return to his original galaxy. Moreover, Sillin had subconsciously touched the bone crystal hanging around his neck after Jinya woke up. Jinya was aware of this, but he couldn't do anything about it. Jinya was in hibernation, and the child was truly gone. Jin Xingming didn't say anything else since Jinya had agreed to it. At the same time, after a moment of worry, Jin Xingming and the others suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Sillin was going to participate in the race, and this was a true brothers' competition. It was much more exciting than watching someone else compete. Jin Xingming was already imagining himself pointing at the speeding car and shouting, "Look, that's my bro." It would be impossible for anyone else to participate in the race under these circumstances, but Sillin had Fleeka's help, so it wasn't entirely impossible. The name list had been decided a long time ago, and it was announced to the public as well. Every participant had a name list, and it was a little troublesome to force Sillin into the list. But Fleeka would definitely help him if he really wanted to participate in the competition. No matter what, he was the vice chairman of the organizing committee. The Winds of Freedom committee would definitely give him face if he showed up. Fleeka thought that he'd just have to put up with those people's faces for the time being. But if Sillin wins a prize in a race, those racing teams will probably die of depression. Kenancy smiled, but it will also hurt some people's interests. Bell and the others were more or less aware of some of the secret transactions that took place. For example, gambling. Sillin shook his head. "I just want to participate in the race. My name isn't on the official name list, and I don't care if I win or not. I'm not interested in awards at all." Fleeka understood Sillin's intentions immediately. He wanted to experience the race himself in preparation for designing a flying car. Only by participating in the race would he be able to come up with a stronger idea and experience. Fleeka had done the same thing when he was younger. All right, I understand what you're trying to say. Leave it to me. While saying this, Fleeka went into his room and contacted someone to take care of some paperwork. A while later, Fleeka came out of his room and said that he had spoken to the decision-makers of the organizing committee. Right now, all Scylla needed to do was to design a flying car according to his own preferences. I have a few prototype flying cars that aren't finished yet, but you can take a look and choose one to participate in the race. Fleeka said. Fleeka's main workplace wasn't on the Sizer family's planet, so everything related to the Winds of Freedom race would be held at the host venue, the planet also named Whirlwind. Since the decision was made, and Fleeka was going back to work anyway, he called Scylla, Jin Xingming, and the others to come with him. Under Fleeka's guidance, they didn't need to check their identities at all. To better prepare for the Winds of Freedom race, the entire planet was under a semi-closed management. Only the relevant personnel were allowed to enter. The racing teams, maintenance personnel, and the organizers were allowed to enter, but the people who had booked tickets to watch the race weren't allowed to enter just yet. It was obvious that Jin Xingming and the others couldn't sit still after they entered Whirlwind Planet. The moment they arrived, they couldn't help but recall the craziness, adrenaline overflowing, excitement, and roaring that they felt like their lungs were about to burst out of their lungs when they came here to watch the race 4 years ago. This was the influence this Whirlwind Planet had on every visitor. Anyone who had watched the race even once would have a deep impression of it, especially the flying car enthusiasts and youngsters like Jin Xingming. The emotions of young people were the easiest to stir up. Right now, the first thing Fleeka needed to do wasn't to bring Scylla and the others to his workshop to look at the cars. Instead, he needed to bring Scylla to the organizing committee to obtain the documents and certificates. Without them, Scylla wasn't allowed to enter the racetrack at all. The organizing committee had been very busy lately, and they had to deal with racing teams and racers from all over the world every day. Fortunately, Fleeka was the one who showed up, so everyone gave him face. The chief of the organizing committee was the one who brought him the documents and certificates. The chief was an old member of the Sizer family, and he had been in charge of the Winds of Freedom race for many years. This time, the chief had no choice but to show up in person because Fleeka had interceded. Right now, he was the only one who could keep Fleeka in check. Many people in the organizing committee didn't say anything about Fleeka's behavior on the surface, but they all had their own opinions about it. Therefore, the chief had to explain some things to Fleeka so that he could forestall such a situation from happening again. Fleeka had expected the chief's cold expression since a long time ago, so he could only smile and pretend that he didn't care when the chief handed them the documents. We made an exception this time because of you. Please don't let something like this happen again. I know, it was a special situation this time, and I'll explain it to you in detail later. I'm also aware of the stakes involved, so there won't be a next time. Fleeka smiled and reached out to accept the documents, but the chief ignored Fleeka's outstretched hand and stared straight at Scylla instead. His meaning was obvious. You're the one who's participating in the race this time. Don't you even have a list of documents? Scylla didn't want to put Fleeka in a difficult position, so he walked up to him and gave him a simple courtesy, thanked him, and accepted the document with both hands. Fleeka was a senior and the chief of the organizing committee, not to mention that he was the one who helped him with the paperwork. Etiquette was a must. The chief's expression softened a little when he saw how calm and polite Scylla was, and how he accepted the documents with both hands. He didn't look like a good-for-nothing rich kid whose eyes grew on his forehead. However, his pupils shrank when he saw the pattern on Scylla's finger. Although he didn't show much reaction on his face, Scylla could clearly sense that the chief's aura had relaxed quite a bit. He didn't look as serious as before, and he didn't look like someone had stolen a piece of shit from his wall. Fleeka didn't know about this, and he didn't notice what kind of tattoo Scylla's finger was at all. After all, young people like to tattoo themselves these days, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, the chief's attitude was clearly a lot better than before, and his tone had become a lot warmer. Fleeka was a little puzzled by this, but he didn't probe too deeply into it. An old man at his age was always unpredictable. After the procedures were done, Flika left the place with Silin and went to his workshop. Jin Xingming and the others waited in the flying car outside the office building. They didn't follow them inside. After Silin and Flika had left, the chief immediately contacted the Sizer family. Due to their age and experience, he knew a lot more than Beaver and Flika did. Naturally, he knew what the pattern on Silin's finger represented. If the pattern was real, then they would have to re-evaluate Silin as a person. Flika led Silin to his workshop. Unlike a small workshop, this place took up a lot of space, and there were some open-air repair points at the periphery. It could be considered a temporary repair station. A lot of racing teams had come here to familiarize themselves with the environment since a long time ago. The racers and crew had to get used to the planet's environment and adjust their bodies to peak condition before the official race. This wasn't a trivial matter, because sometimes a single grain of sand could decide a race's success or failure. Flika's mood had obviously improved a lot after Silin's arrival. He didn't look tired at all, and he even gave Silin some tips to pay attention to while he was working in front of the flying car. He even told Silin what kind of weather and terrain each modified part was best suited for. The tournament had a certain limit on the size, weight, displacement, power, and so on of a modified race car. Every race car team and racer was free to do whatever they wanted within these limits. Right now, Flika was giving Silin a general direction so that he wouldn't take any detours. The people who had worked under Flika for a long time were guessing which family's young master he belonged to when they saw how Flika was treating Silin. Even Naimi was ignored by Flika right now. At first, Jin Xingming and the others had followed Flika to observe and learn a thing or two in the name of enriching their brains. But after 2 days, they lost their patience. Bell might know a thing or two about racing, but he preferred watching the racers more than anything else. Therefore, Jin Xingming and the others gave up under Flika's barrage of technical jargon and went to watch the racers practice together. Flika had a lot of work to teach Silin, and he didn't want to take up all of Flika's time. Therefore, 3 days later, Silin said that he would practice with the maintenance staff at the periphery of the workshop first. He wanted to learn more about the racing cars while he was repairing them. Flika didn't object. He really was busy. Silin's assembly skills could be called a classic. It was so classic that it looked like a priceless work of art. The workers here no longer thought of Silin as a short-lived brat, and they answered all of Silin's questions enthusiastically. Today, Silin had just finished repairing a flying car. He got up to drink a bottle of water and take a break when a fiery red flying car flew into the workshop. A 15 or 16-year-old girl dressed in racing attire hurriedly got out of the car and scanned her surroundings. When she saw Silin in his work attire, she walked straight towards Silin. Chapter 261. Hey, it's you. Yes, it's you. Come here for a second. Silin put down his water bottle and looked at the female racer who was wearing a racing uniform and a helmet. He couldn't see her face clearly. Judging from her voice, she sounded like a pretty young girl. Come here and help us look after the flying car. We're in a hurry, the girl said before dragging Silin to the side of the flying car. While Silin was familiarizing himself with the racing flying cars, Flika tossed him a set of uniform that fitted him just like the other workers. He had to pay attention to his own protection during maintenance, and there were some things that couldn't be touched carelessly. Those with weak immune systems would get sick if they came into contact with them, such as local radiation, a pilot error, or a heavy metal gas leak from the car's high temperature caused by an accident. The Sizer family's uniforms were very expensive. Any one of them could easily cost more than 5 digits. It was clear just how rich the Sizer family was. The back of Silin's uniform and cap was printed with the words Whirlwind Repair Point and the code of the point. Therefore, the girl had directly pulled Silin over and treated him as a staff member of this place. The flying car was shaped like a triangular pyramid. When it landed on the ground, it changed slightly to make it more agile and stable. When the girl had dragged Silin to the side of the flying car, the roof was lowered to reveal another girl sitting inside. However, she wasn't sitting in the driver's seat, but the navigator's seat. She had taken off her helmet, revealing a very gentle and pretty face of about 15 or 16 years old. It was hard to imagine that a girl who looked a little shy in front of strangers was a navigator. After the girl had dragged Cylin to the side, she turned on the self-scan display on the control panel. The self-scan value was only 8. 2. Both Fleeka's workplace and outdoor repair point were located on the plains of the planet where the environment was slightly better, but there were a lot of other places that were much worse. Although the main track had been sealed off, the drivers who were familiar with the race could only practice their skills in the areas close to the main track. Even that meant that they had to bear a lot of risks. Even the slightest problem with their flying car had to be dealt with extreme caution, or they would lose their lives before they could even begin. Therefore, as long as a flying car self-inspection system displayed a value below 9, it would have to be repaired at the nearest repair point. This was the most appropriate and dependable way to deal with the situation. Cylin looked at the detailed list of self-tests and asked, "When did the self-test score fall below 9? When we passed through the glacier area, we began to descend. After flying past the glacier area, we began to descend rapidly. After that, we changed our route to come here. After all, this is the nearest repair point. Hey, what's going on? How long will the repairs take? We are in a hurry to go back." It was almost evening in this area, so it was no wonder that the girl was in such a hurry. Once night fell, fly would be much more difficult. "I'll take a look first." Cylin looked at the control panel and entered a series of commands to verify the operation of each part of the flying car. This flying car's configuration was pretty good, and both the primary and secondary operating systems were the latest. The primary and secondary operating systems had been installed according to the habits of the two girls. Male and female racers had different habits and mastery of operating systems, so the appropriate operating systems would also be different. The two girls watched as Cylin quickly flipped through the list of characters that they couldn't understand. They looked at each other. This guy, he's not just putting on an act, is he? He flipped through it so quickly, they couldn't see it clearly at all. They couldn't see it clearly, but for Cylin, this was just his normal speed. His fingers suddenly stopped. Cylin looked at one of the lines, then entered a command on the control panel and walked to the back of the car. The moment he placed his fingers on the car, Cylin was able to clearly understand the structure of this car, and a detailed structural diagram had already appeared in his mind. Therefore, he quickly found the right spot for the flying car. He pushed it at a seemingly random angle, and the outer shell of the rear of the flying car popped up. To prevent Cylin from tampering with the flying car, the helmeted girl stood on the side to supervise him. After the outer shell popped up, Cylin quickly removed some of the surface components and placed them on the open tool tray next to him. The girl standing next to him raised her hand and put it down again. "Hey, be careful. Don't be too careless." From her point of view, Cylin must not have taken the components seriously by removing them so quickly. This kind of careless behavior would definitely affect the components. Her brother had said that even the slightest damage to the components would reduce their performance when they were assembled and installed on the car. "Tobia." The girl sitting in the car called out in a low voice and shook her head, indicating that she shouldn't disturb the maintenance staff. It wouldn't be too late to ask for compensation if there really was serious damage, but it was very bad behavior to disturb the maintenance staff when they were doing maintenance. If there really was damage and someone kept chattering on the side during the repair process, the maintenance staff might also shift the blame to the person who was disturbing them. Tobia also remembered those problems after receiving the signal and stopped talking. She let out a humph and stared at Cylin's hand movements. But she had just retracted her attention when she saw that Cylin had already stopped removing the components. There was an empty space on the flying car, and the maintenance staff was typing something into the communicator on their wrist. Every staff member in the repair station wore a specialized communicator on their wrist. Not only could they use this communicator to communicate with each other, they could also order the service robot stationed at the warehouse. As long as the maintenance staff keyed in the name and model of the required components, the command would be directly transmitted to the warehouse, and the service robots would quickly deliver the components. There was no need for the staff to carry the components and run back and forth. It didn't take long for the service robots to deliver the components Cylin needed. It was very simple stuff: a double wire, a few small components, and a small cleaner. Perhaps Silen's actions had piqued the girl's curiosity, but she also got out of the car and came to Tobia's side to watch Silen repair the car. After Silen removed the surface parts, he understood the cause of the car's problem. When the flying car was passing through the glacial zone, one of the components had loosened during the thermostat activation process, causing a very small crack to appear on the outer shell of the flying car. This small crack was not to be underestimated. In such an environment, even a very small crack would allow the cold to penetrate through the loose component and freeze the original double wire to pieces. The aging of the double wire was one reason, but so was the loosening of the component. In truth, the most important reason for these problems was that the combination of the surface components wasn't the most suitable for defense, even if they were using the best components. One should only ask for the best, not the most expensive. Even though the loose components and frozen wires weren't crucial components, and the flying car's self-inspection process wouldn't produce any major warnings, the special powder of these double rows of wires, after being charged, would stick to the other components closer to the inside. Moreover, it would cause a large-scale magnetic attenuation and damage to the flying car's internal stability, causing the flying car to enter a serious state. The self-inspection coefficient value would drop below 9.0. Silen used the cleaner to clean up the powder adhering to the inner component, then replaced it with a new wire. He also changed the model and configuration of the surface components so that they were the best match. This way, it would be very difficult for them to loosen unless there was a serious collision. The two girls watched as Silen casually placed the components there like building blocks. The components seemed to be connected very securely, and the ports were very suitable. Silen closed the outer shell after he was done assembling the components. He went to the control panel inside the flying car and began to clean up the minor problems in the main and secondary systems. 10 seconds later, he pressed the self-inspection button. The self-inspection system scanned again and showed a value of 9.7. All right, this value should be able to last until you return to the base, Silen said. The girl named Tobia seemed to find it hard to believe. She moved closer to the display panel and saw that the big 9.7 was still there. It didn't change no matter how hard she tried. A little cleaning, a few unimportant components, and it's done. Tobia jumped into the flying car, started up, and tested it. It really was done. The entire repair process took less than 10 minutes. Tobia had estimated that it would take at least 30 minutes, but it took less than a third of the estimated time. The two girls sat inside the car, raised the roof, and a sealed Mitsubishi cone-shaped flying car rose into the air. Thanks. Tobia's voice came from the external speaker. You're welcome. After everything was done, Silen walked back to the field. They were wrapping up work already, and the sky was getting dark. That was it for today. He still had to help Fleeka tonight. There were still more than 20 days until the actual race, so Silen planned to familiarize himself with the various racing cars first. Sharpening one's axe wouldn't hold up one's work, and Fleeka believed that Silen had the ability to do so. Before that, though, he still needed to find a navigator. Of course, it didn't matter if he couldn't find a suitable navigator in the end. He could handle it by himself. It would be even better if Hui Mao was here. Right now, Silen was basically fighting alone. Perhaps Fleeka would arrange for some people to be the logistics team's maintenance team. The race was a long flight, and accidents were bound to happen all the time. That was why there was a repair point set up every other circuit, and every team's logistics team would be stationed there. If a team's car needed to be repaired or modified, they would do their best to get it done as soon as possible. After all, there was a minimum time limit for the race. If a racer couldn't reach it within this time limit, they would be eliminated, and the eliminated racer wouldn't be included in the final ranking. The team's chances of winning were much higher. After all, they had worked together for a long time to form a tacit understanding. A lot of things could happen in a race, and a single person's strength was too limited. Silen did not have absolute confidence that he could fight for a place in the top few, but he should be able to finish the race safely. As for the ranking, Silen didn't care about it at all. The ranking would be based on the total number of points the racer earned. All participating cars had to follow the race's prescribed route strictly and arrive at the designated stop within the time limit. The top 10 racers of each race would receive 40, 30, 25, 20, 16, 12, 8, 4, 2, and 1 points respectively. At the end of the race, the total number of points earned by each race would be the racer's final result. Moreover, they had to complete their car's maintenance and testing within the allotted time. The higher a racer's ranking was, the more points they earned and the more advantage they had. After all, the first and 10th place racers were separated by 40 times. It was a pretty big number. Of course, not every racer was an all-rounder. Every racer had their own areas of expertise, and it was possible that the 10th place racer of one race would be the first place racer of the next. Xianxia let out a long sigh. He would train here for another 3 days before he started assembling his flying car. After that, he would go familiarize himself with the race's environment. That night, when Xianxia walked into Flica's personal workshop, he saw Naimi, who he hadn't seen for a couple of days, grinning like he was afraid that someone wouldn't know that something good had happened to him. After seeing Xianxia, Naimi hurriedly jumped down from a big box and ran in front of Xianxia. The excited expression on his face made him look very silly and stupid. However, Naimi didn't mind his silly and stupid smile at all. He ran over and patted Xianxia excitedly. "Brother, let's team up." "Xianxia, what's going on?" Coincidentally, Gulaika came over and told Xianxia the reason. After watching the race for a couple of days and quarreling with some noble children, Naimi contacted his father and tried to persuade him. In the end, he cried, threw a tantrum, and acted like a hoodlum until his father finally relented. However, he had one condition. Naimi could only be a navigator and not a racer. In the past races statistics, the accident rate of a racer was twice as high as a navigator's. At first, Naimi refused, but this was his father's bottom line. Otherwise, he wouldn't even think about it. In the end, Naimi gave in. But when he remembered that Xianxia was also participating in the race, and that he hadn't found a suitable navigator yet, Naimi eagerly came over and asked for Flica's permission first. With Flica's persuasion, Xianxia would agree to as well. "Xianxia, Naimi's grades in the affiliated schools are crap. He looks unreliable, he's always frivolous, and he looks a little stupid when he smiles, but he's still someone who has been exposed to racing since he was young. He knows a lot about racing, and his analytical skills aren't bad either." Flica said. At first, Naimi's eyebrows nearly shot up when he heard Flica's evaluation of him. "Uncle Fatty, you're my biological uncle. How can you belittle your own nephew like this?" But Naimi finally understood when he heard the latter half of the conversation. "Yes, this is called strategy. Suppress your desires first. As expected, it's Uncle Fatty." Naimi nodded in satisfaction. Then he stared at Xianxia with a hopeful look in his eyes that said, "You're committing a sin if you don't agree." The corner of Xianxia's eyes twitched a little, but he finally nodded under the expectant gazes of his uncle and nephew. Naimi started laughing like an idiot again. Flica shot a glance at his nephew before shaking his head. Then he said to Xianxia, "This kid has some real talent." His father carried him in his arms and drove him fast even before he was weaned off his mother's milk. It's just that his family never allowed him to participate in this dangerous race. In fact, Xianxia only wanted to give Flica face when he agreed to let Naimi become his companion navigator. But Xianxia had to admit that Naimi did have the goods during the assembly process. Naimi had provided a lot of practical suggestions when Xianxia was designing the flying car. In a flying car race, a powerful engine, good energy blocks, and expensive components weren't the only things that could win a race. It also had to adapt to the weather and emergency situations of each circuit. At the same time, it was also a test of the driver and navigator's ability to adapt to danger and obstacles, the driver's driving skills, the navigator's analysis, and their cooperation. After a few days of getting along with Naimi, Xianxia had learned a lot more about him. The members of the Sizer family were talented when it came to flying cars. Of course, there was no telling how much they would be able to use this talent to their fullest potential. The first race is Rainbow Heaven, also known as the Rainbow of Beginnings. There are 7 racing tracks with 7 different colors. However, the 7 tracks are intersecting with each other, and we don't know what kind of obstacles or how many bends there are at the end of each track. It's all random. If you're lucky, you'll get out of Rainbow Heaven early, and if you're unlucky, you'll have to waste a lot more time. It's purely a matter of luck. The other end of the track will change after you enter it, so even the designer wouldn't have guessed which track would save you more time. After the Rainbow track, the first ranking for the flying cars would be revealed. This was purely a contest of luck. In order to avoid hesitation at the start and reduce the self-blame after choosing a complex track, many teams would discuss which track to choose before the start of the race. That way, there wouldn't be any subsequent arguments. What color are we going to choose, Silin? Silin thinks for a moment. This was a matter of luck. Everyone who could participate in this race had real skills, so the temporary ranking of the first race could only be decided based on luck. So what color should we choose? Let's choose the first color we saw when we opened our eyes. Are you going to open your eyes or should I? I don't remember anything for a while after I wake up. I'll open my eyes. All right. Naimi unfolded the preliminary design again and continued. We need to configure the tires well too. If we don't grip the ground tightly during the ice and snow race, we'll be blown away. Therefore, it's best to drive on land during that race. As for tires, I suggest we use narrow-nailed tires. It'll increase the pressure on the surface of the tires and give them better grip. After the discussion was done, their flying car design was finally finalized. Fleeka's expression turned odd when he saw the final design. Chapter 262. Fleeka didn't participate in the design of their flying car. He only answered some of Silin and Naimi's questions from time to time and didn't offer any opinions on the design itself. He just wanted to see what kind of flying car these 2 kids could come up with on their own. To be honest, Fleeka had been looking forward to it for a long time. Sometimes he would even think of Silin and Naimi's designs when he was modifying the racing cars that were delivered to him. But the moment he received the design firsthand, all his fantasies and expectations were silenced in an instant. How should he put this? Based on Apleka's understanding of Naimi, the final flying car should be a new design with the kids' input and suggestions, shouldn't it? After all, young people tended to prefer the most flamboyant style. They liked big tail fins, flying wings, fins, and so on, and colorful ones at that. But the final design he received was far from what Fleeka had imagined it to be. This design would have been an oddity among flying cars on a normal day, but it was completely outdated in the winds of freedom. As early as a few decades ago, someone had designed this type of flying car, and during that time, there were several competitions that used this type of car. However, the results of the subsequent competitions weren't very ideal. This type of flying car won good results in the early days as well, but after its peak, all kinds of new and eye-catching flying cars appeared one after another, and this type of flying car became a nostalgic product in people's hearts. Many other styles were derived from this type of flying car, such as the crescent-shaped flying car, the knife-shaped flying car, and the bullet-shaped flying car. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fleeka wasn't disappointed that Silin and Naimi had come up with something like this after working day and night. The 3D image of the design in his hand showed a disc-shaped object. It was the result of Silin and Naimi's days of tinkering. In the modern era, this disc-shaped object was nicknamed Veg Fritter by many car lovers. If someone were to say that a car was the same as Veg Fritter, it would be an insult, a mockery, and a disdain to the extreme. It wasn't a good word at all. The reason the Winds of Freedom was famous wasn't just because of its challenging and exciting racing process. There was another important reason, and that was because it was conceptual. What does it mean to be conceptual? It was a combination of vehicle manufacturing technology and technological development. Its design could be freed from the constraints of manufacturing technology, allowing drivers and designers to display their talents to their heart's content, almost exaggeratedly, so that the flying car they designed could display its unique and crazy charm. It was a kind of avant-garde artwork, born at the intersection of the present and the future, dreams and reality. At least based on the appearance, there would be more people selling this car, when it was officially put into production in the future. This was one of the Sizer family's viewpoints, but did Nami not know about it even though he was born and raised in the same family? Impossible. Every time he saw those strange-looking and unconventional flying cars, he would get very excited. Sillin and Nami seemed to have expected Fleeka's strange expression from the start. Instead of worrying, they continued to smile at Fleeka. Fleeka was about to say something when he saw the duo's reaction, but he swallowed his words and continued reading. After all, the first part of the book was just an introduction, and he hoped that there would be a surprise later on. The latter part of the book gave Fleeka a completely different feeling, but his surprise was far greater than his joy. The more he read, the more serious Fleeka's expression became. When he was finally done, Fleeka let out a long sigh and looked at Sillin and Nami. Are you really going to design something like this? The innovation of a racing car isn't for you to waste, take risks, and imagine things that are beyond the limits of the rules. No, Uncle Fatty, this is the perfect flying car in my mind right now. I think that it can completely replace a space plane, or should I say that it's more like a combination of a triceratops and a small space plane. It has both the triceratops and the space plane's functions, and its speed is about the same as a space plane's except that it doesn't have warp speed. Of course, if we invest a lot of money into it, we can also give it warp speed. Nami grew more and more excited as he spoke. Stop. I don't care if your flying car has warp speed or not, or if it's as fast as a space plane. I'm just asking if you two can complete a project like this. I told you before that I won't interfere with your design. Are you trying to hire an academician from the RAS's engineering department? If that's the case, this car will be nothing more than a money-burning failure that can't even compare to a normal space plane. Fleeka's words were a little heavy. Normally, he wouldn't say the word failure in front of a racer or designer. However, he couldn't stop himself from saying the word failure when he looked at the design in his hands and the two people he had high hopes for. Also, you should know that every flying car that participates in the competition will have an introduction before the competition. In this introduction, there will be a rough report on the cost of the flying car. According to the rules, the cost can't exceed 100 million. The best range is between 10 million and 50 million. That way, there will be more investment value. But Fleeka flipped over two of the blueprints and said, I estimate that it will cost no less than 200 million MB to complete these designs. Don't even think about lying. The organizing committee isn't an idiot. I've shamelessly helped you once already, and I won't allow you to make an exception this time. Calm down, Uncle Fatty. Mind your emotions and take deep breaths. Calm down my ass. Fleeka really regretted allowing these two kids to participate in the race this time. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? After taking a deep breath, Fleeka put a hand to his forehead. He didn't know whether he should say that these two kids were arrogant or ignorant. He raised a hand to suppress his irritation and continued. All right, let's not talk about the construction cost for now. You don't care about money anyway, so let's talk about this technical problem first. Even the designers and builders of the Sizer family aren't completely confident that they can complete this design in a short time, let alone me. Maybe you should ask the legendary Black Viper or an expert from the RAS to guide you. Even if they're willing to guide you, it's not like you can complete it in 10 days, is it? There are only 15 days left until the race, and you need to familiarize yourself with the car, the environment, and the terrain in the last 5 days. You don't have the time to build more. Air. Nami scratched his head. Sillin said that we should be able to complete it in 10 days. Sillin. Fleeka looked at Sillin. Sillin nodded. If we have all the materials, 10 days should be enough. Fleeka's eyes twitched again and again. He took another deep breath. He didn't know what to say about Sillin. Sillin's assembly skills were undeniable, and it was the most efficient assembly technique Fleeka had ever seen in his life. After thinking for a moment, Fleeka said, I will get the materials for you as soon as possible. Make a list of the materials you need, and all of them must be delivered to you through my hands. I will estimate the price of these materials according to the lowest price in the Empire, and I will ask you to forfeit the race if the total price exceeds the stipulated price. This was Fleeka's final concession. Both Sillin and Naimi were aware of it, and they had no objections at all. I will provide you with the assembly space. During this time, you're not allowed to leave the place until the assembly is complete. Let me know if you have any additional requests. I don't have the time to keep an eye on you all the time, so be on your own. This is what I ask of you. Confinement? Can't we even have visitors from the outside? Nami complained. No. Fleeka's attitude was very firm. The people he set up outside wouldn't bring these two kids anything illegal. Fine. We won't have time to wander around once the assembly is complete anyway. Nami said. What about Sillin? Fleeka looked at Sillin. If Sillin had any objections, he would never allow Sillin to participate in a race. I'm fine with it. Sillin didn't have any objections. All right, I'll take you to the assembly space. The assembly space was Fleeka's personal. After he cleaned up some of the junk inside, he temporarily gave it to Sillin and Naimi. The factory's lounge and workshop were separated, and there were some sports equipment and first aid equipment. All in all, it was a standard Fleeka factory. Fleeka accepted Sillin's list of materials and said, from now on, you two will stay here until you've assembled the entire car. You're not allowed to leave until you're done. All right, we will definitely abide by your rules. Sillin and Fleeka promised. After Fleeka left, Sillin checked the tools inside the factory. They were all relatively advanced and practical, and they were all well equipped. At the very least, all the tools Sillin needed were here. Are you done checking? Nami asked Sillin after he was done walking around the factory. Yes, I have everything I need. It's very complete. Of course, don't you know whose factory this is? Uncle Pang's territory isn't something an ordinary person can own. Moreover, no matter where the factory is, as long as it belongs to Uncle Pang, it's not something an ordinary person can enter. Including this time, I've only been inside the factory 3 times since I was young. The first 2 times were when I was still a kid. Fleeka took the list of materials Sillin had given him and quickly went to gather the materials. Even Fleeka didn't know what most of the materials Sillin had listed were for, but since Sillin had listed them out, Fleeka had to do his best to gather them. Many of the parts were not the most high-end models, but Fleeka could tell that these parts were the most suitable when they were assembled. Although he didn't know what some of the parts were for, it wasn't his place to ask Sillin right now. Never mind. I'll wait until these 2 kids are done assembling the car. If they don't succeed, there's no need to ask. It didn't take long for Fleeka to deliver more than 90% of the materials Sillin had listed. The rest of the materials would take a day or 2, but Fleeka was able to get his hands on some of the rare materials. Fleeka did a rough estimate of the materials and estimated that they would cost around 50 million at the lowest price. Of course, it would be a different story if Sillin wanted to add some of the materials. After Fleeka had delivered the materials into the factory, Sillin started assembling the car. The first thing he did was something Fleeka had never seen before. He didn't understand what Sillin was doing, and he didn't have the time to keep an eye on him. Nami wasn't very good at assembling, and Sillin didn't need his help during the assembly. That was why Nami moved a chair over and watched Sillin assemble the car, even though he didn't understand a thing. He was responsible for running errands and handing over the tools Sillin asked for. But Nami was enjoying himself, because watching Sillin assemble the car was a very enjoyable process. Sillin's hands could always bring a person into a wonderful state where they could forget everything in the outside world and enter a state of emptiness. If someone asked Nami how Sillin assembled the car, he would definitely answer blankly, I don't know. It was because he couldn't recall the details of Sillin's assembly. He thought that the process was supposed to be like that, but when he tried to recall it, he realized that every detail was blurry. While Sillin was assembling the car on the other side of the planet, at the 3rd place of the last Winds of Freedom racing competition. When Tobia drove the car back that day, she told him that she had checked it at a repair station, but she didn't take it to heart when she saw that the value of the coefficient never went below 9. Today, Tobia rested for the whole day. She was very tired, both physically and mentally, after a few days of test flying. Tobia's flying car was also undergoing routine maintenance. It was a rule of the racing team that a full overhaul had to be done every few days, even if the car's self-inspection number didn't go below 9. Tobia was sleeping soundly in the lounge when her brother suddenly nudged her awake. Tobia was very angry that her sleep was disturbed. She didn't even open her eyes as she skillfully grabbed a lunchbox on the table next to her and threw it at the person who disturbed her sleep. "Tobia, wake up. I have something to ask you." She ignored her. "Be a good girl, Tobia. I have something important to ask you." "What?" "You can't take away my normal rest time, even if you're the current captain of the racing team." She still didn't open her eyes. It would be very difficult to sleep again if she did. "It's about your beloved flying car." Tobia's eyes shot open when she heard her brother mention her beloved flying car. "What happened to my car?" "Come here. Put on your jacket first." After Tobia put on her jacket, her brother, who was also the current captain of the Spearhead racing team, quickly dragged Tobia to the repair shop. When Tobia arrived at the repair shop of the racing team's base, her navigator, Su, was also there. The other people in the repair shop were gathered around the back of her car, looking at something and discussing animatedly. "What's going on?" Tobia asked Su. Su shook her head. "I don't know the specifics. They seem to have found something wrong during the maintenance and asked me about the maintenance at the public repair point. I told them the truth, but they didn't believe me, so they called you over." When the person in charge of the repair shop saw Tobia, he asked her about the maintenance and even asked her about some specific details. It was just as Su had said. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my car? I knew that guy was messing with me. Just tell me if there's a problem, and I'll go find him." He was wearing a work uniform and a cap at the time, but I remember his voice. "I'm sure we can find him if we look one by one, not to mention that every repair point has surveillance records. If we can't find him, we can apply to check the surveillance records at the time." "I refuse to believe that we can't find him," Tobia said angrily. The repairman looked at Tobia with a strange look in his eyes. The person in charge coughed and interrupted Tobia's complaints. "Actually, contrary to what you think, the person who repaired your flying car did a great job. At the very least, you won't have to repair that part of your car for a while. But according to our estimates, it's very believable that he was able to find a reason why your flying car's self-detection coefficient was so low and fix everything in such a short time. If what you say is true, then it can only mean that you've run into an expert. The Sizer family really is full of talented people." Tobia frowned. "He's not as good as you say, is he? I saw him doing it quite casually." "That's a real expert," a repair worker beside her said excitedly. The person in charge nodded in agreement. He pointed at the surface parts below the outer shell and said, "We didn't dare to touch these parts because we were afraid that we wouldn't be able to restore them if we did. This kind of skill is beyond our reach." An expert could see the workmanship of an assembler, even if it was just two simple parts being assembled. Right now, the parts that had been assembled on this flying car were almost perfect. Not even a machine could guarantee that it would be perfect, let alone a person. "Tobia, Su, take me to that person. I have some questions I'd like to ask him," the person in charge said. "You want to ask him? That guy looks like a brat." Tobia disagreed with the person in charge's words. "You don't understand. Even if my overall skills are higher than his, I'm still far behind him when it comes to assembly. I'm coming too. Wait for me too. My car has a small problem too. Let's let that person try it out." Besides the person in charge, the other drivers and repair workers were also very curious about the mysterious person. They really wanted to witness the person's repair process with their own eyes. However, when the group arrived, they discovered that the person in charge was already gone. Fleeka's subordinates wouldn't leak any information about Sillin either, so the group could only return empty-handed. On the 9th day after Sillin and Naimi entered the factory, a disc-shaped thing that looked similar to the one on the blueprints was floating inside the factory. Naimi waved at it. "Hey, Veg Fritter, welcome to this world." "Thank you." A smiley face appeared on the disc-shaped outer shell. Chapter 263. It wasn't that there weren't super AI flying cars in the world, but they were all custom-made and non-race ready. After all, the technical requirements, circuit design, and manufacturing process of a super AI flying car were much higher than other flying cars. It was why Fleeka didn't think much of the idea of adding super AI technology into the mix. Most of the time, over-reliance on superintelligence wasn't a good thing, as it would affect the driver and navigator's decision-making during a race. That was why more racing cars leaned towards defensive and computational intelligence, rather than superintelligence that was far above the two and on the same level as a high-end robot. Adding super AI into the mix would undoubtedly make a flying car more attractive, but it would also attract a lot of mockery at the same time. Everyone in the business knew what was at stake. The cost was high, and the impact was huge. The loss outweighed the gain. Of course, both Sillin and Naimi had their own considerations. Is it really going to work? Naimi circled around Veg Fritter before asking Sillin. That plan is pretty risky, isn't it? Sillin sat down on the ground and stared at Veg Fritter that was spinning around like a coin. He smiled and said, "It's just an experiment, isn't it? I really want to see their expressions when we put on an amazing show. You'll know when the time comes." Naimi chuckled. In reality, the Sizer family thought that they knew Naimi very well, but not many of them really did. Fleeka wouldn't have been so surprised otherwise. Instead of driving Veg Fritter out of the city in a hurry, Sillin had just finished work. Sillin was incredibly tired from the days of work, so he didn't bother to change out of his work clothes and rest on a pile of spare parts. That's right, there were still a bunch of spare parts left. Sillin was already prepared to try again if he failed to assemble some of the parts. But to his surprise, the assembly went very smoothly this time. Moreover, Sillin felt like he had never assembled a machine in such a concentrated manner before. Not even when he was at Mo Heng's workshop back in the day. By the time Sillin was done with the assembly, everything was set up and everything was checked to make sure everything was in order. He realized that it had been 9 days. Naimi rubbed his hands and patted Veg Fritter, who was rolling around excitedly because it had come to this world. He said, "Come, Veg Fritter, sing a song for your big brother." Veg Fritter stopped flipping and asked in a baby voice, "What do you want to hear?" Naimi thought for a moment. "I want to listen to the classic version of the Empire's national anthem." Sillin was resting with his eyes closed when he heard Naimi's words. He couldn't believe that he would like the classic version. Usually, only older people would like the classic version. Young people usually like the popular version. Sillin fell into a deep sleep amidst this classical music that symbolized the beat of that distant era. He didn't sleep for long. The next day, Sillin woke up. His sleep this time was very short compared to the amount of time he slept after working for a long time. But the quality of his sleep was pretty good this time. At the very least, Sillin was full of energy by the time he woke up the next day. On the 10th day, Fleeka purposely put down his work and came to the factory. He had been standing in front of the door for more than 30 minutes already. He didn't turn on the surveillance system inside, so he didn't know what was going on inside. However, he couldn't bring himself to ask the two brats to open the door, so he pretended to instruct the workers in repairing the flying car in a workshop not far away from the factory. His usual gentleness was nowhere near enough to make the maintenance workers shiver in fear. Of course, the people who were being instructed understood what Fleeka was trying to say. The only thought in their minds was, "Come on out already, you two little devils. This guy is giving us too much pressure." Just as Fleeka was suppressing the anxiety in his heart, the factory's door opened. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the door almost the second it opened. Normally, Fleeka would have scolded them already. He didn't like it when someone suddenly stopped their work in the middle of a repair. But right now, Fleeka wasn't in the mood to pay attention to them at all. His eyes were staring straight at the disc-shaped flying car that was about 7 meters in diameter. A lot of people here knew that Sillin and Naimi had been working on a flying car for the past few days, but they didn't know what kind of flying car Sillin and Naimi were building. Now that they saw the giant disc, everyone except Fleeka thought the same thing. Veg Fritter? Why is it Veg Fritter? There was no doubt that Veg Fritter was a very bad word in the flying car circle. It had always been mocked. But Naimi, the young master of the main family, was building a Veg Fritter flying car. Wasn't this a disgrace to the Sizer family? It wasn't hard to imagine how Naimi's father and grandfather would react when they learned about this. His father would probably regret allowing Naimi to participate in the competition. Unlike everyone else, Fleeka was staring straight at the veg fritter. He noticed that there was still a bunch of spare parts inside the workshop when the flying car flew out. They weren't broken parts, they really were in used parts. So this flying car didn't actually cost 50 million MB to build? The metallic veg fritter that everyone mocked nowadays floated steadily in the air. Naimi's smug voice rang from the external speakers. Veg fritter, say hello to everyone. Everyone's gazes were focused on veg fritter the moment Naimi finished speaking. A simple smiley face appeared on the bare chassis of the flying car. The sky-blue flowing lines made people feel as if the smile was looking down from the sky. It was as warm as sunlight. Hello everyone. My name is Veg Fritter. I was born yesterday. Nice to meet you all. The people below sucked in a breath at the same time. They were all industry insiders, and they had been in this business for many years. The shortest among them was at least 5, if not 10 years. Naturally, they knew what this voice represented. It was a super AI system. It wasn't a primary and secondary operating system like other flying cars. It was a super AI system. They could tell whether or not this machine was a super AI system and how well it was equipped with a super AI system just by listening to its voice. But this flying car that everyone called an obsolete historical relic, was actually equipped with a super AI system. Even if this super AI system wasn't too advanced, it wasn't low by any means. This was a racing car, so why would they install a super AI system on a racing car? Was it not worth it? Fleeka couldn't even describe his shock right now. He found it hard to believe. How on earth did Sillin do this? Both the ring design and the super AI equipment were completed. He had to admit that Fleeka's occupational disease was acting up again. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to drag Sillin over to study the super AI system. Right now, he felt like his heart was being scratched by a furry claw, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was because Naimi had flown away after saying, "Let's try out the flying car." Sillin and Naimi didn't drive the flying car. They had already discussed the test route, and Vegfritter would follow it until it reached its destination. Both Sillin and Naimi wanted to see how Vegfritter would react to the obstacles in its not-so-advanced configuration. The flying car first flew to the rainforest area. Birds occasionally flew into the air from the dense forest below, and the officially marked track was only a dozen or so meters away from the top of the forest. There were a lot of moving plants in this rainforest, and the thick vines would whip their prey down from the sky. Then, they would wrap the prey in the vines and stab them with their sharp thorns to absorb nutrients. Apart from the vines, the flying car would occasionally run into some big birds. These birds would ignore you when they were in a good mood, but when they were in a bad mood, they would attack anything that flew past them, even if they had a full stomach. This was what people usually said when they saw you as an eyesore. Trees that could move, large birds, animals that could run on rocks, other predators that could fly, and so on. These were all obstacles for the flying cars passing through here. Due to the fact that the racetrack had been sealed off, there was an isolation net that was flashing with electricity. No birds or other animals were allowed to approach within a 50-meter radius. Vegfritter was flying at the same altitude as the track about 100 meters away from the track. It wasn't flying too fast or too slow. While flying, it recorded all the signals it saw, heard, and received, and quickly compared and updated its existing data. That isolation net is emitting a certain frequency that's supposed to keep the animals away, but the strange thing is that the plants aren't afraid of it at all. In fact, some of the plants are even moving towards the isolation net. Vegfritter exclaimed in surprise. Not bad. At least it knew how to analyze this. Sillin was very satisfied. A long time ago, someone thought he was smart enough to simulate the barrier's frequency and release it. Although he managed to chase away the birds and other animals, he was attacked by even more plants. In the end, he was swept away by the vines and survived only after the guard arrived. Naimi explained with a smile. Vegfritter continued to collect external signals, especially audio and non-audio signals from the top of the local food chain, Sillin ordered. Got it. Both Sillin and Naimi noted down everything they needed to pay attention to as Vegfritter dodged the birds and tree branches. They would make the necessary preparations once they got back to the race so that they wouldn't screw up during the official race. The deeper they went into the rainforest, the more attacks the flying car received. Just as it was about to get hit by a tree branch or two, the flying car's appearance suddenly started changing. It was still in the same round shape, but now it looked like a disc covered in branches and leaves. It wasn't just its appearance. Even the scent of the vines had been mimicked. This way, the attacks from the vines had decreased, and the attacks from other plants had decreased a lot as well. Now that the flying car was mainly dealing with the animals, the burden on it was greatly reduced. Not bad, not bad. You're pretty smart. Sillin praised. Vegfritter let out a pleased chuckle, but a big bird suddenly scratched it and left another claw mark on its shell. Don't get too full of yourself. See, karma's coming for you? Sillin said, while patting the car's seat. Oh, Vegfritter let out a bitter sound and bowed its head like a child who had done something wrong. Naimi laughed loudly before patting the car wall. Then go fight back and show your big brother what you've got. If you're being bullied, you're going to bully them back. Sillin shot Naimi a glance, but didn't say anything. As if encouraged, Vegfritter started analyzing its surroundings. Both Sillin and Naimi knew exactly what it was doing through the display on the control panel. Is it going to? Naimi hadn't even finished his sentence when Vegfritter unleashed a series of blades of light and cut down the vines below it. The severed vines flew into the air, and Vegfritter shot out mechanical arms from the edge of the disc and grabbed them tightly. Then it whipped them at the birds. Sillin, what a violent scene it was. Along the way, bird feathers filled the sky, and the incessant bird cries spread far and wide in the rainforest. One had to admit that it was a pretty effective tactic. The birds and animals weren't stupid, so most of them stayed away from it. A long silence later, Sillin said, "There's no chance to whip the birds while we're speeding up." Vegfritter paused in the middle of whipping a bird. Thankfully, there weren't many birds that would try to cause trouble right now, and they were about to leave the rainforest. They weren't attacked during this short pause. You made another mistake, Sillin said. It was obvious that Vegfritter knew that it shouldn't have paused just now. All right. The race isn't official yet, is it? You're doing pretty well in a situation like this. Naimi said, It is, but I'll be taking over the driving rights during the race. You should record everything you learn during a race. There are a lot of important things that can only be learned during a race. Sillin said the latter half of the sentence to Vegfritter. They weren't planning to use their super AI throughout the race to begin with. It was just for a certain segment. All right. Vegfritter looked very expectant. After the flying car flew past the rainforest area, it flew past the muddy swamp area, the snowy glacier area, the vast desert area, and the winding mountain road area at the same speed. 3 flying cars were parked on top of a cliff in the middle of the mountain roads. The few of them were leaning against the flying car, laughing and chatting about the competition while holding a glass of wine in their hands. Suddenly, one of them spat out the wine in his mouth. Fuck, Vegfritter, am I seeing things? Look at you. You can't even do something like this, fuck. It really is Vegfritter. I can't believe there's someone driving Vegfritter around these days. The man looked like he was having a hard time accepting the fact. Where did this come from? A museum? An exhibition hall? Vegfritter flew past the mountain in a whoosh. They didn't fly over the first part of the road, but they did so because they detected people nearby. Sitting inside the car, Naimi propped his chin on his hand as he stared at the people standing on the cliff on the monitor. He tapped the back of the seat lightly with his finger. Is Vegfritter shameful? Naimi really wanted to smack a brick in their faces when he saw the look on their faces. Flying cars weren't shameful. They shouldn't be shameful, and they shouldn't be burdened with this heavy word. They carried people through an era, and even if they were criticized for their flaws and imperfections later on, that didn't mean they couldn't be denied. They weren't failures. They were the brightest stars of their era, and the Crescent Moon, Sharp Blade, and other so-called improved flying cars wouldn't exist without them. When Naimi was very young and saw the round and lonely flying car parked in the largest and most complete flying car museum in the entire empire, Naimi suddenly felt as if he could feel the car's mournful wail. The other booths were surrounded by people, and the spectators were fighting with each other to comment and flatter the veg fritter. Nami suddenly felt that the veg fritter the professionals and the so-called flying car enthusiasts had belittled as veg fritter was waiting to be redeemed by the professionals and the so-called flying car enthusiasts in front of him. Compassion, understanding, and dignity were all basic human qualities, but these qualities weren't reflected in flying cars at all. Many people couldn't understand the Sizer family's feelings towards flying cars and only thought that it was a way to make money for the Sizer family. But not everyone thought the same. At least Naimi didn't like flying cars for profit. The sudden surge of emotion he felt when he was young was too strong, and it had accompanied him for many years. That was why Naimi had suggested the name Veg Fritter when it was time to name the new flying car. Silen smiled. Silen thought that Veg Fritter was a really good name. A successful and glorious person didn't need to give his name a deep meaning, because as long as he succeeded, his name would naturally be covered with a shiny coat. Similarly, a successful flying car didn't need a name that was flashy and meaningful, as if it was afraid that people wouldn't know that it was going to be a glorious name. A successful flying car would naturally have a meaningful name. Nami told Silen that he wanted to send this abandoned circle back to the top and accompany it to the top. He wanted to make people realize their mistakes and remove that heavy word from its name. We'll win, Veg Fritter. Of course, I think we'll win too. Veg Fritter said affirmatively. Stop dreaming. Let's take care of the problem at hand first. Silen cut off the conversation between man and car. What problem? Nami asked in puzzlement. Did you bring food? Silen looked at Naimi. Naimi, fuck. Chapter 264. They were so excited that all they wanted to do was take Veg Fritter out for a spin. They completely forgot about the time it would take to do so and how they were going to fill their stomachs during that time. However, the good thing was that some small herbivores and some wild fruits could be found in the mountainous areas. Other than the quadrennial competition, there were not many people walking around the planet. Therefore, many resources were preserved in their original state, and the species were quite rich. Silen and Naimi found a valley and stopped the car to look for food. There was a simple multi-stage heating device on the car that could cook the food. They didn't bring any condiments, so they could only find some spices and condiments from the plants around them that would stimulate the taste buds and make the food easier to swallow. There were rules against starting fires in places with abundant plants. Not only that, it didn't matter if you were using a heating device, a microwave device, a laser device, or any other kind of heating device to create a large area of fire. If you were caught doing so, you would be punished or even disqualified from the tournament. Silen and Naimi didn't plan to make it too complicated. All they needed to do was eat some food and replenish their energy. Someone's coming. 3 flying cars, 7 people. Veg Fritter suddenly said. A projection appeared on its screen and showed them the distance between the 3 flying cars. They must have noticed us too. They're obviously flying towards us, Nami said while stuffing meat into his mouth. Silen hadn't asked Veg Fritter to turn invisible, so it wasn't surprising that they were discovered. The 3 flying cars didn't have the logo of a racing team that Silen knew of. They looked more like private flying cars, and their appearance was ostentatious with some wavy peaks. They looked mighty, but they weren't suitable for racing. They were custom-made flying cars, and Silen could tell that they were built not long ago. They were probably the new cars of some noble scion. As the 3 flying cars got closer and closer, an arrogant voice rang out from the speaker on the black flying car in the lead. Haha, am I seeing things? The young master of the Sizer family is driving an antique Veg Fritter. Naimi felt nauseous the moment he heard the voice and spat out the meat in his mouth. Very considerately, Veg Fritter passed a fingernail-sized speaker to Naimi to amplify its voice. Tui, do you think driving a flashy car like this will improve your taste? A layman who doesn't even know where the energy coupling device is, even if he's driving the best flying car in the entire empire, he's still just a layman. A guy who runs like a tortoise doesn't have the right to criticize me. The 3 flying cars stopped about 20 centimeters from the ground, and the people inside jumped down. They were very typical aristocratic children, afraid that others wouldn't know that they were aristocrats. Their expressions were habitually arrogant and disdainful. Briles, did you twist your neck? Why are you raising your chin so high? Naimi snapped at the leader of the group. Brielles still looked down his nose at Naimi, and it made Sillin think that he was pride of the League of Stars. Brielles swept a glance at Sillin, and after confirming that he didn't recognize him, he stopped paying attention to him. Brielles had an impression of every upper-class descendant of his generation in the Empire, but Sillin wasn't on his list. Therefore, Brielles treated Sillin as one of the flatterers behind him. His gaze moved back to Veg Fritter, and Brielles snorted. You've got good taste, aren't you? I can't believe you took out such an antique and paraded it through the streets. I'd be ashamed if I were a member of the Sizer family. The Sizer family would be ashamed if they had someone like you. Nami sat down next to Veg Fritter and stared back at Brielles with the same disdain. You? Isn't the Sizer family good at flying cars? Why didn't I see you participating in the Winds of Freedom? What's so great about competing in a small race? Who said I didn't participate in the Winds of Freedom? Which of you saw that? You participated? This time? Brielles was surprised, but he was just saying it to lower Naimi's morale. It was rare for someone of their status to participate in a large-scale, dangerous race like this without fear. The Sizer family was actually willing to let Naimi participate? Weren't they afraid that he wouldn't be able to return? Put away your pettiness. Is there anyone in the world who's afraid of death like you? TSK, what's with your eyes? You're a coward yourself, but don't think of everyone else as cowards. Brielles wasn't angry at Naimi's mockery. Instead, he asked, Your father actually agreed? Of course, Naimi said proudly. Brielles rubbed his chin and rolled his eyes. Then he pointed at Veg Fritter and asked, You want to use it? Naimi patted Veg Fritter and said, Exactly. Huh. Brielles and the people behind him were laughing so hard that they could barely breathe. Sillin didn't react to their unbridled mockery at all. The greatest counterattack was to speak with facts, and when that happened, these bastards would naturally realize just how ridiculously wrong they were. A moment of silence later, Brielles said, Naimi, why don't we make a bet? What kind of bet? Naimi asked. 50 million MB dollars. Aren't you participating in this race? This money is yours if you can get into the top 5. T-Sich, do you think I'm short of 50 million? Naimi was stubborn. He didn't have that much pocket money, and this was enough to build another Veg Fritter. That being said, it was a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. With his 50 million, he could upgrade Veg Fritter again. He would replace many of its components with better ones and upgrade it from top to bottom. Are you going to bet or not? Bet. You think I'm afraid of you? You didn't need to prove anything. They might look like spoiled brats, but they had their own pride and dignity. There was no way they would renege on a verbal bet like this. Brielles was the first to laugh when he saw Naimi's Veg Fritter. Naimi raised an eyebrow and was about to say something when Veg Fritter suddenly said, Another flying car is coming. It'll be here in 15 seconds. Brielles' laughter came to an abrupt halt. The people behind him didn't quite understand what was going on, but they stopped laughing as well. Brielles narrowed his eyes in disbelief. He was even more surprised than when he saw the antique Veg Fritter. They actually installed a super AI system on a racing car. Was Naimi an idiot? Was he insane? If that was the case, then Naimi was going to lose for sure. Brielles was just about to say something when the flying car Veg Fritter was talking about was already approaching them. It took exactly 15 seconds for it to reach them. The flying car wasn't as flashy as Brielles and the others, but it was also very novel. It looked like a warblade, one with a blood groove. Of course, it wasn't as long as a warblade, but the first impression people would have upon seeing it was that it was a fierce warblade, a warblade with hidden killing intent that pressed forward with an indomitable will. The flying car's equipment was pretty good, and almost all of them were the military's top equipment. Sillin didn't need to disassemble it, and with his experience in assembling a flying car, he only needed to glance at a flying car, listen to the sound it made, and feel the friction when it cut through the air to learn some basic information. Military equipment? Who was the owner of the car? And it was obviously coming for them. Brielles and Naimi didn't say a word. Although they weren't as professional as Sillin and didn't know as much as he did, the two children who used to travel among the upper nobles had an instinctive feeling that the people inside the flying car weren't simple. The flying car finally landed, and the door opened like a sword being unsheathed. However, the person who jumped out of the car looked a little out of place. The people behind Brielle's wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare act too carelessly before Brielle's made his stance clear. It was a child who had jumped down from the flying car with an absolutely powerful aura. Sillin even recognized him. It was Taida. Behind Taida was a familiar old servant and 3 bodyguards. Brielle's and Naimi's eyes twitched when they saw Taida. Why is this troublesome little being here? Not long ago, one of the military giants, the Yurong family, had announced a piece of news. Of course, the news was only spread among the upper nobles, and the lower nobles didn't know about it. That was how everyone learned about Yurong Taida. He was the Yurong family's old patriarch's youngest son. Yes, his son. As the saying goes, an old clam gives birth to a pearl. Old Patriarch Yurong was very strict with his sons and daughters, but his youngest son was an exception. Right now, the entire upper nobles of the empire knew that there were 2 brats they didn't dare to provoke other than the people of the monarch and the 3 kings. One was Yurong Taida, and the other was Gleason Dodge. Anyone who dared to touch them would be met with great misfortune. That was why Brielle's was filled with regret when Taida showed up. Why did he have to run into such a troublesome person when he came here to argue with Naimi? In terms of seniority, Taida was 1 generation older than all of them. Taida didn't look at anyone else and walked straight towards Sillin. Sillin, why didn't you greet me when you saw me? That was what he said, but everyone present could see that Taida had no intention of blaming Sillin at all. He was obviously happy to see a familiar face as he ran up to Sillin. Long time no see. Don't you have classes or missions? Sillin asked. I just finished a mission my mentor gave me, and he was so happy that he gave me a long vacation so that I can come watch the flying car race. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I just arrived today, and I didn't expect to run into you. It's nice to have a familiar face, Taida said happily. Both Brielle's and Naimi thought at the same time. Your mentor is giving you a backdoor. There's no way those old foxes who don't look like role models can't tell that you can't control your emotions. Who dares to make you unhappy? Hey, what are you guys talking about just now? Taida asked curiously. Sillin looked at Brielle's and Naimi. Brielle's opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. The person behind him thought that Brielle's was too lazy to speak and was about to answer for Brielle's when Brielle's noticed and elbowed him in the stomach. His face contorted in pain, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. When the others saw this, how could they not understand what Brielle's meant? They all obediently shut their mouths. Taida then looked at Naimi. Naimi smiled stiffly. He really didn't know how to deal with this troublesome person. We just made a bet, Naimi said. What bet? After listening to Naimi's explanation, Taida looked at Sillin. You're in the same team as him? Sillin nodded yes. Heh, all right then. I'll participate as well. I bet that you'll win. Brielle's smile was a little stiff. Fuck, what the hell is a child messing around with an adult's business? If Naimi and Naimi really lose, you'll definitely pull a long face and will be the unlucky ones. Although it's just a scolding from my parents, it's still an undeserved calamity. Brielle's didn't want to stay here even a second longer, so he made up an excuse and ran as fast as he could with his lackeys. Chapter 265. Naimi didn't relax much after Brielle's left. He watched strangely as Sillin and Taida chatted. He really didn't expect Sillin to be acquainted with Taida. Old Master Yurong's youngest, precious son was even younger than his grandson. If the Yurong family hadn't spread the news a while ago, most people wouldn't even know of his existence. Even if they did, they would have only heard of his name and never seen his face. Speaking of which, Old Master Yurong was very happy when Taida was recruited by AF1's junior class. It was the first time he publicized his youngest son's information to the upper nobility circle. At the same time, he also told everyone that no one should offend my precious son, or this old man would kill or cripple them even if it meant risking his life. Everyone in the upper nobility circle knew that old Master Yurong wasn't lying. He was serious, so they immediately told their children not to provoke Taida. Otherwise, the old man would go crazy. However, Taida was the most spoiled child of the Yurong family at his age, and no one knew when to stop. Those who tried to get close to Taida were afraid that they would backfire and get themselves in trouble, so they stayed away from him. That was why Taida didn't have many people he was familiar with until now. When Sillin was about to leave, Taida expressed that he wanted to go with him. He was here for a vacation anyway, so he could do whatever he wanted. That day, a lot of people saw the following scene: an antique Vegfritter with an impressive flying car next to it. Taida didn't know anything about flying cars, so he wasn't as surprised by Vegfritter's appearance as the others were. He was just curious that the flying car could talk like a robot. The flying car his father had gifted him was also equipped with a superintelligence system, but didn't his brothers say that racing cars wouldn't be equipped with such a system? Taida was too young to drive these two flying cars, so Old Master Yurong specifically assigned him a driver whose driving skills were in no way inferior to the racers participating in the Winds of Freedom. After a test flight, Sillin and the others landed at a large rest area. There were many teams parked here, and each team had a sub-base here so that their own flying cars could receive the best repairs. Moreover, they would not believe that it was not their own people. Cheating was a common occurrence in every tournament, so they had to be on high alert. Other than their own repairmen, only the Sizer family's public repair points could win their trust. In this large rest area, the various teams raised their flags high, including the traditionally strong Spearhead team, Arrow team, Lightning team, etc. Spearhead and Lightning were both teams that had started out as private teams. However, with the development of the teams and the need for funds, the teams later received the support of some nobles and financial groups. With the support of strong funds, the development of the teams became better and better. They also trained some excellent racers for the nobles who invested in them. There were a lot of teams like them. Flying cars cost a lot of money, especially for large events like this. There was no way a team could survive without a strong background. As for the Arrow team, it was a subordinate team of an aircraft manufacturing company. Therefore, most of their flying cars were equipped with the standard equipment of an aircraft. They were thought to be the team closest to an aircraft, and their subsidiary company had worked with the Sizer family on a couple of whirlwind projects. Many people were jealous of them. Sillin and Naimi didn't have a caravan with them, so they were probably on the Sizer family's side. Therefore, Sillin and Naimi headed straight for the Sizer family's public repair point. Taida and Sillin got off the car, and the old servant followed closely behind them. They were guests, and this was the Sizer family's territory. Therefore, Naimi had to show his hospitality as a young master, so he invited Taida and the others to rest at the repair point. Sillin and the others' Vegfritter attracted almost everyone's attention. There were plenty of people who ridiculed them and said all kinds of nasty things. Moreover, Vegfritter was heading to the public repair point, so people looked down on it even more. An antique flying car that didn't even have a fleet and could only enter a public repair point was really hard to convince. But when they saw that the people at the public repair point were acting respectfully towards the racers who came out from the other side, some of them shut their mouths. It didn't take long before a couple of people in charge of the repair point personally came out with friendly smiles on their faces. They led the newcomers into the house. "Hey, who are those people?" "I don't know, but they look like people of status." People of status eat veg fritters. Maybe that's what they like. Of course, there were some people who recognized Naimine. Naimine and Sillin hadn't put on their helmets since they came out of the repair point, so there were some people who recognized the young master of the Sizer family. That was why they told their people to keep their mouths shut in case they got into trouble. After all, this was the Sizer family's territory. Even if they did something shameful, it wasn't something that anyone could criticize. There weren't many nobles like Naimine and Brielle's here, so no one recognized Taida. The children of the great nobles had all gone off to have fun together, and Jin, Xingming, and the others were nowhere to be found. Sillin didn't care about them either, so it wasn't his place to worry about them. Namin had already told his family about Taida, So the people who came out to greet him just now were all people with real power in every repair point on the planet. They also showed how much they valued Taida. Every business family would be happy to establish a good relationship with the military, and the Sizer family didn't have a strong relationship with the military. That was why the flying car race hadn't been able to develop into a military car race until now. At first, the Sizer family's rule was that they couldn't afford to offend Taida even if they didn't want to befriend him. But after Naimin's report, many people in the Sizer family lost their cool. This was an opportunity, a rare opportunity. The old Eurone general wouldn't express anything just because of his sons, but no one could say for sure what his youngest son would do. How could he let such a good opportunity slip by? That was why the discontent caused by Naimin and Silin's veg fritter had subsided a lot. After resting for a while, Silin and Naimin prepared to return to Flika's place. Taida also indicated that he wanted to follow them. The repair shop's people who were supposed to inspect veg fritter were having a hard time doing so, and even after Silin and Naimin had come out, they still hadn't started repairing it. This veg fritter was completely different from the antiques they knew of, and its super AI system didn't allow the repair workers to touch it. "All right, we'll take care of this car ourselves. You don't need to worry about it," Naimin said and jumped into the car that opened up on its own. Silin drove the flying car slowly into the air. He opened the window and said a few words to the people on the ground while waiting for Taida and the others to take off. It was at this moment a flying car flew past them. The car wasn't fast, but it was less than 5 meters away from Silin and the others. Silin turned around and looked at the silver flying car that didn't stand out among the sea of flying cars. His eyes flashed with puzzlement. "What, do you know it?" Naimin pointed at the flying car that had flown into the distance with his chin. Silin shook his head and didn't say anything. The puzzlement in his eyes also disappeared. However, he was muttering to himself. Could it be her? Why is she here? What happened? Even if he couldn't see the person inside the silver flying car, Silin could guess who it was from the faint voice he heard when the car brushed past him. The flying car wasn't soundproof, and Silin felt like he was being watched by 3 pairs of eyes the moment it brushed past him. There were 3 people inside the flying car, and one of them was Sula, the woman who served the Jin family and whom Silin had seen before. Sula wasn't with Jin Xianxia this time, but the other 2 people were probably from the Jin family as well. The 3 of them definitely weren't just here to watch the tournament. Could it be that they were here to protect someone from the Jin family? Jin Xingming's bodyguards had been assigned since a long time ago, and according to Jin Xingming, Jin Xingyao and Jin Xingchen wouldn't be here. What on earth were they here for? Silin was very puzzled. Moreover, Sula's actions meant that she was secretly reminding Silin of something. "Let's go." Taida leaned against the window of the flying car and said to Silin. "All right." The window closed, and the flying cars accelerated. The 2 flying cars quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. However, there was a group of people talking about Silin at this rest stop, and they weren't talking about veg fritter, but Silin. "Are you sure?" The current captain of Spearhead asked his sister. Tobia nodded. "I'm 80% sure. Their backs are very similar." "I think so too. Although we couldn't see his face because he was wearing a work cap, and we were in a hurry, we didn't pay too much attention to him. Most of our attention was focused on the flying car, and we didn't hear anything from the other side. However, the figure is almost the same. His gait, his habitual rhythm, and the distance between each step are very similar," Chiu Su added. "Then it should be him." Danny trusted Chiu Su's judgment. If Chiu Su said so, then it must be him. Silin didn't know that the team members at the rest stop were speculating about him. Right now, he was mainly thinking about what Sula was up to. Sula probably didn't expect Silin to notice her. Was it just a test? After returning to Flika's place, Silin went back to his room and contacted Huimao first. Recently, Silin had been wondering why the cat hadn't contacted him yet. Logically speaking, the cat wouldn't have waited this long. Even if it was managing its fish pond, it wouldn't have lasted this long. That fellow's patience was fine when it was hunting, but if it was just raising fish, it definitely wouldn't have lasted this long. Silin wasn't worried about Hui Mao's safety with Xianxia around. After all, they were at the Jin family's base, and the cat was very good at networking. Something must have attracted Hui Mao's attention. It was Xianxia who answered the call. Judging from his complexion, he looked like he was recovering well. After a brief chat, Silin asked about Hui Mao. Xianxia smiled and said, "I was going to give you a surprise when you came back, but since you asked, I'll show you." Xianxia took the communicator and went to a place so that Silin could see the situation through the projection. The fish pond had grown a little bigger, and the lotus flowers that were supposed to be sturdier were nowhere to be seen. Hui Mao was crouching next to the fish pond with a plate beside him. Every now and then, Hui Mao would grab a piece of meat with its paw and throw it into the pond. Every time a piece of meat was thrown into the pond, a creature would crawl out of the pond and catch it. After eating the meat, the creature would stand up and swim upside down or in circles, wagging its tail and howling like a seal. At first, Silin thought that the creature was supposed to sound like a seal, but the second time Hui Mao threw a piece of meat at it, the creature squeaked like a cicada. The third bark. The fourth lion roar. Silin stared blankly at the projection on the communicator. Was he training a pet? Was Wuxia's pet? Silin didn't know that there was a rumor going around in the Jin family recently. In the beginning, when someone visited Xianxia, they saw a dark blue reptile with its paws tucked against the ground next to the newly built fish pond. A Hui Mao that was several times smaller than it was slapping its paw on its head. The second person who visited Xianxia saw a dark blue reptile with its paws tucked against the ground next to the newly built fish pond. A Hui Mao that was several times smaller than it was slapping its paw on its head. The third person who visited Xianxia saw a dark blue reptile with its paws tucked against the ground next to the fish pond. A Hui Mao that was several times smaller than it was slapping its paw on its head. See that? Xianxia pointed in that direction. Wuxia's been training its pet. Silin thinks for a moment, then asked, "It came out of that egg." Almost all of the sea beast eggs from that planet with many sea beasts had become Hui Mao's food, like snacks. However, the egg that Hui Mao said was hard to digest had been treated as a toy by Hui Mao. Silin didn't expect the egg to hatch into a sea beast in such a short amount of time. Noticing the anomaly, Hui Mao found Xianxia's communicator. Silin saw it. Xianxia smiled as he walked over and handed the communicator to Hui Mao. Hui Mao's ears twitched. He seemed unhappy that Silin found out about this so soon. "Silin, what do you think? That's my new pet. It can be used as food when necessary," Hui Mao said proudly. When Hui Mao said this, the creature in the fish pond visibly shivered. "What's its name?" Silin asked. "At first I wanted to call it Eggy because it came out of an egg. But second Grandpa said that this name wasn't very good, and he wanted to give a fierce name. So after thinking for 2 days and looking up countless materials, I finally decided on one." Silin had a bad feeling about this, so he temporarily ignored the fact that Hui Mao called him second Grandpa. "What's its name?" "Little 3. Silin. Wuxia was even explaining proudly to Silin while flexing its claws. "Look, you and I are the world's number 1 and number 2. So it's free to give up number 3 to it." Silin put a hand to his forehead. "Change it." Hui Mao's whiskers trembled when his idea was rejected. He was about to say something when Silin said, "What about Xianxia, Sigma, Cheto, and Chifeng?" Hui Mao's ears pulled back and didn't say anything. This was how it behaved every time it was weak. In Hui Mao's new world, only the people and things it was familiar with were ranked. Everything else was ignored. "All right, think again. Tell me when you've thought of something." Hui Mao pressed the end button, turned around, and walked toward the fish pond. "None of the previous names work. I'll think of another one." The creature in the fish pond wagged its tail happily. Finally, it didn't have to call out such an awful name. "Oh, whoa, whoa. Shut up, Meow. Don't think I don't know you're laughing at me." Xianxia shook his head, walked to the rocking chair beside the tree, and closed his eyes to rest again. Silin's smile slowly disappeared after he ended the call with Hui Mao. Xianxia didn't know that Silin was communicating with Wuxia using a machine language that wasn't sound waves at the same time. Sillin didn't want Xianxia to know either. Right now, Xianxia needed to focus on his recovery. Although Hui Mao was busy training his new pet, he didn't forget to gather information. From Weeze's information, Sillin learned that the Liao dynasty had sent some people to Whirlwind in secret. They had sent some people to assist the Sizer family in managing the Sizer family's territory. They had received a secret report that Black Viper was active on this planet. If Black Viper's people were active on this planet, their target might be Sillin. Xianxia couldn't be sure, but just in case, Jin Liao had secretly sent some people over. No wonder Sillin had noticed that he was being watched a few times. It looked like they were all sent by Jin Liao. As for Black Viper's people, Sillin hadn't seen them yet. After that incident, the RAS had developed a new type of detector. If it was the same robot, it would definitely be able to detect Black Viper's presence. The Sizer family had multiple checks and scans on everyone who entered this planet, but Black Viper's ability to surprise people was uncanny. Sillin told Hui Mao to keep investigating and inform Sillin when he was done. As for naming Hui Mao's new pet, it was a good excuse and cover. In the days leading up to the race, Sillin and Naimi went out on their sports car. Sometimes, they would let Vegfurter drive on autopilot when it got tired. Most of the time, it was Sillin who did the driving while they analyzed the terrain and the weather. More and more people were arriving on this planet. Hui Mao had contacted Sillin, but he didn't get much information. Jin Liao probably didn't know much about this planet either. Hui Mao wanted to come over, but Sillin might not make it in time even if he did. Not only that, it would arouse a lot of people's suspicions. Fortunately, he left Hui Mao in the courtyard to train Xianxia's pet. Soon, the day of the race arrived to everyone's expectations. According to Sillin and Naimi's plan, Naimi had placed a rainbow-colored light in Sillin's room and set it to change colors randomly. The first color Sillin saw when he woke up on the day he woke up would be the track they had chosen for the first circuit. On the day of the race, when Sillin woke up and looked at the rainbow-colored light, it was red. Naimi was very happy. It was a good start. This is a good sign. I have a feeling that we'll get a good placing in the first stage. The top 3 are right in front of us. Naimi said confidently. Aren't you a little too confident? There have been cases in the past where the red track is the longest. Fleeka walked over to them. He thought that the 2 boys would be nervous and that he could help ease their nerves. He didn't expect Naimi's overconfidence to be the first thing he heard. Uncle Fatty, you're my real uncle. How can you talk like that? No matter what, you 2 look like you're in a good state of mind. Keep it up, and there's something I need to say again. Safety first. Sillin and Naimi added in unison before Fleeka could finish. It's good that you know that. You're just treating this race as a rare experience. There's no need to risk your lives like those people. Your lives are much more important than theirs. All right, Uncle Fatty, we know that. Didn't you check Vegfurter's safety system? Don't you have any confidence at all? It has nothing to do with confidence. Let's go. Get ready to make a grand entrance. I'm going to blind all the spectators. Naimi didn't want to listen to Fleeka's nagging any longer, so he called Sillin and drove straight to the venue. The stages of the competition were spread across the entire planet, starting from the Rainbow of Beginnings in the first stage, followed by the rainforest, muddy swamps, glaciers and snowy lands, endless deserts, vast oceans, and winding mountain roads. There were 7 stages in total. Each stage had a viewing point, so the audience could watch the competition from any of the stage's viewing points. The racetrack wasn't a straight line, and there were a lot of twists and turns. It would take a lot of time, even if the racer was extremely fast. Therefore, the spectators could continue watching the other stages as long as time permitted. Of course, the Sizer family had partnered with several major media outlets to broadcast the race live. Those who couldn't watch the race in person could watch it through a special channel. Of course, the further away they were from the planet, the less they knew about the race. The first stage was without a doubt the most spectators, and it was also the most expensive. Every participating car and racer would be introduced briefly at the beginning, and the veteran teams were the ones that attracted the most attention. The stands would erupt with excitement when their cars entered the arena. The triangular cone flying car Sillin had seen before was one of the participating cars, but it wasn't Spearhead's seed car. Sillin and Naimi were the last ones to enter the arena, and they were the last ones to enter the arena anyway. The last car to enter the arena caused the entire arena to fall silent after waves of crazed laughter from spectators. No one knew who let out the first laugh, but everyone else followed suit. Sillin and Naimi had heard those words many times recently, so they were immune to it. They calmly drove into the arena. Before the organizer could introduce the driver and navigator of the flying car, someone shouted through a megaphone, "Do your best, Sillin, Naimi, veg fritter." It was Taida, the kid. The spectators laughed even harder when they heard Taida's childish roar. There were even people who laughed at Taida, but a gun barrel appeared out of nowhere and pressed against his head in the next moment. That was why everyone knew that there was a kid who couldn't be messed with sitting here before the race began. Taida aside, Jin Xingming and the others had also shouted out loud. The young men and women who were with them were all astonished by what they saw. The descendants of the three kings actually knew someone who drove an antique flying car. Jin Xingming pointed at Sillin and said, "That's my bro." In other words, you're not allowed to laugh at him no matter what car he's driving. Since the day before the race began, Sillin had told Naimi to prepare himself mentally and prepare more anti-hypertensive drugs. Anti-hypertensive drugs were one of the permissible drugs. After verifying the identity of the racers and their belongings, the racers got ready and drove their flying cars to the track of their choice. The rainbow track at the start was made up of 7 cylindrical tracks made of special materials. Each track was a different color, and they couldn't be seen from one another. The 7 tracks could only be distinguished by color at the starting point. After a certain distance, all 7 tracks became the same color and intertwined with each other. Some of them looked like knots on a rope from afar. It was a dazzling sight to behold, and the further the race went, the harder it became to tell which track was the one chosen by their team. The media would follow every track and report, and it was only half a minute after the race began that everyone would know the total length and difficulty of their chosen track. Some people said that the first track was unfair, but the world was unfair in the first place. It was an undeniable fact that a race was full of opportunities, and the Sizer family had put this element of opportunity into the race so that everyone could experience it. Of course, bets would be made during the race. It didn't matter if it was the audience at the venue or the spectators on other planets. Right now, everyone hoped that the flying car they supported would choose a shorter track. Sillin drove his flying car to the entrance of the red track. There were 3 other flying cars who had chosen the red track, just like him, and none of them were from the top 3 of the last Grand Prix. It looked like there weren't many flying cars who chose the red track this time. Most of them were at the entrance of the purple track. There were 12 flying cars there. After every racer sent a ready signal to the race manager, the manager announced the start of the race. The 10-second countdown. During these 10 seconds, the audience was very quiet and held their breaths as they waited for the moment. Naimi shot a glance at Sillin. Sillin's eyes were closed, one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the control panel. He was very quiet, and his breathing was very even. He didn't look like he was in a match at all, but more like he was asleep. Naimi could feel his own nervousness and excitement. This was the first big race he had ever participated in, and the most important race of his life. Naimi's breathing calmed down a lot when Sillin's state of mind was done. When the countdown ended and the horn sounded, the entire stadium erupted into an uproar. An earth-shattering roar stirred up the first wave of emotion since the start of the race. When the horn sounded, Sillin's flying car started moving. However, unlike the other 3 flying cars, he didn't accelerate for a short period of time at the start of the race. The audience watched the video on the big screen and their own viewing devices. The situation on the red track was very interesting. The other 3 flying cars were about the same, but Vegfritter was way behind. I told you that an antique car like this isn't suitable for the race. That's why I wisely didn't bet on it. I bet on Spearhead instead. I bet on Arrow. I bet on Lightning Racing's champion. Sillin didn't know what the people outside were talking about them, but he didn't care. Right now, all he cared about was flying according to the plan he had come up with. There weren't a lot of curves and spirals in the first half of the rainbow track, and even if there were, they were easy and suitable for acceleration. However, Sillin didn't accelerate to the max immediately. Sillin, can you increase the gear? Naimi said anxiously when he saw that he was falling behind. There's no rush, Sillin said indifferently. But this is a high-speed racetrack. You'll be at a disadvantage if you keep going at this speed. Don't worry. The flying car continued to accelerate at the same speed. Just as Naimi was about to say something again, Sillin said, "Didn't I tell you to increase your body's tension in the early stages of the race? Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for you later on." Naimi recalled what Sillin said before the race, but he didn't take it to heart at the time. He never thought that he needed that much time to prepare. He grew up driving a flying car. Half a minute later, Fleeka thought to himself when he saw the results of the racetrack, "It's over." The red track was the longest, and it had more curves, spirals, and junctions than the other tracks. But Sillin and the others had chosen this one. Jin Xingming was so depressed that he wasn't even as excited as he was when he saw the flying car. Taida wasn't depressed, though. He thought that this was just the first racetrack, and even if he didn't get a good result in the first race, he still had 6 more chances to run. It was a test of skill, and he shouldn't think that he couldn't run just because he tripped while learning to run. Just when everyone thought that the antique veg fritter was hopeless and Naimi's hands went cold after learning about the racetrack, veg fritter had already accelerated to a speed that was universally acknowledged to be dangerous in corners, and it didn't look like it was slowing down at all. When Naimi came back to his senses, he almost jumped up when he saw the speed displayed on the display. "We're almost at the spirals. We can't go at this speed. It's fine." Sillin looked as calm as ever, but his hands hadn't slowed down in the slightest. "This won't do. It's easy to get into an accident if we keep accelerating. Even if we chose the most difficult track, we still have a chance later on. This is just the beginning." This time, Naimi was the one comforting Sillin. He thought that Sillin must have reacted this way because he knew the result. The spirals weren't like the flat left-right curves or the interlocking hairpin curves. They were shaped like a spiral, and each spiral was different. A big spiral was connected to a smaller spiral, and then another, and then another. Finally, there was a 270-degree angle of rotation. There was no fixed angle, and sometimes it looked like a knot had been tied in the middle of a racetrack. There was also a circuitous flight, and almost every driver had to adjust their flight according to the situation on the track ahead of them. A curve like this couldn't be solved with simple drifting, so most people would slow down instead of flying at full speed like they did on the rainbow track. Naimi was still trying to persuade Sillin to slow down, but when he turned around, he discovered that he couldn't see the track anymore. All he could see was a curve. It had to be a curve, wasn't it? Was it a spiral just now? Or did it look like 2? I can't be sure. For the first time, Naimi doubted his own judgment. He himself had flown through countless spirals, but he couldn't make a clear judgment just now. When he glanced at the speed displayed on the display, Naimi felt his legs start to tremble uncontrollably. The commentator explained the top few flying cars. Arrow's flying car was in the lead. It was a flying car that looked like a sailfish. Every time it made a turn, its body would bend to a certain angle, allowing it to make turns at high speed. The driver's control was also impeccable. Not far behind Arrowseed was Spearhead's Flying Blade and Lightning's Crescent Moon. The 3 cars had lifted everyone's spirits. The audience felt like they were experiencing the perfect combination of high speed and weightlessness, and their adrenaline levels were skyrocketing. Most of the people who came here were racing enthusiasts, and they had experienced spirals before. They could feel the intense weightlessness and the continuous psychological drop that came with the speed. Without a certain level of mental endurance, it was very likely that they would faint from the extreme speed and the intense psychological impact. Those who couldn't handle it were already finding it hard to breathe. Just as the commentator was about to use his emotional commentary to motivate the audience, his voice suddenly cut off. I At some point, the veg fritter that everyone had forgotten about had caught up to the 3 flying cars in front of it, and it was even closing the gap between them. It's the veg fritter we've forgotten too early. It's here. It's catching up. Oh, I can't believe it. According to the latest information I received, it's still accelerating. What's wrong with it? What's going on? Since Silen's flying car was catching up to them, the 3 cars at the front had picked up speed one after another. None of them were seated cars, so there was a clear gap between them and the other tracks. In other words, they were the most backward overall in the red track. Even so, the commentator couldn't help but look at veg fritter in a new light based on the information he just received. Naimi stared at the skyrocketing car from the navigator's seat. He didn't dare look at the track in front of him because he was afraid that he would faint. He could tell whether the car was passing through a small angle curve, a spiral curve, or a node based on how it was flying, but he couldn't tell how many spirals it was passing through. It was exactly because he knew how difficult the track was that he was shaking uncontrollably at this speed. They're going to die. They're really going to die. However, Nami slowly came back to his senses as the car passed through a spiral curve and a node. Nami had mocked Brielles for being afraid of death, but everyone was afraid of death. It was just that under certain special circumstances, other emotions would overwhelm the fear of death. People called it the deepest emotion. Right now, Nami was experiencing this intense feeling from the fear of death to the deepest emotion occupying his entire brain. For the first time, the media noticed that their surveillance cameras couldn't keep up with the flying car's original speed. All the tracking devices on the racetrack used the same tracking speed, but on this flying car, the original tracking speed had been left behind. The person responsible for tracking the red track picked up his communicator and asked his superior to adjust the speed of the surveillance cameras. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch the flying car. Chapter 266. The person in charge of tracking the red race track reported to his superiors and sent over the video he just captured. It didn't take long before he was notified that they didn't need to adjust the speed of the cameras on this racetrack. They sent another person to track the veg fritter. At the same time, the League of Stars Media and the Sizer family's research team were tracking all the flying cars in the race. Of course, they noticed Silin and the others as well. Naimi was participating in the race. Even though veg fritter's performance wasn't great at the beginning, they still sent someone to track it. It wasn't because they were hoping that veg fritter would perform well, but because they wanted to be the first to react if something happened to it. It looks like Naimi isn't as good as we thought he was, one of the organizers said. Another person agreed. That's true. This is their true strength, isn't it? It's not that no one came up with a circular design back in the day. It's just that no one was able to utilize the advantages of that design to their fullest potential. That's why veg fritter was eliminated back then. But it's obvious that the racer in it can handle the circular design. If I recall correctly, the circular design is a combination of electromagnetic effects and manual control. It's so that a flying car can turn faster using its external rotation. But that was always thought to be just theory. I didn't think that I'd see it in action one day. The control of the spiral and firing angle is practically perfect. Someone pointed at the clearly slowed down video on the screen and said, if I remember correctly, there was a veg fritter that used scaly propulsion in its design back then, right? The others fell silent when they heard the word scaly propulsion. A dozen or so seconds later, someone said, if the scaly propulsion is really based on the original design, then it's only a theory. Since a theory had become a reality, no one could say for sure if the scaly propulsion was still a theory. The flying cars that were derived from the original veg fritter and some of the newer models all adopted the scaly propulsion concept. However, they weren't able to use it in the race like the original design did. When everyone realized the illogical aspects of the design, they had no choice but to make some modifications. The modified design was no longer called the scaly propulsion. Instead, it was given a different name based on the type and style of the car. Arrow's shuttle-shaped flying car, Vanguard's blade-shaped flying car, and Lightning's crescent-shaped flying car were all equipped with a secondary propulsion system based on the scale-shaped propulsion system. Arrow's shuttle-shaped flying car had auxiliary propulsion systems similar to the pelvic fins, pectoral fins, and caudal fins of fish. Blade's and Crescent Moon flying cars also had auxiliary propulsion systems that matched their models. The auxiliary propulsion system would allow the flying car to go faster, but at the same time, it required the driver's driving skills to be higher. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to unimaginable consequences, and in serious cases, the car would be destroyed and people would die. Of course, this was also the thrill of the competition. By now, Xianxia's group had caught up to the 3 flying cars in front of them. One of them had made a momentary lapse in acceleration, probably because it was too nervous and distracted by Xianxia's veg fritter, and crashed into the wall of a spiral curve. The flying car's safety measures were pretty good. At the very least, the 2 people in the car weren't in mortal danger. Logisticians would come over later to carry them out for treatment. This wasn't the first flying car to make a mistake since the start of the race. There were a few more flying cars before it, but most of them performed pretty well. Xianxia's veg fritter continued to pull further and further away from the other 2 flying cars in the passage. This passage was supposed to be the longest, and it had the most spirals and nodes. It was only natural that the racers would have to spend more time and energy to deal with it compared to the other tracks. But at this rate, while the technicians were analyzing veg fritter's situation, Naimi was even more surprised than they were. Naimi knew that veg fritter could fly very fast, but that was only if it was flying in a straight line without many obstacles. Right now, it was facing spiral curves and nodes. The flying car barely slowed down at all when it passed through the spirals and nodes. By now, Naimi was slowly recovering from a shock. He checked the official status of this track and the current overall ranking. There's a chance. There's definitely a chance. Xianxia was controlling the steering wheel with one hand and adjusting the control panel with the other. But to Naimi's surprise, he couldn't see Xianxia's movements at all, no matter which hand he used. Naimi's vision was a blur, even if he focused all of his attention on it. Xianxia's driving ability was far better than they had imagined. How many more spirals and nodes are there? Xianxia asked, but his eyes never left the front window. Naimi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at the situation and said, excluding the one we just passed, there are 73 spirals left. 29 of them are continuous spirals with more than 3 rings. There are 17 nodes, 5 big nodes, 12 small nodes, and a 4-ring spiral in front of us. The parameters are... Naimi's legs were shaking a little even though he was explaining the situation in a clear and organized manner. His fingers hadn't warmed up yet, but he was no longer as terrified as he was before. It was replaced by indescribable excitement. This is what it means to be a racing car, a real racing car. Naimi didn't need to analyze too much. In fact, he felt that Xianxia could fly perfectly even if he didn't have a navigator. The 2 flying cars on the same track were completely left in the dust, and veg fritter was overtaking one car after another in the overall ranking. The audience was starting to realize that the antique flying car was starting to show its might. When there were 33 spirals left on the red track, veg fritter was at 41st place. When there were 19 spirals left on the red track, veg fritter was at 11th place. When there were 7 spirals left on the red track, veg fritter was only behind the top 3 seeds and was at 4th place. Right now, the spectators outside the track and elsewhere were going crazy. First, it was the red track, and it was known as the unluckiest track of this term. Second, it was an antique veg fritter that was said to have been abandoned by history a long time ago. Third, it was because no one had ever heard of this dark horse before. All the flying cars and racers who were invited to the Winds of Freedom had participated in a lot of relatively influential races in their respective star regions before they were invited to participate in the Winds of Freedom. Everyone more or less knew about such a character, but this racer was so unfamiliar that no one had ever heard of him before. This wasn't an illusion. Everyone had been paying attention to veg fritter since it caught up to them, far more than they had been paying attention to the top 3 seeds. It didn't look like a human could pass through the spirals and the nodes at that speed. At the very least, No one had ever seen such a thing happen in their lives. Is he cheating? Someone asked. How can anyone cheat like this? Can you show me? This is too fucking unbelievable. According to the original plan, Zhen Xingming's group was supposed to move to the next circuit midway through the race. However, Silen's Vegfritter showed off its might one after another, so Zhen Xingming's group decided to stay where they were. This was the only place where they could watch Vegfritter's surveillance footage and analysis. At first, no one was willing to leave, but as the race progressed, no one asked to leave anymore. Zhen Xingming stepped on the mountain of shells at the edge of the stands and pointed at Vegfritter's footage with one hand on his waist and the other. He announced loudly, "See that? That's my bro." This sentence was obviously meant to show off, unlike the previous one, which was mainly a warning. There were 3 spirals left on the red track, and it was impossible to say who would be the first one to make it out of the red track. There were more races left on the red track than the other 3, but no one could say for sure right now. Everyone sped up and fought to be the first to make a good start. Naimi's heart was pounding as he stared at the ranking and the race map on the screen. He didn't say anything to Silen, and Silen didn't ask how many races were left either. He simply charged out of the red track at high speed. He knew the rest of the race and the curves. Whoosh! There wasn't much of a difference in the time it took for the 4 flying cars to charge out of the passage at the same time. Arrow's flying car was the first to do so, Spearhead's flying car was the second, Silen's Vegfritter was the third, and Lightning's Crescent Moon was the fourth. These 4 flying cars stirred up the audience's emotions. The 5th car was still some distance away from the first 4 cars. At the very least, it wasn't shown on the same monitor at the entrance of the race. 25 points. Although it wasn't the first place's 40 points, Naimi was more than satisfied with the result. After all, they had chosen the unluckiest track of this year's race. In fact, Naimi wondered if Silen would have won first place if he had accelerated without considering his own adaptability at the beginning of the race. Naimi felt very ashamed when he thought of this. He was a burden to the team. Get ready for the second circuit. Silen interrupted Naimi's thoughts and adjusted his car's condition swiftly. The next circuit was a rainforest zone. 2 walls of light were separated by 100 meters of distance, and there was a height restriction after the official second circuit. This meant that the race would be much more difficult than before. After rushing out of the passageway of the first stage, everyone knew their ranking and the ranking of the others. However, they didn't have much time to express their thoughts. Everyone was trying their best to rush to the second stage, and this was the time to close the gap with the others. However, when everyone gathered at the same track at the same time, they discovered an obvious problem. The Vegfritter charged forward like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that everyone who saw it, without the aid of a monitor, couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over their bodies. Had that guy always raced at that speed? Arrow, Spearhead, and Lightning Seeds sped up in unison after being imaged by Silen's Vegfritter. In the past, they were the only 3 pilots, so they wouldn't charge at full speed according to strategy. But now that an extreme guy was charging ahead of them, their pride wouldn't allow them to do so. As a result, the distance between the top 4 and the rest of the racers gradually widened. Some of the unlucky ones who had chosen a worse track were also chasing after them at full speed. Everyone's ranking was changing except for the top 4. Tobiya and Chiosu's Pyramid Flying Car was in the 30s when they exited the track, but it was now 28. They hoped that they could push a little further into the second circuit. Silen was currently ranked first, but Naimi could see that Silen's expression hadn't changed since the start of the tournament. It was something that Naimi admired very much. He guessed that Silen was either a legendary expert or a robot. Otherwise, there was no way he could remain so calm. Didn't he say that he had never participated in a race of this level before? The second circuit started just like Silen's test drive. They flew a certain distance away from the forest. The 3 cars behind them prepared to activate their special sound waves and magnetic waves at the same time. These waves would affect the rot-tan trees and birds, so they only needed to deal with a few of them. But Silen was different. The waves Silen ordered Vegfritter to release were at the same frequency that everyone thought was useless. It was the same frequency that the isolation net emitted, and it would keep the animals away from the area and focus on the plants. Most of the time, plants caused more trouble than animals. That was why the people who received Vegfritter's waves didn't understand why Scyllin was doing this. But they understood the reason in the next moment. After Vegfritter released its frequency, the giant bird that was flying towards them turned around and flew towards the other flying cars. The rattan trees and some of the moving plants below them also started to move. It was at this moment a ring of jagged wrist blades popped out of the edge of Vegfritter. The jagged edges spun and cut through the vines that were hurled at them in an instant. At the same time, the surface of the flying car turned incredibly smooth after a flash of lightning. Some of the plants that managed to avoid the jagged edges slid off the flying car because their cilia weren't strong enough to hold onto the car. Only plants with leaves that looked like suction cups managed to wrap around the flying car, but the jagged edges of the flying car will be able to cut through the vines if it tilted the slightest bit. That was why Vegfritter was able to cut off the rattan trees wherever it flew, and the culprit was able to escape without a moment's delay. This was the plan they had discussed, but Naimi felt that something was wrong. It was different from what he had imagined. It was even faster than he had expected, and the pressure from the people around him was making him very uncomfortable. Scyllin wasn't racing. It was more like he was venting. Naimi didn't understand why Scyllin was acting like this, and he didn't dare ask. Right now, he thought that Scyllin was terrifying. Although he was expressionless, serious, or smiling, he still felt unusually dangerous. Sitting less than half a meter away from Scyllin in the navigator's seat, Naimi didn't dare to breathe too loudly. He didn't need to give any flying advice, because Scyllin might be more familiar with the terrain and environment than he was. Or maybe Scyllin didn't care at all, and he treated everything the same way no matter where he flew or who blocked his way. Vegfritter's jagged edges resonated with a lot of flying car enthusiasts. They didn't care if the design would affect the car's flying ability, but it was a scene that made many young racers' blood boil. Some people chose to dodge the rattan trees, and some chose to face them head-on. However, the latter would undoubtedly slow down the car, and it was a difficult choice to make. That being said, this gear-shaped design might be a good choice. It wouldn't slow them down too much, would it? Can't you see that I'm still flying as fast as I can? Vegfritter had to be very fast, but it wasn't flying in a straight line. Instead, it was flying in a curved line, and the car's tilt would change constantly to make sure that no tree branches would wrap around it. The car's surface was smooth, but it couldn't stop the suction cups and some of the more unusual plant from passing through. Every flying car was equipped with some machinery to deal with unexpected situations. There were also bandsaws and gears, but they were all small gears that popped out of the car and weren't as effective as Vegfritter's. Vegfritter was as slippery as a fish in a sea of trees. It slipped out of the tentacles of a predator and bit if it couldn't. The second circuit wasn't just a test of the racer's driving skills. It was also a test of a flying car's ability to deal with similar situations. This was a circuit that allowed the use of weapons. There were all kinds of weapons, and the spectators would vote for their favorite weapon after the race was over. This was a rare data gathering method for the Sizer family. The second circuit was the shortest out of all 7 circuits. After passing through the sea of trees, Scyllin and the others were the first to exit the circuit. Spearhead's flying blade was second, Lightning's crescent moon flying car was third, and Arrow's flying shuttle flying car was fourth. Just like before, the 4 flying cars weren't too far away from each other, especially the 3 flying cars behind them. Vegfritter and the other 3 flying cars were just a little bit bigger in comparison to the rest of the group. This was the advantage and disadvantage of different car models. Different car models would have their own advantages and disadvantages in different circuits. 40 points. We have 60 points now. Naimi was very happy, but he didn't get carried away just yet. After all, only 2/7 of the circuit had passed. It didn't take long for them to enter a dark world after passing through the sea of green trees. A pillar of mud shot high into the air, signaling the start of the third circuit. This was the dirtiest circuit of the race. After all the flying cars had flown out of the forest, two people appeared at a corner of the forest and said something to each other before vanishing into thin air. The only sound left behind was the rustling of footsteps. Chapter 267. In front of them was a dark swamp. They couldn't see how deep or shallow the swamp was. Some places were bubbling with mud, and when they got closer, they could even hear the bubbling sounds of mud bubbling. The tall mud pillars were only sprayed out from the deeper parts of the swamp. The mud was very dense and viscous, so it would be very troublesome for the flying vehicle to be sprayed with it. If the mud couldn't be brushed off in time, the vehicle's speed would be affected, and its balance would be destroyed. Sillin drove the car through the mud pillars. Tilting the car to a certain angle would give it more space to dodge the mud pillars. The three cars behind them were in hot pursuit, and the other cars were gradually catching up to them. Perhaps their disadvantage was over, and the people behind them would catch up to them. Every stage was a new ranking process. There were a lot of racers who hadn't gotten a single point yet, but they weren't anxious. They were obviously veterans, and they knew which stages were their strengths and which were their weaknesses. As long as the flying vehicle wasn't destroyed, there would always be a chance for them to make it to the top. We have 65 points right now. The third place of the Rainbow of Beginnings has 25 points, and the first place of the second circuit has 40 points, so there's no need to rush. We just need to play it safe, Naimi said. Sillin replied with a MN to indicate that he understood. Naimi used the car's omnidirectional cameras to search for hidden dangers, places that would make it easy for the car to accelerate, and points that needed attention to be paid to Sillin. There was no need for him to explain anything else. Sillin could do it all by himself. When one of the mud pillars collided with the other pillar that was shooting out diagonally, the mud inside the two pillars erupted in two different directions and covered the entire area. No matter what happened, Sillin's flying car would be splashed with mud no matter what. The brownish-black mud slammed against the flying car, leaving clear traces of high-speed splashes. A white light flashed, and the splashed mud on the surface of the flying car instantly froze at an ultra-low temperature. Then, the surface of the flying car was shattered by the supersonic shattering effect of the flying car's surface, turning it into powder and flying away from the car. This was a common method used by flying cars, and some of the cars behind them used a similar method. However, it wouldn't be so easy for some unlucky racer to crash directly into the mud pillar. If they didn't react in time, they would be stuck to the mud pillar, and the enormous pressure and stickiness would drag them straight into the swamp. Nami felt that Sillin was a lot calmer than he was in the rainforest. Maybe it was because he hadn't calmed down from the start of the race. The flying car's dodging skills were very good, and there were many times when Sillin was able to slip through the gaps between three mud pillars. Although he couldn't avoid getting splashed with some mud, it was still better than the flying cars behind him that crashed into the mud pillars as long as he could stabilize the car. Spearhead's flying car had caught up and overtaken Veg Fritter, but Sillin didn't look like he was going to speed up. Then, Arrow and Lightning's leading cars overtook him. Nami noticed that Sillin's expression was the same as before. He didn't look pleased with himself when he was at the front, nor did he look anxious after being overtaken. Again, the guy was as calm as a robot. Although Sillin's eyes were staring straight ahead, Nami felt that there was something else hidden in Sillin's eyes. If Sillin was filled with a long-suppressed emotion back in the rainforest circuit, then it was an unfathomable depth to him right now. It was like flying away from a planet and looking at the endless starry sky. Still, Nami sat obediently at his seat and checked the layout of the circuit, reminding Sillin when necessary. Sillin didn't give chase immediately after he was overtaken. The leading car would be under a lot more pressure, and there was still some distance to go until the end of the circuit. That was why he maintained his original speed until he reached the back of the swamp. It was enough for him to stay in fourth place. He had already adapted to the environment and climate here. Every mud pillar would tremble slightly before it erupted, and he could feel the tremors through the flying car. He was able to determine where the eruption was coming from, what the general angle was, and how much it was going to erupt. Then he could react accordingly. He was like a carbon-based robot. His brain was performing calculations at every moment, and he was able to sense the energy fluctuations much better than Naime's. It was exactly because he didn't understand how Sillin was able to react so accurately in such a short period of time that Naime thought Sillin was amazing. It was at this moment the spectators finally realized that the three-seated cars weren't the only ones fighting for the championship. The darkest black horse of this race, the antique veg fritter, was also involved. The sprinting process was also a process of increasing the distance between the other cars. The first four cars had already pulled away from the fifth place by a bit, and there was no gap between them at all. However, three mud pillars suddenly erupted at the end of the circuit and converged at the top in a claw shape. Then, the impact caused the mud to splatter down like an umbrella. The four cars had to split up, and Spearhead and Lightning's cars had to pull them up. Below them, Vegfritter and Arrow's cars had to look for an opening to pass through. It was through this different method that the top four of this segment were decided. Arrow was first, Sillin's Vegfritter was second, and Spearhead was fourth. Nami finally let out a sigh of relief after he charged out of the circuit. Second place wasn't too bad. He was expecting third or fourth place, and this was more than enough. There would be a repair shop set up at the end of every circuit, and every racing team had their own repair shop there. However, the first two circuits were only the beginning, so most of the flying cars hadn't stopped for maintenance yet. Now that the third circuit was over, some flying cars finally started flying over for quick maintenance. After all, there was no room for error in the next circuit. A flying car had to have a self-detection index of 9, 5 or above, not even 9, 0. The first four flying cars didn't stop. They all sped up and charged forward. The dark swamp and the miasma at the bottom slowly disappeared as well. The four cars made a big turn and flew in a different direction. There was a hint of white on the horizon, and the temperature display on the flying car told him that it was getting colder the further they flew. It was because that was the planet's polar region. He stuffed an energy supplement into his mouth, chewed on it, and gulped down the water Naimi passed him. Sillin looked into the distance and estimated that it would be night by the time they reached the polar region. The drivers and navigators took advantage of this time to replenish their energy. The navigators explained the general situation of Saida to the drivers and confirmed some countermeasures. The navigators also had another role, and that was to calm the drivers' emotions. They had to keep them in a stable state no matter how good or bad their results were in the previous circuit. Just as Sillin predicted, night had fallen by the time they reached the fourth circuit, the snowy glacier. The starry sky looked great, but the wind on the ground was the most disharmonious. The wind blew the snow that had fallen on the glacier all over the place. It wasn't snowing, but it looked even worse than snow. It was a snowstorm that didn't come from the sky. There were also some tiny pieces of ice mixed in with the wind, and it was very easy for a high-speed flying car to experience the same situation as Tobia and the others last time, because the surface of the car wasn't protected properly after repeated collisions. The parts would loosen and cause a series of reactions. Tobia and the others were still fine. Because of this, many flying cars would undergo maintenance and reinforcement checks before this circuit to ensure that there would be no undesirable situations in the snowy glaciers. Flying cars couldn't fly too high. There might not be a snowstorm at high altitudes, but there was a much lower temperature than a snowstorm. The air pressure there was different from the air pressure near the ground. Someone had once experimented at that altitude, and a robot had flown a flying car up there. It didn't take long for the entire car to freeze, its energy system crippled, and its thrusters destroyed. This was a special phenomenon at the planet's polar region, so the flying cars wouldn't fly too high during this circuit. Of course, flying at low altitudes wasn't easy either. Because of the glacier, the airflow didn't have a fixed direction, and the wind that was deflected by the glacier could send a flying car flying. Therefore, the safest way was to drive on the ground. Every flying car in the race was a tricycle. No matter how good they were at flying in the air, they could still drive on the ground. The flying cars sprung out of their spiked wheels and sped across the snowy ground. Compared to their flying speed in the previous circuits, they were moving at a snail's pace. Among these flying cars, there was one exception, and that was Vegfritter. The other flying cars sprung out of their wheels to drive on the ground, but Vegfritter had sharp teeth growing out of its sides when it flipped over. Unlike the wrist blades of the rainforest, these sharp teeth allowed it to drive better on the icy ground. It was round in shape, so it looked like a big wheel. The edges turned, but the center didn't. The Scyllin didn't want to follow this wheel. At the same time, Vegfritter's sharp teeth weren't the only things around it. There were also a lot of small wheels that balanced the airflow. These wheels weakened the airflow and provided Vegfritter with some mechanical energy to drive through the snow. The icy ground wasn't completely smooth, or they would have been sliding on it already. There were many cone-shaped protrusions on the icy ground, and they would run into them if they were to slide. As the flying cars sped across the icy ground, on the other side of the glacier, on a glacier not far from the cursor's track, 5 blurry figures were outlined by the strong wind and snow. However, when these people shook off the ice and snow, they could not see any of them. All that was left were the shadows left by the strong wind and snow. They were invisible. 30 minutes left. An emotionless voice rang in the air. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of crushed ice could be heard. However, it was hard to hear in such an environment where the wind was howling. A while later, 20 minutes left, the voice suddenly paused. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The special bullets flew through the wind and flew towards the 5 people. Bang! The bullets were stopped by a protective barrier about 10 centimeters away from the 5 people and shattered. 6 people appeared 100 meters away from the 5 people. Sula was one of them. The Jin family? The 5 people on the other side also revealed themselves. Unlike Sula and the others, their equipment wasn't layered with layers of protection. They didn't wear thermal clothing, bulletproof vests, or breathing masks. They only wore a thin layer of clothing and pants, but they didn't feel cold at all. Scyllin felt like he was being watched from many sides since the start of the race. Sula and the others were definitely one of them, but who was the other? Scyllin thought that he was just a minor character in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. Even if he knew the sea blue-gold formula and was connected to the Jin family, he couldn't be as important as a true noble family descendant like Jin Xingming and the others, could he? Moreover, Jin Xingming and the others were in a group of 4. If someone really wanted to cause trouble for the royal family, they would be the perfect targets. However, Scyllin was the one who was in trouble right now. Before this, Scyllin had only wanted to use the flying car race to vent his emotions. After all, there were a lot of things that had been bottled up in his heart for a long time. Sometimes he would think of the people in Vanguard Division 6, and sometimes he would think of that idiot Long, Knight, and C.I. Jinsheng when he saw Jin, Xingming, and the other rich kids. It was a conditioned reflex from his memories. Sometimes, Scyllin would wonder, if he really couldn't go back, would he forget those people after a long time? Would he return to his life on planet Brown Earth? There was the wilderness here, and there were new people here. However, there was no sense of belonging. Jinya said that he would get used to it, but every time Scyllin heard Hui Mao talking in his sleep, he would think that no one could deny a person's memories, not even a cyborg like him. Jinya had returned home. So where was his home? Was it this galaxy that still seemed unfamiliar to him? While he was thinking, Scyllin suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked in a certain direction. What's wrong? Nami noticed that something was wrong with Scyllin just now and was about to warn him, but he was caught off guard by Scylin's sudden movement. Scyllin didn't say anything, but he frowned and looked to the front. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side of the glacier, Sula and the others were in a bad situation. They thought that they would be able to handle the situation with these people, but things were much more troublesome than they imagined. Communication was cut off, and they couldn't call for backup. 4 of the 6 people they brought were injured, and 2 of them were seriously injured. What do we do? Her companion asked Sula when she saw the charging robot. Sula didn't turn around. Her broken saber was stuck in the ice, so she couldn't pull it out just yet. She quickly calmed her breathing and prepared to fight the robot with her lightsaber. At this moment, a white light flashed, and the robot that was rushing over was sliced in half. Sula looked at the person who had suddenly appeared at the robot's position and let out a sigh of relief. The person had white hair, white eyebrows, and black and white circles around his pupils. He looked like a snowy field at night. Chapter 268. Crack. The last robot was cleaved in half from top to bottom. White Knight withdrew his blade of light. He wasn't wearing a protective suit like Sula and the others, but he didn't seem to feel the cold at all, just like the robots. Sula and her companions performed basic first aid on their wounded teammates. After confirming that their lives were no longer in danger, Sula walked up to White Knight. "Why are you here?" White Knight shot her a glance before kicking the chopped robots to a corner. He said expressionlessly, "Teacher Guan." Sula looked surprised for a moment before understanding dawned on her. As expected, she couldn't hide anything from Guan Feng. "Thanks. You're the only one?" Sula had just asked this question when she saw a snowy white wolf over 150 centimeters tall running toward her. It didn't look disheveled, even though it was running in the middle of a snowy field. Instead, it exuded a kind of murderous elegance. When one looked into its eyes, they would discover that it was a proud wolf. It was as if it was giving you a lot of face just by looking you in the eye. "Rubel, who's with you?" Sula was truly shocked when she saw the snow wolf. She had no idea how these people were alerted. What on earth was Guan Feng thinking? What on earth happened? "Why are you?" Sula looked at White Knight. White Knight put on a protective suit and said in a low voice, "It's so cold." "Sula, so you can feel the cold after all?" White Knight was a human too. He wasn't a beast covered in thick fur like Rubel, and he wasn't a robot either. It was just that wearing a thermal suit, protective suit, and breathing mask would affect his movements, and White Knight didn't like to be restrained. That was why he didn't put on the protective suit until he was done with the robots. Rubel was still holding something in its mouth. It was something it had taken out a robot's head. It ran to White Knight and spat it out, saying, "So hard, much harder than before." The robots Sula and her team had encountered were only a small part of them. There were other robots left behind in the glacier zone, so White Knight and Rubel split up to chase after them. Sula shot a glance at Rubu the snow wolf, who was crouching next to her. That bastard was opening his mouth wide and pulling at the badly deformed skin that he had bitten off from the robot with his claws. Sula asked White Knight again, "How many of you are here?" Bai did not reply. He walked over to the snow wolf that was picking its teeth with its paw and patted its head. "Let's go." The people around Sula were very angry at White Knight's attitude. Although White Knight had helped them just now, he was still a very irritating person. He was about to step forward and say something when Sula stopped him. Sula shook her head and motioned for him not to do so. She knew White Knight's way of doing things. "Let's leave for now. The situation has changed. Let's contact our superiors and see if there are any new instructions." "All right, let's collect the remains of those robots as well. They might be useful," Sula said. When Sillin drove the flying car past the glacier, he noticed that there was no one there anymore. Both White Knight and Sula had already left, and the place where the battle had taken place was buried in snow. At first glance, there was no trace of the battle, but there was a very long crack on an iceberg next to it. It was a testament to the battle that had taken place here. "Naimi, you drive," Sillin said. Naimi was caught off guard for a moment before he reacted. "Why?" "I'm tired." "Oh, but my abilities are limited. I'll probably be overtaken." Naimi knew his limits. Right now, Vegfritter was temporarily in first place, but the flying car behind it was still hot on its tail. "It's fine. Let Vegfritter help you." After that, Sillin made a few settings on the control panel. Then, Sillin and Naimi's seats changed. Naimi accepted the controls nervously while Vegfritter cooperated with him. After Sillin left the driver's seat, he started working on the navigator's analysis panel. His fingers moved swiftly as he typed in a series of characters. At the same time, many small screens popped up on the analysis panel. Every small screen displayed a different thing. Some showed wave frequency analysis, some showed image analysis, and so many lines of data that Naimi's eyes were dazzled. After a quick glance, Naimi turned his attention away from Sillin and focused on driving. Sillin had deduced a lot of things through the analysis device installed on Vegfritter. He knew that the robots had appeared here, and he had located the place where they appeared. He had taken video clips from the media and the Sizer family surveillance cameras and processed them, and he saw the crack on the iceberg. Other than that, Sillin had also located the place where the snow wolves had chased after the robots. So Sula and the others had come here to deal with Black Viper's robots? There were a lot of details that Sillin didn't understand, but there was one thing that Sillin was clear about. He had sensed the robots at the rainforest earlier, and they had appeared again during this circuit. That meant that they would definitely appear in the rest of the circuits as well. He didn't know if Sula and the others could stop the robots, though. While Sillin was analyzing, Naimi had already started sprinting. The circuit was almost over. It was nightfall when they arrived at the glacier circuit. Now that the circuit was almost over, the sky was starting to brighten up. Although Naimi had tried his best, he still wasn't as good as the veterans at adapting to the minute changes in the environment. However, thanks to the advantage Sillin had created at the front, their score wasn't bad at all. They were in second place. The first place of this circuit was Lightning's crescent moon. Arrow's flying shuttle was in third place, and Spearhead's flying blade was in fourth place. After the fourth segment ended, there weren't many flying cars that stopped for maintenance. The next segment was a vast desert. The fourth circuit and the fifth circuit could be said to be polar opposites, but it just so happened that the unique terrain and environment had created such a unique circuit. The flying car was still greeted by a sea of white after it charged out of the glacier. Even though it had flown a long way out of the glacier, it was still white from the window. However, when you looked at the temperature displayed on the car, you would notice that the temperature outside wasn't like the glacier at all. It was about the same temperature as the human body. The white was all sand. White sand. The white sand zone was a transition zone between the glacier and the desert. White sand was everywhere in this zone, but the temperature wasn't as high as the center of the desert. It could be said that the temperature here was comfortable and the air humidity wasn't too low either. "Do you want to switch, Sillin?" Naimi asked. To be honest, although he had made a small mistake during the sprint and didn't get first place, Naimi's interest had been piqued. He really didn't want to switch at the moment. Being a racer was much more exciting than being a navigator. "No need. Continue." Sillin's words delighted Naimi. "Don't worry, I'll do my best." As they continued to fly, the white sand gradually turned into yellow sand. The temperature outside also rose sharply. It wasn't too bad inside the flying car, since it had a thermostat, but it wouldn't take long before they turned into dried corpses. He couldn't help but sigh at the tenacity of the natural world. Sillin saw some animals moving through the sand on the car's display. They were so small, so tenacious, and they didn't rely on any machines. They relied on their own adaptability and ability to evolve. Sillin finally noticed an unusual ripple from the analysis screen. It was an unusual ripple that belonged to the robots. It was similar to machine language, but it was disrupted so he couldn't understand what it was trying to say. Sillin tried to locate it, but he discovered that he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. It could be the robot's own interference, or it could be someone else's interference. Either way, there were robots there. It was exactly because he had seen what those robots were capable of that Sillin wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the race at all. What was the point of racing if he was going to die? Fleck had seen Vegfritter's blueprints before, and Naimi was guarding Vegfritter while Sillin was assembling it. However, neither of them knew that Vegfritter was actually equipped with a very hidden weapon system. It was a relatively independent weapon system that was protected by multiple passwords. Right now, Sillin was activating this weapon system again. The weapon system wouldn't affect Naimi's driving much after it was activated, and he didn't even realize that another dangerous program had been activated on the flying car. Since Fleeka's materials were limited, and the production cost was also limited, The weapon system on Vegfritter couldn't really do anything to the robots. It could only buy them some time. Sillin still had some weapons in his ring, including the Purgatory Thundersnake K and related bullets. He sucked in a deep breath. He couldn't place all his hopes on Sula and the others. Sillin had to plan a way out for himself. Naimi was a member of the Sizer family, and he was getting better and better at driving after the initial awkwardness. He might not be as good as Sillin, but he wasn't far from it. Coupled with Vegfritter's own smart controls, the 4 flying cars were still in the lead. To most people, this was already a miracle. An outdated car model, an eye-popping antique Vegfritter, had shown enough and won enough recognition in the last 4 circuits. Of course, only those who knew the ropes would know that not everyone could drive a Vegfritter to this level. While Sillin was getting ready to deal with the robots, the abnormal fluctuations on one of the analysis screens suddenly stopped. It was as if the robots didn't exist at all. Sillin stared at the screen for 2 seconds. Then he swiftly tapped on the other screens to analyze the abnormal fluctuations. In the end, he performed multiple comparisons between the analysis results on the screens, and the result he got was that the robots in the area he had circled earlier were really gone. There were some tiny mechanical fluctuations in other parts of the desert, but they were all far away from the core. Or rather, something must have happened to the robots in the area Sillin circled on the screen. They were either killed by Sula and the others, or someone else. The rest of the robots had fled into the distance. Who could it be? As he got closer and closer to the coordinates Sillin had circled, Sillin paid more and more attention to the changes in this area. He stared closely at the screens in front of him. If a mechanical fluctuation appeared on these screens, Sillin would have to respond immediately, even if he had to forfeit the race. The good news was that he didn't detect any mechanical fluctuations here. Instead, there were signs of organic life. It wasn't a native species of the desert, but an alien species. However, because the other party had a jamming device, Sillin couldn't confirm who or what the other party was. That being said, Sillin wasn't as nervous as he was before. The other party had probably killed the robots. If it wasn't Sula and the others, then it was someone else. At the very least, it couldn't be an enemy force. The desert was filled with flying sand, and it was impossible to see what was going on outside through normal vision. However, Sillin could still see a round object not far away from the track through the sandstorm. It was about 2 meters in diameter. The sandstorm had almost buried it completely, but the parts that were exposed were gradually showing scales. After the flying car had flown away, Sillin also vaguely saw the round ball shake off the sand after they had flown away and roll towards a certain direction. It was at a sandstone area in the desert. The tall sandstone blocked the vicious light barrier, and the temperature in the shadow was much lower. Moreover, there was no violent sandstorm here. There was a person lying in a narrow crevice. The person was wearing a sun hat, and the brim of the hat was pulled down low to block the small amount of sand that was rolling towards them. His clothes were tattered. It was hard to tell if they were from a fight or torn by himself, but it was probably both. The person was using his arms as a pillow, his legs crossed and swaying leisurely. The half-rolled-up pants on his thighs swayed with his movements like rags. He looked very relaxed. Not far away from the sandstone, the sand pushed by the wind had buried something. However, wasn't completely submerged yet. An object at a small corner reflected the light and shone with a metallic luster. If one listened closely, they could even hear the tiny buzzing of electricity underneath the sand. However, the buzzing grew weaker and weaker until it completely stopped. Glug, glug, glug. A spiky ball rolled over. It was the round ball that Sillin had seen before. The ball got stuck when it rolled into the crevice. Then it rolled back a bit and charged into the crevice again, only to get stuck again. After a few tries, it finally gave up. If it tried to force its way in like this, it would probably topple over all the sandstones in this area. The spiky ball finally stretched out and revealed its full appearance. It was an armadillo lizard nearly 5 meters long. After stretching its whole body, the armadillo lizard shook off the sand and stones on its body and swaggered into the crevice. It wasn't stuck now. Fong fong, everything went well. We can start by hand now. The armadillo lizard said to the person sleeping inside. The person called Fong Fong let out a long sigh, as if he was regretting that his leisure time was over. He raised his finger to push the brim of his hat up, revealing a pair of small, narrow eyes under the hat. He glanced at the armadillo lizard that had crawled in, then yawned, stood up slowly, and stretched again. Let's go, hand by hand. The man and the lizard walked out of the stone area and into the sandstorm. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a small sand dune that wasn't too high. The man raised his hand and patted a part of the sand dune, shouting, "Open the door, we're back." The sandstorm outside is so strong. The patting didn't sound like the patting of a sand dune. As the man patted the sand dune, the layer of sand outside was blown away by the wind, revealing a shell that looked no different from yellow sand. It was the shell of a space plane. However, the camouflage, color, material, and sand covered the surface of the space plane, made it look like a small sand dune. The man shouted and patted for a long time before the space plane's hatch finally opened. The man and the lizard entered the space plane, and the hatch quickly closed behind them. Inside the space plane's cockpit, a little girl who looked to be about 7 or 8 years old was playing a game. She didn't react to the man and the lizard's entrance at all. Her eyes were fixed on the game screen, and her hands were moving nonstop. It was a driving game, a flying car game developed by the Sizer Company not long ago. When the armadillo lizard was about to lie down and rest, the little girl finally spoke up. "Armadillo, you brought in a lot of pollutants again. You'll be responsible for cleaning the space plane next time." The armadillo lizard armadillo's crouching motion froze, and then the huge scales on its body that looked like armor almost exploded. "Why? I was the one who cleaned up the space plane last time. It's your fault that you didn't shake off the sand when you came in." The little girl's eyes were still fixed on the screen, but her words were directed at the armadillo lizard armadillo. Armadillo rolled his eyes, then raised his tail and pointed at the person lying weakly on the chair. He said to the little girl, "Nikki, I want to report that guy Fong Fong was slacking off today, and I did almost all the work. Look, a piece of scale on my tail was shaved off, and my tail was almost cut off." The person who was lying on the chair sprang up and pointed at his ragged clothes and trousers that were already in the shape of tassels. He complained in an aggrieved tone, "Nonsense. Look at me. These are all traces of battle. I almost ran around naked. You have to help me. Big sis Nikki, you have to give me a raise this time." It was strange that a young man who looked to be in his 20s would call a little girl who looked to be 7 or 8 years old big sis. Nikki snorted while playing the game. "Chi Lafong, armadillo, you two clean the space plane together next time." "You're wrong. I'm serious. I'm really working hard. Look at my sincere eyes if you don't believe me." Chi Lafong moved closer to Nikki and pointed at his own eyes. The little girl finally put down the game in front of her and turned to look at Chi Lafong. She tried hard to find this sincerity in his eyes, which were as thin as a thread, even when his eyes were open. Then, she came to a conclusion. "Your eye ulcers are particularly prominent today." Chi Lafong didn't feel awkward when he heard this. Instead, he raised a finger and touched the inner corner of his eye. "That's right. I've worked so hard on this hot day that my eyes are dry and tired." They might even get inflamed, or maybe they're already inflamed. It's not easy for me. I need a raise, and a holiday too. It'd be best if I could get a reimbursement for my travel expenses. Armadillo, who was resting on his stomach, twitched his tail and buried his head in silence. After a moment of silence, Chi Lafong suddenly stared at Nikki's pointy ears and said, "Hey, big sis Nikki, already 35? You were 34 just a while ago. How come you're 35 now?" Nikki's ears were sharper than most people's, and there was a ring of teeth around her ears. The number of teeth represented her actual age. Chi Lafong's exclamation was followed by a thump inside the space plane, followed by Chi Lafong's scream. The desert circuit went relatively smoothly, and Silen's team was still in the top 4. Naomi was incredibly excited. and his nervousness was nowhere near as intense as before. He had picked up his speed as well, but he was still defeated by a centimeter despite being in a good condition. The third place was Arrow's flying car. The second place was Lightning's crescent moon, and the first place was Spearhead's flying blade. 5 out of 7 stages of the race had passed, and the final score of the top 4 was as follows. Arrow's flying shuttle, 150 points. Lightning's crescent moon, 145 points. Scyllane's Vegfritter, 145 points. And Spearhead's flying blade, 140 points. There wasn't much of a difference between the 4 cars, and anyone could have won the race. There were still 2 more circuits to go, and no one could tell what would happen next. Naimi looked a little depressed after exiting the 5th circuit. Moreover, he had maintained a high level of nervousness and concentration, so he was severely dehydrated and exhausted after the race. Right now, Naimi admired Scyllane more than just a little. After all, he had only flown 1 circuit, and Scyllane had flown 4. If a racer had to maintain this level of concentration in every circuit, then the racer was truly a capable person. In fact, Naimi suspected that the reason why there was a driver and a navigator was partly due to the fact that not everyone could drive from start to finish. This was a long-distance race, and those who didn't have the ability or tenacity to participate in it would only suffer, even if they did. Naimi had participated in long-distance races before, but his competitiveness was limited and the difficulties he encountered weren't too big. That was why he was able to persevere. But now that he was participating in the winds of freedom, he could only sigh. He needed more experience. In the past, Naimi and a bunch of noble children would drive their flying cars from one circuit to the next on the safe road. At the time, he thought that it was so easy. Isn't it just driving a flying car? Isn't it just a long-distance race? Bullshit. Naimi insisted on stopping his flying car at the repair point. After that, he sighed emotionally at Scyllane and told him his thoughts. It's fine, Scyllane. You do it. I'm not good enough yet. Scyllane thinks for a moment. All right, I'll take over from here. Scyllane and the others weren't the only ones who went to the repair point for repairs. Almost every flying car that had completed the 5th circuit had to go to the repair point for repairs. The 6th circuit was an underwater circuit, and it would be suicide to fly into the sea if something happened to a flying car. The rescue team wouldn't be able to arrive in time every time, so it was better to be safe than sorry. The repair point was where Spearhead's motorcade was. Since the top 4 cars were leading the pack, the other cars were still lagging behind a little. Tobia and the others hadn't arrived yet when the flying car arrived at the repair point. The person in charge of Spearhead's repair point was busy ordering people to perform an emergency repair on their flying car. Inside the car, Dagny, the current captain of Spearhead, was chatting with his navigator teammate. Something's wrong with that Vegfritter. It's still fast, but it doesn't give me the same thrilling feeling, the navigator said. Dagny nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's like it's a completely different person. Suddenly, both of them recalled that the navigator of that flying car was Naimi of the Sizer family. Naimi was young, but he had participated in many flying car races. He might not have participated in a big race like the Winds of Freedom, but at the very least he had the experience. Piloting a flying car wasn't a problem at all. So you're saying that the young master of the Sizer family, Naimi, is that it? It should be him. But Danny, do you think the driver will change back to the kid who drove before in the next 2 most crucial stages? It's possible. No, it's very possible. He'll definitely switch back if he's not injured again. We need to work harder. That guy's just too crazy. Similar conversations were taking place in Arrow and Lightning's cars. Everyone was thinking about the switch at the same time. The last 2 circuits were the decisive sprint of the race. Let's go. The 4 flying cars arrived at the repair point at about the same time, and the maintenance time was almost the same. The only difference was that Naimi's car was a little behind the others, so he was a little behind when he was done with the repairs. But it was just a little. When the 4 flying cars left, there were still more flying cars that arrived one after another. This was the gap between the 4 of them. The cursor that drew the flight path extended diagonally from the cliff to the side and then disappeared into the sea. The 4 flying cars had already adjusted the parameters and relevant settings before entering the sea, so that the flying cars could move better in the sea. Vegfruiter's scale-shaped propulsion system was also activated. However, it was in underwater mode right now, and its propeller had been switched to a different gear to greatly reduce the water's resistance. The most troublesome part of the journey was running into those big guys. Although they had cleaned up the area before the race, there was no telling if those big guys would come after them. Moreover, the flying cars weren't flying in the deep sea, so the chances of them running into those big guys weren't very high. Speaking of which, they had run into similar situations in the past. If they ran into those big guys in the sea, they couldn't fight them head-on. The only way to avoid them was to waste some time, and even if that time was very short, 1 second was more than enough for the flying car in front of them to leave them in the dust. The sea was beautiful. There weren't many industrial facilities on this planet, and there wasn't much man-made pollution. Coral reefs were everywhere, and all kinds of strange little fish and underwater animals looked very lively. The sea wasn't quiet at all. In fact, it was quite lively. Sillin didn't forget to look at the scenery in the sea while he was driving. For him, this kind of scenery always stirred up an uncontrollable emotion. Countless colorful underwater characters existed together, and the coral reefs looked like a carnival. It was rare for Sillin to see such a beautiful and natural living system, swaying like a flower or solid as a rock. The corals are the playground and home of these sea creatures. A giant sea turtle was swinging its front limbs leisurely. A giant grouper was swinging its tail clumsily and letting the little fish clean the parasites in its mouth. A goby and a bulldozer shrimp were working together, one as a bodyguard, the other as a cave builder, and they were sharing the same home. This was what Sillin saw. Every time he saw something like this, Sillin would always think back to the era when people talked about these things like myths on TV. After walking out of the planet, Sillin saw a lot of mythical scenes. They were all purely natural scenes, and not man-made or heavily made up with technology. However, there were some people who would never be able to see these things again. Naimi was shocked because Sillin had opened up 3 viewports. One was showing the situation at the front of the racetrack. One was showing the coral reefs not far away, and the last one was showing a wave pattern that he couldn't understand. It was exactly because Naimi had driven the car himself that he was so shocked right now. 3 viewports. Sillin, you can't do 3 things at once. Every time a flying car brushed past a big fish, Naimi's breathing would slow down a beat. Really? You really make people worry too much. While Sillin was driving, observing the underwater world and paying attention to the unusual waves on the other side of the sea, the coast. As the waves rolled toward the beach, a figure emerged from the water and slowly walked up to the beach. The person was still covered in scales, and some of them were broken. Blue blood was still flowing out of the wounds that weren't serious, but they quickly scabbed over. After leaving the water, the person shook his arm and grabbed the thing he had taken out of the robot's head. The person walked up to the shore while cursing. The scales on his body gradually disappeared, and he looked more or less like a human. Fortunately, there was no one here, and no one would see this strange person walking naked on the beach. After looking around and making sure that there was no one around, the strange person took out a communicator out of nowhere. He didn't turn on the image projection and only communicated with his voice. "Hey, it's me, Sadia. I'm done here. Yeah, I know, no one noticed me. I know. I have to pay attention to my image, right? Do I look like that kind of person to run around naked? Don't push the blame on me for the immoral things. Yes, I took the best sample. I'll send it to you later. Besides, nothing much, just a few cuts, deep to the bone, and a lot of blood. I'll definitely get a raise this time. I'm not lying, really. Didn't you notice that Hagrid is unusually blue today?" This time, Sillin didn't notice any abnormal fluctuations in the machine language, so the Sixth Circuit went pretty smoothly. If you ignored the giant octopus they encountered in the middle of the circuit and the giant school of fish that appeared out of nowhere during the second half of the circuit, which was most likely a group of sharks that had teased them together, then everything went pretty smoothly. When the veg fritter that looked like it had been injected with steroids charged out of the sea and ended the circuit, the people in the 3 flying cars behind it thought at the same time, As expected, that racer is back. All right, this is the last circuit, Sillin. Let's do it. Nami was so excited that he couldn't sit still. He was just a young man in his early 20s, so how could he keep his cool at a time like this? Nami scratched his head when he saw that Sillin was still looking as dead as ever. Compared to him, Sillin looked like a much older person. They were obviously about the same age, so why was there such a huge difference between them? This time, he didn't stop. The flying car didn't need to go to the maintenance station for repairs, and Sillin already had a general idea of what to do with Black Viper's robot. He wasn't as worried and cautious as he was before, so he decided to end this quickly. Sillin opened all the scaly thrusters and moved his hands swiftly across the control panel. Nami reflexively tightened his grip on his seat when he saw Sillin's reaction. His experience at the beginning of the circuit was so deep that it was no wonder he reacted like this. After thinking for a moment, Nami stuffed the potion into his mouth for the first time since the start of the race. He had a feeling that it would be very embarrassing if he didn't do this. The reality was more or less the same as Nami thought. The last circuit was filled with rocks, and crashing into a mountain wasn't like crashing into a sand dune. Crashing into a mountain was probably the end of the race. The closer they got to the end of the race, the more careful they had to be, or all their previous efforts would be for naught. The sky had turned dark again, and this made flying through the rocks even more difficult. Moreover, some of the light markers on the track would circle around the mountain, so the flying car would have to circle around the mountain a few times. If it wasn't handled properly, the best-case scenario would be crashing into a protruding part of the mountain, and the worst-case scenario would be crashing into the mountain and destroying both the driver and the car. The closer they got to the mountain, the shorter the flight path, and the greater the risk they had to bear. It was a technical job. That was why Nami's heart almost jumped out of his throat every time he saw the flying car almost brush past the protruding mountain. Not only that, it kept happening again and again. Nami checked the data again and discovered that the flying car was less than 5 millimeters away from the protruding mountain. There were plenty of people who could achieve this under normal circumstances, but this was a race. Moreover, Sillin's driving speed was as fast as he had been at the beginning of the circuit. Nami felt like he was about to faint. He also felt nauseous. Was this the legendary car sickness? The Sizer family would definitely laugh their heads off if they found out about this. A member of the Sizer family actually got carsick? Bullshit, right? Nami wasn't the only one who thought it was ridiculous. The other flying cars behind him were also in disbelief. Who would have thought that someone would be bold enough to fly through the last circuit at such a speed? Was he trying to sprint, or was he trying to die? Every time Sillin flew the flying car over a mountain, the people who stayed at the finishing point would celebrate once. Although it was already nighttime, the image on the giant screen had been processed. Every flying car was marked with an eye-catching fluorescent label, so everyone could see the silver fluorescent light that flashed by was the veg fritter. Jin Xingming was yelling, "Charge harder and faster," at the top of his lungs. He didn't care if Sillin could hear him or not. The people around Jin Xingming didn't care how many times Jin Xingming yelled, "That's my bro," either. It was like a night of revelry. Brielle stared at the giant screen at the center of the circuit for a long time before letting out a low chuckle and shaking his head. The people around him didn't know what Brielle's was thinking, but they all knew that Brielle's, Nami, and a kid had made a bet, and it looked like the antique veg fritter was going to win this race. If that was the case, Brielle's would lose 100 million MB. 100 million, that was several years' worth of pocket money for them. If they lost, they would have to go begging. It was only natural that they would be in a bad mood after losing so much money. That was why no one dared to speak carelessly for fear that they'd run into the muzzle of a gun. Brielle's suddenly rose to his feet, causing the people around him to shiver a little. But he didn't pay them any attention. Instead, he said to a servant beside him, "Prepare the money. What about the general? I'll talk to him." "Yes, young master." Brielle's waved the others away after he was done talking about the money. Then, he walked into his personal lounge and turned on his communicator. It didn't take long for the image of a person that both Sillin and Bell were very familiar with to appear on the communicator. New Hatch Tosin. "What's wrong?" Is there something you need me to clean up after you again? Tosin looked a little travel-worn in his military uniform, but he looked very energetic. He had probably just returned from training or a mission. Brielle smiled and said, I lost money today, brother. Tosin was very familiar with his younger brother's words by now. He asked carelessly while cleaning the dust off his clothes, How much did you lose? 100 million. That's not a lot. How much? Tosin crushed the cleaner in his hand with a crack, the veins on his forehead bulging. 100 million MB. Tosin sucked in a deep breath. This won't do. I really want to kill that little bastard right now. Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. When he finally got his emotions under control, Tosin suppressed his anger and said, Do you think our family does business like the Sizer family? You lost 100 million on a car race. Do you think 100 million is easy to earn? Do you know how much allowance I get from the military? Do you know how much I get even if I'm a dangerous person? Do you know? Tosin suddenly realized that something was wrong after he said a series of, Do you know your brother? Do you know our father? Do you know our family? In the past, the little bastard would have cut him off impatiently with a wave of his hand. But today, something was very, very wrong. Tosin looked at his younger brother carefully. Although it was only a video, it was enough to see Brielle's abnormality clearly. Are you being bullied? Tosin asked tentatively. Money was money, and it could be earned back after it was spent. However, being bullied was not an option. It was a matter of a man's dignity. In his mother's words, it was a matter of a growing-up young man's mentality. Not to mention a young man whose mental development was already somewhat abnormal. Brielle shook his head and smiled. No, I've just thought it through a little. He had always thought that his brother and father's refusal to let him drive a warship was just an excuse. Brielle's always thought that warships were warships, and flying cars were flying cars. How could they compare to a warship? A flying car was like a coward that could only stay on its own planet, and a warship was a hero. That was why Brielle's had never had a good attitude toward flying cars. Even his attitude toward Naimi, a member of the Sizer family, was unpleasant. But now, after watching a race like this, Brielle's felt like he had rediscovered something. He felt like time had stopped because of his own speed. It was like he had returned to the first time he saw a warship fly. It wasn't the flying car's fault, it was himself. If he continued to muddle along like this, he might end up like this for the rest of his life. He might end up watching others fly from the stands for the rest of his life. Far away at the 23rd MR, Tosin suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. What did he just hear? Did his little bastard brother just say that he had thought it through? What the hell? Why you're watching that flying car race right now, aren't you? Don't think too much, and don't do anything stupid. Just stay there and wait for me. Tosin clicked off the communicator and contacted the people around him immediately. They were the people his father had sent to protect Brielle's, but they didn't learn anything important from them. Tosin told them to keep an eye on Brielle's and not let him do anything stupid. After contacting the people around Brielle's, Tosin immediately contacted his father at the imperial capital. The first thing he said was, Dad, bad news, Brielle said he thought it through. What? What happened to that kid? Send someone over to stop him from doing anything stupid. Brielle's stared blankly at the disconnected communicator. Shouldn't he be happy that he had thought it through? Why was his brother looking at him like he was about to commit suicide? Deafening cheers were already echoing from outside. Brielle's turned off the communicator after checking the message he had received. He then summoned his servants and subordinates and left the cheering venue. No matter how loud the cheers were, the stage was always someone else's. If he couldn't walk out of someone else's stage and live under someone else's stage, he would never be able to take a step forward. Jin Xingming stepped over the people in front of him the moment Silen's flying car crossed the finish line. In order to avoid the audience's excessive enthusiasm, Silen drove his flying car to a special parking lot. He saw Jin Xingming running toward him excitedly the moment he stepped out of the door. Bell and Uliganua were following closely behind him. Silen was about to greet them when he saw Sula's figure. Sula made a gesture and gestured for Silen to come over. Silen nodded and received the fist-like congratulations from Jin, Xingming, and the others. After that, Silin excused himself and said that he had something to attend to. Jin Xingming didn't give Silin a hard time after he saw Sula and the others waiting at the side. He let Silin pass for now. After Silin left, Jin Xingming and the others turned their attention to Naimi, who was still in the car. "Hey, Naimi, come out and see what's going on. I can't calm the violent excitement in my blood, even if I shout 3 times. Yeah, Naimi, come out now. Let's go party. Naimi, go receive your award. Receive your award. Put on your shiny dress and go for a walk outside." Naimi looked up when he heard the chatter outside the car. His face was still a little pale, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. "I want to go party too, but my legs are numb after sitting in the car for so long. Let me catch my breath first. I'm not a robot like Silin." It wasn't that his legs were numb, but his legs were weak. However, Naimi couldn't say it out loud. The numbness in his scalp reminded him of the thrilling feeling of escaping from between the teeth of the devil in the stories. If he hadn't taken the medicine beforehand, he probably would have fainted already. On the other side, Sula led Silin to a room. "Black Viper's men did come here this time, and we've come to help you under orders. However, the one who truly helped you is your teacher, Guanfeng." Silin saw a couple of unfamiliar faces and 2 animals when he pushed open the door. Chapter 269. The first thing Silin saw when he pushed open the door was a white-haired man staring at the screen of a receiver in his hand. The receiver was playing the live stream of the race. A young man in tattered clothes was sleeping on a couch. Another young man was rocking his head back and forth while listening to some unknown song on his headphones. There was also a little girl who was completely absorbed in her game. All of them had one thing in common, and that was that they were minding their own business. They didn't even look at Silin's direction. A pack of snow-white wolves was lying on the other couch. They only twitched their ears once when Silin entered the room. The one who reacted the most was the armadillo lizard. Silin had an impression of it. Although it was only a brief glance, Silin was certain that it was the spiky ball he had seen in the desert. The armadillo lizard looked up when Silin entered the room. It wagged its tail and stared curiously at Silin. Silin had never seen this lineup before. Although he knew that they were from the affiliated schools, these people were very different from the ones he had seen in the past. Compared to the people Bell had brought to the bar with Dusk, the Soul Sentinel, they were much more imposing. However, in terms of threat level, they were definitely not as threatening as these people. Sula walked out of the room after bringing Silin into the room. It wasn't suitable for her to stay here because they were on different sides. If she stayed here, White Knight and the others wouldn't say a word. As expected, White Knight moved his gaze away from Silin after Sula walked out of the room. He seemed to be confirming the authenticity of his target and not looking at a person. Once he was sure, White Knight took out a square object less than a quarter the size of his palm and placed it on the table. He pressed it a few times, and the square object unfolded, just like the Vanguard ticket Silin used back then. It was a certificate. White Knight passed the unfolded certificate to Silin, and Silin accepted it. It stated very clearly that these people would help Silin take care of the robots that came looking for trouble, and that Silin should focus on the race. If the mission was completed successfully, there was a place for the recipient to sign and swipe the card. While Silin was reading the proof, Chi Lafeng, who was sleeping on a chair, suddenly stood up and said, "You'd better add a comment to this. Just say that we're not afraid of death. We're extraordinary. We've accomplished our mission beautifully, and we deserve a pay raise." Sadia had stopped listening to the music and moved closer to Qianlai. Yes, you must state that we deserve a reward." Sadia had stopped listening to music and moved closer to Qianlai. "Yes, we deserve a reward. You couldn't use any other pen on the certificate. You could only use your finger. There was a sensor in the certificate. You could just move your finger and sign it. If you wanted to leave a message, you could also write it with your finger." After signing his name, Silin wrote, "Worthy of reward," in the evaluation column. Chi Lafeng and Sadia were so happy they couldn't close their mouths. After he was done, Sillin took out his affiliated school student ID and waved it at the card swipe area. A beep later, the ID came into effect. It's done. Qi Lafong took the certificate and shrank it back into its small form. He carefully put it away like a precious treasure. This was an important proof that he deserved a raise. Since we're done here, it's time for us to go back. We'll talk again next time. Sadia patted Sillin's shoulder before moving closer to Qi Lafong and whispering something. Either way, the two of them were grinning like scoundrels. They were probably discussing how to spend the money after the raise. White Knight also rose to his feet. Before he left, he said to Sillin, "Teacher Guan wants you to meet him at his house after you're done here." "All right. Thank you." "No need." Without another word, White Knight, Qi Lafong, and the others left with the two animals. They completely ignored Sula and the others who were standing outside. After White Knight and the others were gone, Sillin asked Sula, "Are they the ones who stay behind?" Most of the students in the affiliated schools would join different factions while they were still in school. They would have their own direction after they officially graduated, and some of them would be pulled into the RAS. Even the RAS's affiliated schools didn't completely belong to the RAS. Other than these people, there were also very few people who chose to stay behind instead of joining other factions. They had a fixed salary from the affiliated schools, and they had many ways to earn extra income. This incident was one of them. Sula nodded. "It is them. I didn't think that Teacher Guan would send them here. It looks like the situation is much more serious than we thought." Sula had a lot of questions about this matter that she couldn't get answers to even now. She couldn't get answers from the robots, and she couldn't get answers from White Knight and the others either. Not all the people who stayed behind were tight-lipped, but White Knight and the others were notoriously difficult to deal with. Even though they had graduated a few years ago, the instructors still couldn't help but curse them when they were mentioned. It was a love-hate relationship. Sula introduced White Knight and the others to Sillin and told him that Jin Liao had sent them here. At first, they only received a small amount of information and weren't sure. That was why they were sent here, just in case. Now it seemed that there were a lot of things that even Jin Liao didn't know. Those robots seemed to have been upgraded again. The core protection of their brains was harder, and the robots were more cunning. They had all evaded the RAS's newest defense net and detectors, but the RAS was still one step too slow. Even now, Sula couldn't confirm how many robots were left on this planet. Judging from the robots' abilities, they definitely had a chance to take Sillin away if their target was Sillin. But why didn't they do anything? Why did they give her and White Knight more time to intervene? It was fine if she couldn't figure it out. After all, Sula was just an executor herself. She should leave the brainstorming to her superiors. Jin Xingming was already urging Sillin to go over. The awards ceremony was about to begin, and Sillin had to go. "Please take care of things here as soon as possible. We will escort you and Her Highness back," Sula said. All right, the venue for the awards ceremony was at the finishing line. It had already been set up and was brightly lit. Even though it was nighttime, the surroundings were as bright as day. When Sillin arrived at the award venue, Jin Xingming hurriedly dragged him over. The first-place team would be photographed together with their flying car, and they would also have to give a speech. Sillin pushed the job of giving a speech to Naimi. That guy was a talkative person anyway. This was a night of epical significance. From this night onward, Vegfurter was no longer the tragic character it used to be. After being buried for so many years, it finally stood at the center of attention once more, just like it did during its glory days. The audience in the main area were all cheering, but no one noticed that among the cheering audience, there was a burly man who was waving his arms and shouting with the people around him. His eyes flashed with light, just like the reflected light from the spotlights. At another part of the planet, a robot exited stealth mode and walked into an empty maintenance room. Things are over here. They've started moving as well. We don't need to expose ourselves any longer. We'll leave after they leave. All right. Both Sillin and Naimi received a huge sum of money after winning the race. Coupled with the money Brielle's sent over after he lost the bet, Sillin was basically a millionaire overnight. The second place of the race was Spearhead's wind-carrying car. The car behind, it was a pretty good one, and it seized the opportunity to take second place after Arrow's shuttle-shaped car made a small mistake. Arrow's and Lightning's cars crossed the finish line almost at the same time, but it was only almost. Arrow's car made a small mistake at the end and lost the first 2 places, but it was still slightly ahead and won 3rd place. Tobia and Xiao Su didn't get into the top 10. This was only their first race, and it was a practice race. Their main goal was to familiarize themselves with the winds of freedom. Maybe they would be able to get a better ranking in the next race. What are you looking at? Tobia patted Xiao Su's shoulder before following her gaze. It was the place where the award ceremony was going to take place. Xiao Su's attention was drawn to the brightest stage at the moment. There was a Vegfurter flying car and the champion duo. Don't be discouraged. We're still young, and this is just our first race. We'll be able to stand there once we get used to this level of competition and work hard for the next race. For years will pass by in the blink of an eye. Tobias said. Xiao Su looked back and smiled, but didn't say anything. Tobias suddenly thought of something and pointed at Sillin with wide eyes. Don't tell me you've fallen for that kid. Don't get your hopes up. My brother said that he's pretty close to some noble kids, and you know who they are. Also, he might be even higher than the people who invested in our team. Don't make wild guesses. It's not like that. All right. Let's go see our team's medal. Tobia relaxed after confirming that Xiao Su didn't mean it that way. After all, their team didn't want to provoke too many nobles. They would only end up as cannon fodder in a fight between nobles. Xiao Su followed Tobia back to the team, but the emotions in her eyes were unclear. Suddenly, she moved her gaze to a certain part of the spectator stand. The brawny man who was waving his arms froze for an instant, but he quickly recovered. So troublesome. Xiao Su sighed quietly. No one heard Xiao Su sigh, because it was too noisy around them. Naimi was giving his acceptance speech due to excessive excitement during a series of dazzling award ceremonies. The flying car that everyone thinks is trash is the Vegfurter. We didn't do well in this race, and all we did was fly a little more happily than the others. Our results weren't good, and all we got was a championship. Some of the people on the stands behind him wanted to slap him with their shoes when he said that. When the ceremony was finally over, Sillin was dragged to the post-race cocktail party by Jin Xingming. A bunch of people passed out from drinking too much and collapsed on ground. Everyone was taken away by their respective teams. Sillin grabbed Jin Xingming by the arm while the Sizer family escorted the deliriously drunk Naimi, Uligenuo, and Kinensi to the Sizer family's lounge. When they came out, Sillin saw the people from Spearhead walking out of the party hall. Their gazes met Xiao Su's, and both of them looked away. However, Sillin was already starting to feel puzzled. Ever since he saw Xiao Su at the repair shop before the race, Sillin had a feeling that she wasn't a simple girl. At the time, Sillin thought that she would definitely get a good ranking if she was the one driving the flying car. At the very least, she would be in the top 10. But later he realized that Xiao Su was just a navigator, and their team didn't get any good results. Why was she hiding her strength? Sillin didn't understand. Moreover, when he met Xiao Su's gaze just now, Sillin had a strange feeling that the girl must know something. But that was it. Now wasn't the time for Sillin to look into Xiao Su's information. The next day, Sillin turned down Naimi and Fleeka's attempt to persuade him to stay and dragged the disgruntled Jin, Xingming, and Sula's group back to the Jin family. On the way back, Sillin checked Xiao Su's file and found a lot of fake traces. Most people wouldn't notice these traces, so the person who made them must be very skilled in this field. There was no tampering at all. Every piece of information could be proven in various ways, but when Sillin analyzed it logically and probabilistically, he discovered something strange. One strange point could be said to be a coincidence, but several strange points couldn't be right. It could only be said that her information was forged. What kind of person could forge her information to this extent? They didn't look like Black Viper, but Sillin had a feeling that there was some kind of connection between them. It was Sillin's intuition. An intuition without any proof. Sillin had been thinking about Black Viper and Xiao Su all along the way. He didn't succeed in contacting Guanfeng either. Guanfeng had set up the auto-response system to reply to him every time. He didn't know what he was doing, but he heard that the Purgatory Thunder Snake S-Class was almost done. He was probably still working on it. When Silin walked into Jinya's courtyard, he immediately saw the big guy inside. He couldn't help but notice it because it was just too eye-catching. That's the egg. Silin pointed at the 50-meter-long guy in the courtyard. Right now, the big guy's mouth was open, and Hui Mao was ordering the servants to brush its tongue and teeth. The servants seemed to have gotten used to it by now. They weren't afraid of standing in the big guy's mouth and brushing its teeth. They even talked to it while brushing its teeth. Seeing that Silin had returned, Hui Mao ran over with a smug catwalk and showed off, "Look, my pet. What do you think?" Silin looked at the big fellow whose mouth was open, but eyes were rolling in their direction, and said, "This guy's appetite is pretty big, isn't it? Otherwise, how could he grow so crazily as if he was injected with hormones? It is but second grandpa said it's nothing." Hui Mao flicked his ears and said, "Second grandpa? How dare you call him that? All right, I thought a new name for it, blue skin. It's because its skin is blue." Hui Mao jumped onto Silin's shoulder and asked urgently, "What do you think of the name?" "I guess I'll just have to make do with it for now." Poor Blue Skin's name was made do just like that. Silin explained the general situation of the flying car race to Jinya. He had covered most of the small details, but he was sure that Jinya knew more or less about Sula's movements. That was why Silin avoided the important details and focused on the trivial ones. "What? There's a prize? How much?" Hui Mao's eyes shone brightly as he slapped Silin with his paw. Silin ignored Hui Mao's paw and pinched the back of its neck. He told Jinya that he was going back to his room to rest and left the yard, leaving Blue Skin to play with the servants who were brushing their teeth. "Any news?" Silin asked Hui Mao after he returned to his room. "No. We didn't get much useful information here. The Jin family didn't find anything either, but one thing is for sure. Those robots are definitely doing something." Silin fell silent for a moment. "Come with me to meet Teacher Guan tomorrow." "For what?" Hui Mao wasn't very willing. "I have business with him." "Don't go if you don't want to." "Then let's go. We've stayed here long enough. It's time to go for a walk." In reality, Hui Mao was only concerned about the money in Silin's pocket. He could also buy some fish biscuits on the way. "All right, let's go to AF1 tomorrow. I'll go make some arrangements first." He still had to tell the servants to feed the pets on time. Jinya didn't say anything about Silin leaving as soon as he came back. There was still work to be done at the affiliated school, and Silin couldn't stay here forever. Blue Skin was very reluctant to part with Hui Mao, but Hui Mao became much more obedient after giving it a few paws. "Be a good boy and stay at home. We'll bring you some food when we come back," said Silin. "Blue Skin, meow Silin." Slapping Blue Skin's head, Silin said, "You're a sea beast, not a cat." Silin brought the gray cat with him to AF1. The Jin family was there to escort him there. As for Jin, Xingming, and the others, they were still skipping classes. They wouldn't go to the affiliated school to listen to the teachers even if they were bored. It hadn't been long since he left AF1, but Silin's feelings were noticeably different after he returned. Maybe it was because he had vented some of his frustrations, or maybe it was because he felt a lot more relaxed after experiencing the extreme speed of the flying car race. Most people who came to AF1 for the first time would think that the pace of life here was fast and busy. But Silin didn't feel nervous at all. He didn't feel nervous at all. He was a lot more nervous than he was during a race. He drove the flying car to Guanfeng's house at the school's speed limit and parked in the yard. Silin felt that something was wrong the moment he entered the yard. It was the same scenery as before, but there wasn't any sign of human presence. Was Guanfeng still at the research lab? Didn't White Knight tell him to look for him at Guanfeng's house? The door opened on its own after Silin swiped his student ID, and Silin walked inside. The house was empty, and the fish in the fish tank were still swimming happily. However, the whole house gave Silin a very strange feeling. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.